Pleasant good morning to you from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. It is Friday, the final day of the 2026 Dasani BSSAC Championships. I'm your commentator, Damien Best, going to take you through today's proceedings. Alongside me is China Haynes, the former Barbados national 400 hurdles athlete and our in-house analyst. And of course, we've got so many others in the field. Amory Burke is getting ready to line up for the athletes who will be doing their interviews after their performances. Next door, we've got 98.1 The One. If you're on the road and you're maybe going to nip out for a little bit today, which I hope you will not, because it's going to be steamy action, I will say the least. And it's going to be interesting. So we've got you covered on all parameters. China, good morning to you for the very first time.
Good morning, Damien, and good morning, viewers. Looking forward to today. It is the final day of competition of BSSAC. We've seen some phenomenal performances. We've seen records breaking. And right now, what we're interested in is the point standings, Damien. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, the point standings, very, very interesting overnight. I'm going to give you the full rundown in just a moment or two, but just to paint the picture for you, we're going to have the 300 hurdles, the girls 300 hurdles for under 17 girls, getting you underway for the first event here on the track. But last evening, we had the 4x100 meter relay events bring the curtain down on what essentially was day number 2 of these championships. And after that, I can give you a full rundown from 10th position in the girls section. Alexandra School, they're currently 10th in the standings with 63 points. In a 9th position, Coleridge and Parry, 66. 8th, the Allen School, 67 points. 7th position, the Lord School, 69 points. In 6th position, Christchurch Foundation, they have 85 points. In 5th position, Spring Memorial, 113 points. In 4th position, Queen's College, 117 points. In 3rd, Commermere School, 142.50 points. 2nd position, Harrison College, 183 points. And leading the way in the girls, the defending champions, the St. Michael School, 213 points. How did they arrive at 213 points? They accumulated 48 points in the sprints, 25 in the distance events, 4 in the hurdles, 18 in the relays, 118 in the field events portion of the championships. Very, very significant. So the field events championships, you've always got to factor that in. We're going to move along smartly to the boys rankings, and we can tell you the top 10 in the boys in just a moment. I'll get that for you. Make our way down the list. In 10th position, the Allen School, 50 points. 9th, St. George Secondary School, 55. In 8th position, Coleridge and Parry, they have 70 points. In 7th position, Christchurch Foundation, 77 points. 6th position, Queen's College, 99 points. 5th, St. Leonard's Boys, 108.50 points. 4th position, the Lodge School, 126.50 points. 3rd, the St. Michael School, 144 points. 2nd position, Harrison College, 157 points. And way out front at the moment, Commermere School, 198.50 points. How did Commermere arrive at that points tally? 33 in the sprints, 52 points in the distance events, 10 in the hurdles, 12 in the relays, and 91.50 points in the field events. So that paints a picture for you as to how they arrive and how they accumulated the points over these championships. So coming out of the zones, coming out of field events championships into the zones and now into final days, Commermere staying consistent. We've got the first event on the line. Let's give you the rundown quickly. We've got Chanel Carrington of Spring Memorial in 1, Soweto Lord of Dighton Griffith in 2, Tiara McLean of Coleridge and Parry in 3, Savannah Thorne of Commermere in 4, Eden Gittins of St. Michael's School in 5, Oyo Demola Buluro of Harrison College in 6, and Zahara Ashby of Harrison College in 7, and Leanna Green of St. Michael's School in 8. They've gone away easy for the first 100-meter portion of this event. We see Liana Green, who's going to be running blind at the moment. She doesn't know what's coming behind her. But in the middle of the field, we can see Eden Gittins making a move up as well. And then joining her, Tiara McLean of Courage and Parry. They've just got about 100 more meters to go and a couple hurdles to clear. This looks like an even contest. Savannah Thorne is coming strong on the inside on lane number 1. Shania Carrington of Spring Memorial is fighting hard. Carrington is up against Tiara McLean. Carrington wins ahead of McLean. Takes the under 17 girls 300-meter hurdles event. It was so even for most of the contest.
Yes, it was. Now, this race is a precursor for the 400-meter hurdles. So when you see these ladies contesting the 300-meter hurdles, it is more of a preparation for next year for the majority of them who will be moving into the under-20 division, Damien. But the 300-meter hurdles is one of those races you have to attack immediately. It may seem like a distance, but 300-meter hurdles go really, really quickly. The hurdles heights are also set at the lowest, so it's a lot easier for these ladies to step over the hurdles. But when you saw just now Savannah Thorne, for example, who came in from the zones with one of the faster times, Liana Green as well, Zara Ashby. This field was pretty tight with Tiara McLean from Courage and Parry, Savannah Thorne from Combermere School, Buluro from Harrison College, Ashby from Harrison College, and Liana Green from St. Michael's School, all carrying in very similar times, around 46. They had some running to do, though, to try to break Akila Jones's record set back in 2010, a time of 42.6. If you want to see some elite running, you have to get down at least to 45 or under. But these ladies did just enough to come across the finish line. Right now, what you have to do is look and see who clears the hurdle first. You don't want any stutter steps. Stutter steps are those little tiny steps you make before the hurdle, and those are things that are corrected during training. When it happens in competition, though, you have to think fast and try to get yourself back on to where your lead leg needs to be.
Yeah, technical analysis of what's happening here in the under-17 girls 300 hurdles. The assessment has been fantastic, China. We want to say thank you for breaking it all down for us. And you can see the fight determination there from Carrington Spring Memorial. As she cleared that last hurdle, she knows the sprint was on, and she would complete the task in the end to win the under-17 girls 300 hurdles. Next, the under-17 boys 400 hurdles event. That will be on the track, but they're not lined up as yet for that. So it seems as if they're trying to run the event right on time. And we're going to tell you the lineup for this under-17 boys 400. We got Javonte Alexi of the Lodge School. He's going in lane number 1. Tyrese McLean of Courage and Parry will be in 2. Shakobi Gittins of the Lodge School in 3. Tajay Coward of Leicester Vaughan in 4. Emir Archer of Princess Margaret in 5. Jakayo Devonish of Courage and Parry in 6. Omari Robinson of St. Michael's School in 7. And Rashawn Holder of Christchurch Foundation occupies lane number 8. The competitors for the under-17 boys 400 hurdles. The record in this one, 51.38. That of Rivaldo Leacock back in 2014. That's a lot of running.
That is a lot of running indeed. 51 seconds across hurdles is absolutely blazing. Now, the closest to that time is the athlete from the Leicester Vaughan School, Tajay Coward. He also is a Carifta athlete. In this race, there are 3 Carifta athletes, Jaco Davenis and Rashawn Holder as well. So we are looking at some keen competition between these 3, along with the other 5. So, you know, when you have athletes running against Carifta athletes, it's one of those things where you're watching the top 3, but you're still looking to see, wait, who is it that's also very close to becoming the next Carifta athlete, the next star? A lot of these people find out they can run at these games.
Well, that's very interesting. And why don't you talk about strategy a little bit and looking at the 4 hurdles? What initially do you want to aim for in the first 100, the first part of that race?
Well, you always hear us say get out. You have to get out fit quickly, and you have to attack those first 3 hurdles. In fact, there's some coaches who want you to attack the first 4 hurdles, so you're not stepping away from the hurdles, you're leading your body into it, you're running aggressively into those 4 hurdles. Now, when you're getting onto the backstretch as well, you're going to want to maintain consistency. The thing about the 400-meter hurdles and the 300-meter hurdles, it's a paced race, but it has a rhythm. So if you catch your rhythm in between, you should know your exact steps before the next hurdle. Now, what's very cool, that there are some athletes who can switch their lead leg. Now, that's really important in 400-meter hurdles because you don't have to be concerned about, oh, suppose I don't get there with the correct leg. So if you have athletes who are, what would you call ambidextrous with your legs? If you can use both of your legs as lead legs, that is absolutely a top-tier quality to have as a quarter mile.
But where would you use the opposite leg? I'm just thinking about visually looking at the race.
So visually looking at the race, let's say that you know, for example, Damien, your right leg is the one that's always over the hurdle. You get to the next hurdle and you realize my right leg is not there. I don't have to stutter step. I don't have to chip, as you call it. I don't have to cut down time. I'm going to use whatever leg gets there. I'm going over the hurdle first.
Wow, that is some ability to change legs. I'm just visualizing what it looks like. And particularly towards the back end, we know at that point the body's exhausted. I always say if you add hurdles to a 400, it's torture.
Believe it or not, it's not. When you ask quarter milers and you ask 400-meter hurdlers which they prefer, every single person, well, 90% of people probably would tell you they prefer their hurdles. The hurdles gives you that rhythm. In a 400, you are going to be all out at some points and the lactic is really going to burn. But the 400-meter hurdles gives you that time to collect a rhythm and you, 1, 2, 3, you know you have to go. So these athletes more than likely prefer running the 400 hurdles over the 400 meters.
Oh, great insight from China Haynes here, analyst on TV8. Well, we're going to take a little pause, and when we come back, get you set up for the under-17 boys for 100-meter hurdles. This is TV8 and live coverage of Dasani BSSAC 2026.
Go. Go.
Back to live coverage here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. It's the final day action of the Dasani BSAC Championships, and we're into the under 17 boys, now 400-meter hurdles. And you can see the athletes there just going through their early warm-ups and they're being introduced. Let's give you the rundown if you're just joining us. Say welcome on board. Travonte Alexi of the Lodge School goes in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Tyrese McLean of Courage and Parry. Lane 3, Shakobi Gittins of the Lodge School. Tajay Coward goes in lane number 4, representing Leicester Vaughan School. 5, Amir Archer of Princess Margaret. Lane number 6, Jaiko Devonish of Courage and Parry. Lane number 7, Mari Robinson of St. Michael's School. And lane number 8, Rashawn Holder of Christchurch Foundation. The competitors for the under 17 boys 400 hurdles, the record of Valdo Leacock 2014 51.38. The fastest time, Tajay Coward, Leicester Vaughan 54.41. On your mark. Time attack for the under 17 boys 400-meter hurdles final. Let's see how they go in this one. We've got Alexi McLean, Giddens, Coward, Archer, Devonish, Robinson, and Holder. 10 hurdles to clear in the 400 event. Let's see how they go up the back stretch. Pretty even so far. SMS are decent in there. That's Omari Robinson, but closing quickly is the young man from Leicester Vaughan, Tajay Coward. He's in lane number 4. And this one looks pretty close as well. Who's going to shape up with about 120 more meters to go. SMS look prime and prepped in Omari Robinson. He clears the last hurdle, but coming through the middle is Leicester Vaughan, Tajay Coward. Coward is streaming and streaking over the last hurdle, clears it like a gazelle, and now he will strike goal in the under 17 boys 400 hurdles, wins it now, the flash time 54.02. Coming across the line, Christchurch Foundation for second position. Rashawn Holder out in lane number 8. And anybody's bet for third position. But that was an easy run for Tajay Coward of Leicester Vaughan. I'm sure getting the first event out of the way is always taxing on the body. What did you do overnight?
Well, that's a great question. A lot. What I can tell you, though, is that Tajay Coward did just a lot as well. On those 400-meter hurdles, Tajay did exactly what we expected him to do. As he's a Carifta athlete, let's watch that as we go over the first hurdles. And the thing about the 400 hurdles is that it's not like the 400 or the 200, which is staggered, and you can't quite figure out who's in front. When you're in that race and when you're watching, you can look and see how far you are. If you're first, if you're second, it's based on who's clearing that hurdle first. So from early on, it may look like they're staggered, but you would see Coward going over the hurdle first right there. He has an interesting technique. He doesn't quite put his trail leg all the way around. If he snaps his trail leg all the way around to cover some ground, he would be going even faster than that 54. So it was fantastic to see that. The athlete from the St. Michael's School as well has the best hurdle technique, but not the speed in between like Coward has. So it's a mixture of doing both of those and ensuring that you can finish these 400 hurdles in a time that will take you to the Carifta Games and beyond.
Yeah, the body mechanics have to be well operated on. And then Coward, you see going across the line in that lane number 4. Looking for who finished third. Yeah, lane number 6 looks like. That's Jaiko Devonish of Courage and Parry. So he will take the bronze medal in there. And we've got the first event out of the way. Coward, Holder, and Devonish, the top 3. We're going to move on to the under 20 girls now, 400 hurdles. The record in this one held by Shakira Hall. We've got Takara Watson of St. Michael's School, Nikki Croney of the Allen School, Limaya London of Alexandra, Afia Greenwich of Commermere, Shanicia Bryan of Commermere, Tania Lashley of the Law School, Shakira Kelman of St. George Secondary, and Kenita Walker of the Law School. Over to Amory Burt for a quick interview.
Shania Carrington, the winner of the under 17 girls, or the 15 girls, 17 300-meter hurdles. How was the race for you?
The race was great, and it was fantastic because I know that I would have come in the top 2, and I wanted to come in the top 2.
And you came first, actually. What was the race like, though? Did you have a game plan going in?
Yes, please. When I start the race, I was supposed to just get out hard and then jump over the hurdles, not chip through the hurdles. And by the 100 mark, I just was supposed to just go straight through the hurdles and not slow down, just pick up my speed and just go straight through the hurdles.
How does it feel to be BSAC champion?
It feels great because this is the first time. It's my first time being on the 17.
So by next year, you'll be definitely dominant champion again.
Yes, please.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Shania Carrington of the Springer Memorial School, you win of the girls under 17 300-meter hurdles. The girls under 20 400-meter hurdles are on the line.
Yes, thank you, Amory. Just gave the rundown for you for the girls. And then that will be followed, of course, by the under 20 boys 400 hurdles final. And the height of the hurdles goes up to 84 centimeters. And the girls under 20 at 76. And then we'll get into the heats of the under 13 girls 100 meters. And the program will continue on down the road. I gave you some point standings earlier, and I'll give you an update in just a moment or two as we continue to track the progress of the boys championship as well as the girls section and see how the 2026 edition will unfold. We do have some results for you from last evening as well I can share, especially from the 4x100 meter relay events. We go back to the under 17 girls 4x1 relay results. The St. Michael's School winning that event in 48.94 seconds. The record was 47.59. Second position, Spring Memorial, 49.27. And third went to the Ellerslie School, 49.50. And then in the under 17 boys, Christchurch Foundation secured the gold medal, 43.22 seconds. The record was 42.42. So that record stays intact. The Lord School were second, 44.03. And third went to St. Leonard's Boys, 44.69. Then we shifted over to the under 20 girls 4x100 meter relay event. Commermere topped the table, finishing first, 46.51 seconds. The record was 46.48, so they were just outside of that record. The 46.48 held by Commermere School as well. It was Bentham on the anchor back then. It was Bentham on the anchor last evening. So 46.51. Silver went to Queen's College, 46.58. And the bronze, the Lord School, 47.89. And then the big boys running out the action on day number 2 of the BSAC Championship Finals. Commermere School securing the gold, 41.31 to win it. The record was 40.64, set by the St. Michael's School back in 2017. Second went to St. George Secondary, 41.66. And third, the St. Michael's School, 42.14. So that's a little peek at the results from last evening. Now we refocus on the under 20 girls 400 hurdles.
That's right. We're going to start with the lane assignments. In lane 8, Kenita Walcott. Lane 8, Kenita Walcott, Lord School. Lane 7, Shakira Kelman, St. George Secondary. Lane 6, from the Lord School as well, Tania Lashley. In lane 5, Shanicia Bryan of Combermere School. In lane 4, Apia Greenwich, Combermere School. Lane 3, Lamia London, Alexandra. Lane 2, Nikki Croney of Aline. And lane 1, Takara Watson of the St. Michael's School. These athletes are going to have a big task ahead of them, especially if they're running the 4x400 meter later. A lot of them got saved, the ones who ran the flat 400 yesterday, but to run a 400 meter hurdles today and to come back and possibly run the 4x4 for your team, it's going to be a tough one. But these ladies have got it in them from what I can see. We have 2 Carifta athletes in here. That's London from Alexandra and Apia Greenwich, who's also a top point scorer in her zone from the Combermere School. Looking really good as well, Lodge School's Tania Lashley. So we'll be excited to see what's happening in lane 3, 4, and 6.
So they're behind on your mark. On your mark is the call. Set. We're going away for the under 20 girls 400-meter hurdles. And let's see how they shape up. Watson, Croney, London, Greenwich, Bryan, Lashley, Kelman, and Walcott. They're over the first of 10 hurdles as we speak. Going over the second and now the third up the back stretch and doing really well. Kanita Walcott of the law school, but that is an illusion. We got to refocus in the middle of the track. Afia Greenwich and Chanicia Bryan. Bryan starts to close them down with 200 meters to go. Chanicia Bryan of Commermere and Afia Greenwich is in two. Can it be a 1-2 for Commermere and the girls from Waterford? But look at the effort from Walcott of the law school. She's running really hard and trying her utmost. Also Tania Lashley. Lashley looks as if she's strongest, but here comes Alexandra as well. Amir London. London can close on Lashley. Lashley is going to go over the line. Lashley strong as ever. Lashley takes the victory. Tania Lashley of the law school.
This looks like a personal best for Tania Lashley. This is 62 seconds. She looked really good over those first three hurdles. She was commanding that lead from the very beginning. The athlete from the Alexandra School, London, she also looked really good too, coming in with 65, but those times are going to be much, much faster. Let's have a look at the replay. We're talking about things like the lead leg and switching legs. So if you have a look at these athletes now, let's have them see who is going over with which leg and who has to switch. It looks right now like the athlete in the Lodge School has a preferred leg as she goes over, about to go over the third hurdle right now on the back stretch. Interesting technique that she has, but it's somehow still working for her. She runs and has a measured stride in between those hurdles. That's exactly what you want. You want to make sure that your upper body stays tight, because if you do that, you ensure that you have your stride turnover continuing. And she's attacking the hurdle and leading forward, which is what you want to continue that momentum. The athlete from the Alexandra School as well, she seems to have practiced very well over these hurdles because she was closing in on the athlete from the Lodge School. But Tania Lashley from the Lodge School all had it on their way down here. Most of the time when you have a look at these athletes flat 400 times and you compare them to their 400-meter hurdle time, you should see a difference of at least 3 to 6 seconds or so. That's called a hurdle delta. A hurdle delta really just means the difference between your 400-meter time and your 400-meter hurdle time. So that all matters on things like your proficiency and your experience. A lot that these girls have to work on, but right now we're seeing personal best, Damien, and we're seeing records being broken. This is a good indication of what today has to offer.
Yes, and we want more records broken because that gives the athletes even more energy and impetus to go after some of these big name records have been standing around the books for so long. 102.26, the winning time there from Tania Lashley. Lamel London picking up silver in there for Alexandra. So the 400 hurdles, I would call it one of the grueling events, but according to China, it's not as bad as you think.
I never said that.
Adding obstacles to 4 is always, in my mind, even more challenging. But the gentlemen on track in your picture, the under 20 boys 400, they're going after a record set back in 2017 by Rasheem the Dream Griffith. That's what I called him back then. He still holds on to 50.75. And the athletes will be chasing it. We've got Elijah Shepherd of the St. Michael's School in lane 1, Isaiah Marshall of Commermere in 2, Thierry Griffith of the Law School in 3, Rashad Gibson also of the Law School in 4, Terrell Johnson Rouse, I will call him the veteran in the field, representing St. George Secondary. Lane number 6, Jacoby Brown-Smith, another good athlete, Harrison College. Kishon Griffith of Alexandra goes in 7. And lane number 8, Kevon Wickham of Princess Margaret School. So this is a nice, solid field for the under 20 boys 400 hurdles.
It is a solid field indeed. You do have athletes who are perfect qualifiers as well. Thierry Griffith for the Lodge School. Another athlete from the Lodge School, Rashad Gibson as well. He came in with a really fast time, 52.71. I believe that's his zone record that he broke during those times. Jacoby Brown-Smith from Harrison College as well, terrific qualifier. He's running 55.2. So we're going to have to drop the time some bit to get close to Rasheem Griffith's 50.75 set back in 2017. But overall, the outlook is good. We have an interview coming up with Anne-Marie. Looking forward to seeing that. Anne-Marie, are you there?
Yes, I am. Tajay Howard of the Lester Vaughan School, winner of the Under 17 boys 400-meter hurdles. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was that race for you?
It was great. I won the race, so it was awesome. I feel great.
Now, in terms of this as preparation for next week, you're on the Carifta team. How ready are you for Grenada?
I'm ready.
How are you ready?
How am I ready?
Tell me how you ready.
I was training from this since my second year under 15. Along the way is progress, but they got better at it now.
What are your expectations, though, for next week?
I would love to medal, get first place, a gold medal. And make my mother proud.
Of course. Now, how does it feel overall, though, that not only that this is your first year on the 17, second year on the 17, first time Carifta athlete, how does it feel to make that achievement as an athlete, to represent your country?
It felt great because I didn't want to make it from way back. That was my goal, and I did it.
Okay, well, congratulations on your win today, and good luck going into Carifta.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Tajay Howard of the Lester Vaughan School. He was the winner of the Under 17 boys 400-meter hurdles, and he's also a member of the Barbados Carifta team. Back over to you, guys.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Congratulations to Tajay Howard, there of Lester Vaughan School. And we will switch over and get the lineups for you for the Under 20 boys 400 hurdles. I gave you the lineup moments ago, and I'll endeavor to perhaps give you the time coming into this one as well. We have a 52.71, Rashad Gibson of the Lord School. Close to him, 54.56, Terrell Johnson Rouse, representing St. George Secondary. And slipping into the third fastest slot, running a 55.20, Jacoby Brown-Smith of Harrison College. So those are the competitors for the under 20 girls, the under 20 boys rather, 400 hurdles. And now the athletes are going by to take their start positions.
That's right, a lot more testosterone now these under 20 boys have. Elijah Shepherd, St. Michael's School, Isaiah Marshall, Combermere, Thierry Griffith, and Rashad Gibson, both of the Love School. They go in 3 and 4 respectively. Terrell Johnson Rouse, St. George Secondary, Jacoby Brown-Smith, Harrison College, he's in lane 6. Keyshawn Griffith, Alexandra in lane 7. Kevon Wickham of Princess Margaret in lane 8. I'm wondering if the coach over there at Princess Margaret had a chat with Kevon Wickham. She herself was a national hurdler, one of our best sprint hurdlers, but technique is technique. I'm sure she was able to impart some knowledge on that athlete, Kevon Wickham, who's up against these Carifta athletes.
Definitely. When you have Carifta pedigree, you know what it takes to really pour your heart out into an event. And this is a great way to make a statement piece under 20 division. Some of these athletes will transition into other areas and move on in life, and I'm sure they want to make their mark here. You see Terrell Johnson Rouse come forward. See if he can bring that experience to bear here. 19-year-old. I call him the veteran, but there are other veterans in there as well.
They are.
So let's give you the lineup there. So you got Combermere. We got the Lord School as well, 2 athletes, Harrison College, Alexandra in the mix. The record 50.75. Getting ready for the start of this one. You can see lane number 4. Rashad Gibson, he runs in shades. They settle down now. Hush comes over, Usain Bolt, for the start of this one. Steady as you go. Set. Up they go for the under 20 boys, 400-meter hurdles. Final showdown here. We've got Shepherd, Marshall, Griffith, Gibson, Johnson, Rose, Brown Smith, Griffith, and Wickham. Let's watch them as they go up the back stretch. 10 hurdles to clear and making a move. That young lad, Rashad Gibson of the Lodge School. He's turning burning. He's gone up the 200-meter mark leading. Rouse is right on his heels. And we can also see the other athletes. Kevin Wickham of Princess Margaret Trent is upmost. Harrison College, Jacoby Brown Smith is within striking distance as well. Brown Smith starts to make a move on Johnson Rouse. Now we can see Gibson though. He's attacking the time. He leads them into the straightaway. He's got 50 more meters to go. One hurdle to clear. Johnson Rouse is coming, but it's going to be Jacoby. It's Rashad Gibson actually going across the line for the Lodge School to win comfortably. College looks as if they nipped in there for the silver as well. Jacoby Brown Smith and Rouse for third, but that was exceptional performance. The boys from Messiah Street, I used to call them the best quarter mile school in Barbados.
Well,
hands
you know,
down.
you're not telling any lies. The Lodge School really was the 4x400-meter king back in the day. We're seeing them come back to their glory right now, which is great for the Lodge School and the Griffins, as they call themselves. Unfortunate just now for the athlete from St. George, second night to Johnson Rouse, who had some issues going over the 5th to the 8th hurdle. Now that's the second curve, Damien, and that's where a lot of races can be won or lost, in that second curve, the 5th to the 8th hurdle. Reason being, that's when lactic is now starting to kick in, and you have to run a curve still. You still have 3 more hurdles to go after that. So after, it was very unfortunate. He tripped up there. It's a 400, so he still has some time to go, but then on the penultimate hurdle, he tripped again. If you have a look here, let's watch these athletes go down the back stretch, attacking these hurdles, exactly what you're supposed to do. It was won from the outset from the Lodge School athlete. I'm hoping for us to see what happened here at St. George Secondary after he tripped on one of these hurdles, losing his momentum and disrupting his stride pattern. Remember, we said stride pattern is so important in these 400-meter hurdles. You have to have a rhythm. And once that rhythm is shook, you can see how he's kind of been faltered off just because of that trip. It happens here again. Stutters, falls, or trips, sorry, and it offsets him for his final, coming in 3rd place. But the Harrison College athlete, rather, was able to keep that
momentum. Yeah, agreed. No, the chanting is going. And you can see Spring Memorial, the Lodge School, all the cheering sections are out in full voice for this, the final day of the championship. And the chants from last evening, late last evening, we were long gone. And the athletes were watching on as they had the various chanting competitions with a number of the schools who taken part. The production of this year's chant seems to be very organized. I saw music videos floating all around the web, so it's been very keen.
Yeah, there was a lot of dancing going on, a lot of hip movements, a lot of shaking, a lot of celebration just overall. I actually saw some people who were not part of these schools dancing to each other's songs, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It's a celebration of sport and a celebration of competition. Thank you so much for saving me earlier. I had some sneeze attacks there. So that's what partners are for. Thank you so much, Damien. But what did you think about that quarter-mile series, that quarter-mile hurdle series?
Yeah, I think from the look of it, some of the athletes, as I mentioned, being the first event on the track for some of them, takes a little while. You can see some a bit cold, some did go pretty quickly, and I must admit the under-20 boys, a very keen contest. The others were a little bit closer. As you see, as you mentioned, the physics of running 4 hurdles or, going over obstacles within the last 100 or so, you tend to see everything start to slow right away down. And once you reach the level of Carifta and you get the stakes are a bit more, you don't see much slowing down. Everything is at a canter. And it's sometimes almost shocking to some who are not accustomed. So as we watch these athletes develop, we would hope that at least from the under 20 end, that most of them know that you've got to up your game after this. This is, you know, considered the warm-up. But once you get to that top level, you know there's not much people going to be backing off when it comes to Carifta and Grenada the next week.
That is very true. And the thing about it is it starts early. So that's why here at BSAC, they fostered this inclusion. So we started at 200-meter hurdles. So you were able to get that, you know, that technique in before you get to the sprinting, before you get to the endurance part of it. The 300 hurdles to allow for those girls to prepare for the 400 hurdles. And it's then, very early on, that coaches are able to do some tweaks. Because once you get to the under 20 stage, like you said, it's pure pace. There's no real time to be fixing things that have already just been incurred in these athletes. So it really is a great developmental meet, these BSAC games. Looking forward to seeing what's happening next on the track, which is the 100-meter for the under 13s. We saw the seniors, the under 17s, the under 20s yesterday. So these young ones are showing us the way forward.
Most definitely. We've got the start crew making their way over to the 100-meter area. That's where we'll get the heats for the under 13 girls to start things off. Remember, it's the top two in each heat plus the next two best times. So the top two in each heat plus the next best 2 times. The record held by Rajada Hines, 12.68. And we want to wish her all the very best. We know Rajada is missing in action for the championships. 2024 was a record. Now we're going to get into an interview from a man who ran a wonderful 4 hurdles, that being Rashad Gibson, trackside with Anne-Marie Burke.
Congratulations on that win, Rashad. How was that for you?
Feel good. Not best execution, but better than last week. So I kind of happy still got areas to improve.
No, you said it wasn't the best execution. What really went wrong? How did you correct it during the race to be victorious?
Honestly, I think it was between the backstretch. If you ever sure it wasn't, it was between 5th, 4th, or 3rd, or the 4th one, or 2rd. But between the hurdles, open up my hips. Because when I open my hips, it's allowing me to touch down. So then, after I finished the next hurdle, I ran up on the other hurdle, so I had to jump up instead of going flat over the hurdle. And then making it home, I think it was the coming on the corner. I think that's the 7th hurdle, or the 8th. When I 29 hurdles, open my hips again. I was like, shoot, no, I gotta keep tight. I just make it home. So then, that's how it ends.
No, I can say you're the hurdles boss at this time because you won the 110 hurdles yesterday. You promised me that you're going to follow up with the win. So how does it feel knowing that you claimed the title for both of the senior boys hurdles events, the short hurdles and the distance hurdles?
Nobody can be my Barbados. Nobody can be my hurdles. People can talk. A lot of people are talking about Terrell because Terrell is a point line. A lot of people say that Jacoby is coming for me. I was talking, I was like, okay. I love it. Even 110 hurdles. Cavion from, I don't know if I'm saying it properly, but it's Cavion for QC. He love to challenge me. I love to challenge though. I love a challenge. But in Barbados, that's all me.
And you stamped the authority?
Yes, please. Sign.
Well, congratulations. Are you going over to Carifta?
Yes, please.
What are your expectations going into that regional competition?
Honestly, I always say that that's my best, but at the same time, in my head, I tell people already in other interviews, I'm the best still. But at the same time, I know I got people that run faster than me over hurdles. So, but once I execute how I'm supposed to, my coach and me find out the areas that we got to fix. In my head, I was the fastest man.
Okay, well, congratulations. Take that mentality into Carifta next week, and we're looking forward to seeing you do your very best for your country.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you, and congratulations on your 2 gold medals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Rashad Gibson of the Law School. I call him the hurdles boss. He won the 110 hurdles yesterday. I came back just now to win the 400-meter hurdles. He's the champion in the under 20 boys. Over to you, Damien, and to China.
Well, as they say, talk is cheap. It's what you do on the track on the day. The proof is in the pudding. And you heard Mr. Gibson say, talk, but you know I am the best.
But you know, when you hear people talking confidently like that, he was so confident in what he was saying. He's saying he's the best. You know what I like about that? He wasn't only able to show us that he was the best, he was able to tell us during the race where he, quote unquote, messed up, where his hips were opening, where he felt as though he was too high off of the hurdle. These are all things so necessary to be a great athlete. So you can talk, you showed it. You walk the walk.
I love that. We're getting ready for the under 13 girls 100 heat number 1. You're not missing any action. The athletes have not made their way over to the start area just yet. So it appears that the schedule is right on time. I can see a few of the athletes now starting to head from the athletes village, which is towards the what I call the eastern side of the facility. And you can see the SMS posse there chanting, and they're in fine voice leading the girls. I'm going to give you a points update shortly. Endeavor to do that. This next event is scheduled for 10:25, so we're a little ahead of schedule. That's why you have such a delay. And we'll give you the point standings in 2 minutes or so, China, but the day looks set to be very, very competitive. After the hundreds, we've got the 200 meters for the under 17 girls and boys, and then the under 20, yes, the under 20 girls and boys. Then we head into the 400 under 13 section, under 15, and
then back into some hurdles again. We've got the short hurdles. So a lot to look forward to. We're going to take a quick break. And when you come back, Damian Best and China Haynes here at the Dasani BSAC 2026.
Back here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, it's continued live coverage of the Dasani BSAC Championships for 2026. The athletes have finally made their way over to the start area of the 100 meters. They're going to be called forward. There are going to be 3 heats in the under 13 girls 100. The record, 12.68, set by Rajada Hines back in 2024. And as I mentioned, they're running ahead of schedule. 10:25 was the scheduled start of this event. So efficiency, you don't have to worry about that in terms of the games. What I will do in between, though, is give you a points update just to let you know the status of the girls and boys championships after some events have been scored. Let's go with the boys now. Some of those have not been fully entered, but nonetheless, Allen School sits at 10th position on 50 points. St. George Secondary 9th, 55. 8th, Coleridge and Parry, 78 points. 7th, Christchurch Foundation, 85 points. 6th, Queen's College, 99 points. The St. Leonard's boys are 5th, 108.50 points. 4th position, the Law School, 131.50 points. 3rd, the St. Michael's School, 149 points. Harrison College just ahead in 2nd position, 157 points. And leading the boys, Commermere School, 198.50 points. Let's go to the girls. 10th position, the Allen School, 69 points. 9th position, Alexandra, 71 points. 8th, Coleridge and Parry, 74 points. 7th position, the Lord School, 83 points. In 6th, Christchurch Foundation, 85 points. 5th position, Queen's College, 117 points. 4th, Spring Memorial, 123 points. 3rd, Commermere School, 158.50 points. Harrison College, 2nd position, 188 points. And leading the girls, the defending champions too, the St. Michael's School, listen to this, 224 points. So the gap has started to widen in terms of the championship. It is clear cut that if St. Michael's School continues on the current trajectory, they will retain the girls' title. And in the boys, the status looks similar. But we'll wait and see how it pans out.
I like that, Damien. We're looking forward to seeing these girls in the under 13 100-meter dash. We had some repeats yesterday, so people like Blake Carrington, Kaylee Hart, Nia Gooden, they were all in the 200-meter series yesterday, showing up for this 100 meters. So remember, these don't count towards points. What matters right now is who crosses the line first. They become the automatic qualifier, and then we get the next fastest times overall. So we're going to see athletes from Queen's College who's in the 2nd prelim. Nia Gooden looks really good going forward for that. Denisha Hurdle from Springer Memorial, as well as Asia Bell from Christchurch Foundation. But right now, our focus is all on preliminary number 1 that has the athletes like Kaylee Hart from Lester Vaughan School. Looking forward to seeing her. As we mentioned yesterday, she had an excellent transition from knapsack at Good Shepherd Primary into Lester Vaughan School. So great to see her continuing. And Blake Carrington, who holds the record in the long jump for the zone in the long jump of the Williams and Blackman zone. So looking forward to seeing what she can do today from the St. Michael's School. So we have lane 1, Diamond Hunt of Alexandra. Lane 2, Samara Paul of
Graydon Seeley?
That's right, Graydon Seeley. Lane 3, Blake Carrington, St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Kaylee Hart, Lester Vaughan School. Lane 5, Chloe Joseph, Christchurch Foundation. Lane 6, Sakari Sobers, Springer Memorial. Lane 7, Lily Rose Yearwood of Coleridge and Parry. And Lane 8, Shalia Connell of the Allen School.
Yeah, so we've got the full rundown for you. Remember, it's the top 2 in each heat, plus the next best 2 times. So very interesting as we speak. Who will be the top qualifiers? Getting you ready for the start.
On your mark.
On your mark, the call. And they're going away for the under 13 girls 100-meter heat number 1. Let's see who's showing first. And Michael School up sharp. Blake Carrington comes forward. It's going to be Carrington. Who does she have for company? It's the top 2. Eases down now. So it's Carrington and Kaylee Hart of Lester Vaughan. Those 2 go through. Carrington with 13.15 on the flash. That's the marker, the first marker of the day in terms of the under 13 girls 100.
Both Carrington and Hart looked very comfortable crossing the line. They knew it's the top two to finish, so they didn't have to exert themselves. But running at that and running 13.1 is not bad at all. We're not looking like it's going to be too long before they drop into the 12s.
Yes, and we want to see them get closer to that 12.68. Let's see if the progression will help that process. So that is heat number 1 out of the way. Heat number 2 coming next. Fast and Furious. Aria Corbin of the Ellerslie School goes in 1. Sierra Gittins of Princess Margaret in 2. Naya Gooden, saw her yesterday. She's of Queen's College in 3. Denisha Hurdle of Spring Memorial in 4. Ajay Bell of Christchurch Foundation in 5. Ariel Boyce of the Law School in 6. 7 is the Shara Beckles of Darrell Jordan Secondary in 7. And Layla Gibson of Harrison College goes in lane number 8. The record in this one, as I mentioned before, 12.68. We won't worry about that just now. But the stage is set for a good race. I can tell you the times coming in. They've been called back by starter at this point. But under 13 level, they get another chance. Always opportunities to do better.
They were also called back before the starter was able to start the race. So more than likely, it will be a green card for everybody. Like you mentioned, under 13s will get more of a bly than the older athletes.
So we'll try to get this one cleanly away. Naya Gooden comes in with the fastest time of 13.37. They'll try once more set. This time, the second time of asking is good. And Springer Memorial looks as if they got away pretty decent. That's Denisha Hurdle. Let's see if Hurdle can continue. Steps forward, does Queen's College. Just on her shoulder, the top two go through. So it's Spring Memorial's Denisha Hurdle and Gooden, the favorite. The top two. The flash time race 13.36.
So just behind the second. First one came in at 13.1. Like we mentioned, Blake Carrington and Kaylee Hart of Lester Vaughan School looked like they were just relaxing. This one looked a little bit more of an exertion, but either way, 13.3, fantastic time to be going in. Congratulations so far to Denisha Hurdle of Spring Memorial and Naya Gooden of Queen's College. We're moving swiftly on, as Damien mentioned, because this meet is running ahead of time.
Yeah, most definitely. The track officials are ensuring that the hundreds are completed in quick order. Starting at 10:25, and we're already into heat 3.
That's right. In heat 3 of 3, we have in lane 1, Miracle Redmond, Lester Vaughan School. Lane 2, Autumn Aswick, Harrison College. Lane 3, Nariah Carter, St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Zayara Burnett, Alexandra. Lane 5, Tradisha Richards, the Ellerslie School. Lane 6, Ariane Watson, Aline. Lane 7, Kayla Clark, Dighton Griffith. And Lane 8, Amber Balgobin,
So that's
Queen's College.
Yep. That is the lineup for these under 13 athletes.
On your marks.
On your mark. .63 the time to beat. And they're up and gone. SMS got a good start in Nariah Carter. Carter steps forward. She has some action next to her. Zariah Burnett. Burnett comes forward. Those top two. Easy. Burnett does it. In the last 20 meters or so, 13.36. Carter holds on to second.
Oh, this is now the second time we're seeing Carter look a little bit upset. Not sure if she knows that she's qualified. Not sure she thinks that she should have won that. But either way, it's the top two. She was really frustrated yesterday. She didn't qualify in the 200 meters, but she must know by now that she's into the final.
I hope she does. It's the top two. I'm not sure if they told her before the start or they told her just to go and win.
More than likely, knowing how the Cougars operate, she was told to go and win and nothing less than win. But regardless, Novaya Carter from the St. Michael Schools in there. Burnett from Alexandra took it from her right at the end. Looking forward to seeing those times. We're seeing 13.3, it's looking like.
Yeah,
if we can confirm the time.
Well, we're waiting on that one. I think they're just giving us the flash times for 4 through to 8 at the moment. Once it cycles back, we're 13.25. So with that time and a 13.43, they are just in the midst of it. So it looks as if Carrington takes the fastest time going into the finals.
That's right. Followed very closely by Kaylee Hart. Kaylee Hart and Novaya Carter are also teammates in primary school. So if you saw them hugging across that finish line, it's because they've trained for so long and continued into the sport that they love into secondary school. These are things that we love to see. Very quickly, though, we're going to move on to the boys. Their version, their under 13 100-meter race. Looking forward to seeing some action from the likes of Liam Roach from Queen's College, Scantlebury from Frederick Smith. We also have Luke Yard from Queen's College, Isaac Brathwaite from Graydon Sealy, Jace McLean from Combamere School. These are names you should be getting accustomed to by now. Felipe Harewood from the Lodge School. These are all athletes, very promising. Looking forward to seeing what they can do as they develop into the sport.
Yes, so you've got the lane assignments there in front of you. Eastman, Sparrow, Patterson, Scantlebury, Roach, Jukes Lane, and Howard. The record in this one, Andrew Hines, 11.71, 1996. I think it's about time that record is shaken, but let me tell you, that is a lot of speed.
That's right, and he's translating that speed into what he does now. Andrew Hines, based in Jamaica, still very active and involved in track and field.
Yes, definitely. So, let's see how this one pans out. Remember, once again, top 2, then the next 2 best times. The lineups being confirmed. Remember, this is continued live coverage of the SANI BSSAC 2026. Yours truly, Damien Best, alongside China Haynes on radio, 98.1 The One, and Margaret's Boyce is making sure you're covered if you do intend to leave home and go on the road. So the coaches I've seen up and down the various areas across Usain Bolt, just trying to ensure the charges are mentally focused and ready for the task at hand. With the focus to detail brings results. I see Julie Phillips walking by, looks pensive as usual. Spring Memorial, the Government Hill girls. They were stadium bullies and they were called years back, and Julie's been working tirelessly to try to reformulate that. Now we're into the boys under 13s on the line. Heat 1. Set. And they've gone away for the, well, partially. Do apologize for just giving you the graphic there. Hopefully it gets up back to some pictures on your screen. Thanks so much to our technical team. It's a combination, TV8 and sports.bb.
You got a fast reaction thing.
So, I had a discussion there, as you can hear Benny Rowe and company.
That's right.
Bad reaction.
A bad reaction. So we can hear, thank goodness, what the officials and the starters are saying. So that's some advanced technology there for you.
It's called peeping. They made a song about it last year. Not sure if you're aware.
I'm not familiar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Something to do with an eyeball?
Could be.
Okay.
Could be 2 of them. So a hush over the facility at the moment. That's a lot of respect for these young ones. Just some instructions to the athletes. Now they go down for the second time. Eastman company. Now they've got a good start. Let's see the drive phase early on. They're up very quickly. We can see Queen's College getting away nicely. That's Liam Roach. He looks good, but then lane number 3 coming through. That's Patterson of Graydon Sealy. Patterson with a statement piece. 13.20. That is a wonderful opening run from Graydon Sealy.
That's right. They weren't held in a set position for very long. They were out of there, out of those blocks immediately. Congratulations to the athlete from Graydon City, who is an automatic qualifier. If we look at this start again, it could have been. There we go. So the athlete from Graydon City didn't get the best start. Best of his race was in the middle. As you see, he starts to open up his stride right around the 30 meters to close. Looking really good, very comfortable. And really and truly, it was a race for second for automatic qualifiers. The athlete from Queen's College is working really hard to make sure he is one of those small Qs, which would be a non-automatic qualifier.
Yeah, the Quan Scanterbury of Frederick Smith looks as if he got home for that second position as well. Patterson along with, yeah, we'll get confirmation for you in just a moment. But good performance there from Patterson, who looks strong, well built for a 13-year-old. Well, actually, he's 12 years old.
Absolutely.
Amazingly. And the man has biceps and triceps.
More than you. Especially since Damien has borrowed my shirt today. When you get back to us, you will see Damien's biceps and triceps.
Oh my. Continue with the peeping scenario. Interesting. Well, continue to monitor what's happening on the track.
That's right. We're into Heat 2. Lane 1, Davini Lynch of Alexandra. Lane 2, Kaimani Franklin, Dighton Griffith. Lane 3, Alex Jones Eiffel, St. Leonard's Boys. Lane 4, Isaac Brathwaite, Graydon City. We've got Luke Yard QC, Aiden from Corrosion Parry, Kailani Farley Parkinson, and Xavier King of Lesterborn School.
Say no more, Alex Jones Eiffel, folks. That's it. Good night, goodbye. Look at the time. That's all you need to know. 12.43. Tremendous from Alex Jones Eiffel. My. You talk about laying down a marker. That is the fastest under 13 in the land.
You know, he's been a household name from the time he's been running in primary school. I saw his mother yesterday, and I remembered we actually ran together and trained at the same club, which makes so much sense because she herself was a naturally talented athlete who went to St. George Secondary School. But Alex Jones Eiffel, interesting running style. He hasn't changed it, but he's bulked up a bit, it looks like. He's a lot stronger, but either way, qualifying in a time of 12.43, is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
My goodness.
12.43. I think it's been rounded down, actually. So we'll wait on it. That was the flash time. But second, a fight on there. Looks like Queen's College just dipped in there. Luke Yard could be. But we'll wait to see officially. But no doubt, the automatic qualifier, Alex Jones Eiffel, who joins him. Remember, it's the top 2, and then the next 2 best times. We're on to heat number 3. Shakari Nash of Christchurch Foundation, Joshua Clark of Harrison College in 2, J.S. McLean of Commonwealth goes in 3, Philippe Harewood of the Law School in 4, Isaiah Lowe of the Ellerslie School in 5, Azario Addison of the Allen School in 6, Nazir Shepard of St. Leonard's Boys in 7, and Tyrone Hampton in number 8 of Dighton Griffith School. So the chants go down. They're asking for a bit of quiet over in that, what can be considered now, festive city. You can see it, the Vuvuzelas. They've got a mini parade going on. And I'm not sure they're interested in what's happening on the track. It's party time now. They've been asked to simmer down. We love the atmosphere, don't get me wrong, but I have to give precedence to those on the track. Now it's down to the heat number 3. Set. Good start. The first time, lane number 3 got a great one. J.S. McLean of Commonwealth goes forward. Next to him, representing Lodge School, Philippe Harewood. But J.S. McLean makes haste and goes across the line, wins it in 12.94. So J.S. McLean and the young gentleman from the Law School, Harewood, Philippe Harewood, the top 2 qualifiers. J.S. went in 12.37. on the flash. So that is a quality time. In fact, the fastest going in to the finals. So Jace McLean will battle Alex Jones-Eiffel.
If you look at Jace McLean is built exactly how we were talking yesterday, as a powerhouse sprinter. Powerhouse sprinters are not very tall. They have short bursts of speed, very, very quick turnover. But what happens at the very end is their turnover is not able to last very long. So maintaining strength and strength training is very important for athletes like this. But he is going to give a problem to Alex Jones-Eiffel. Also, congratulations to the athlete Philippe Yearwood from the Lodge School, who is much taller, so he has a longer stride. I like to call those the striders. And if you notice in lane 5, the athlete from the Ellerslie School, Isaiah Lowe, he started and slipped and didn't have a great start and still managed to make his way back up there. So I'm hoping that he's one of those non-automatic qualifiers as well.
Yes, we will see, because that heat number 3 looked to be the fastest. So the times will be pretty much quality heading into the final stages. Up now to the under 15 girls 100 meters. We've got 3 heats. The time record 12.13. Tristan Evelyn back in 2011. We've got Combermere, the Ellerslie School, St. Michael's School, the Lodge School, Christchurch Foundation, Leicester Vaughan, St. George Secondary, and Frederick Smith for the first heat. I'll give you the lineups shortly.
That's right. Looking forward to seeing athletes like Aria Gosling of Lodge School. We also have Shatonia Webb of Leicester Vaughan, Zanaya Brown, Frederick Smith, Zuri Guy, St. Michael's School, Symphony Aline of Combermere School. These lineups are absolutely top tier. Remember, once again, it's the top 2 plus the next 2 best times. So if you're good at math, you will know we've got 3 heats. It'll be the top 2 from those will be 6, and then the next 2 fastest times from all 3 of those heats. So that's why you will see athletes, regardless of coming first or second in their heat, they will push through the line to make sure that they're one of those small qualifiers.
Yeah, hoping to earn a small Q. Time to say thanks so much to our sponsors as well here on TV8 for making this one possible. And BSAC coverage here on TV8 brought to you by CG United Insurance, Barbados Marine Spatial, Caribbean Home Health, and Dasani Water, of course. So we want to say thank you so much, because in the modern day business of broadcast, sponsorship is everything. And we want to say thank you so much for allowing Barbadians to catch a glimpse of the action here on the track, hear all the interviews. And it's our pleasure to bring it to you on TV8 and the World Wide Web. You can follow us on YouTube as well. So the lineup there for you: Symphony Aline goes in 1. Taria Hill of the Ellerslie School, Zuri Guy of St. Michael's School goes in 3. Aria Gosling of Lodge School goes in 4. Laricia Ford Agard of Christchurch Foundation is in lane 5. Shatonia Webb of Leicester Vaughan School goes in 6. Lane 7, Tisana Sewell of St. George Secondary in 7. And Zanaya Brown of Frederick Smith in lane number 8. So the starter Cox signals that ladies have come up to the line, are ready. The stadium announcer just completing the lineup. The ladies focus on down the track. On your mark, the call from starter Strawn. Good to go for the under 15 girls. Heat number 1. Aline Hill, Guy Gosling, Ford, Agard, Webb, Sewell and Brown coming towards us. It's a blanket at the moment. SMS look good, and they're going to come across the line. That being Zuri Guy qualifies automatically, but they were quickly away after 50. And Zuri Guy holds on to the top spot. And we'll look on the replay for second and third. But Zuri Guy goes through the flash time, 12.62 looks like. So that's the first marker.
That's right. Zuri Guy looked great coming right out of the blocks. She definitely was winning from the very beginning. If you have a look at this start, very controlled. She had a dry face, had her body down. Now she's streamlining up, pumping her arms coming through. The athlete in the Lodge School, that is that Aria Goslin.
Yep.
Goslin also looked really, really good out of those 3 phases.
So we watch it from a different angle now. You can see, as you mentioned before, just blanket at 50, and then you start to see the late speed from Guy pulling away from the field to take heat number 1 of the under 15 girls. We go into heat number 2 quickly. Adija Holder goes in lane 1. Josiah Ford in 2, representing Comamere. Lane number 3, Kaya Warner Franklin, St. Michael's School in 3. Dekesa Waith of Christchurch Foundation in 4. Karika Wilkinson of the Law School in 5. Najeda Phillips of Corrigan Parry in 6. Kayla Kerwin of Alexandra in 7. And Jordan Yearwood of Harrison College in 8. Set. We've gone away for this second heat of the under 15 girls. Let's watch them as they come towards us. It's a blanket at the moment, but Waith of Christchurch Foundation step for SMS looks good. That is Kaya Warner Franklin, who will win it 13.32. So she goes through, and we will wait to see who will join her. Very close one as well. 12.99 rounded down.
If you have a look at the replay, you see first former Kaya Warner Franklin ensuring that she got a good start. All through the phases, looking really good. This is when she knew that she could relax, I'd say, when she had about 40 meters to go. She looked very controlled here in comparison to the others who were swinging their arms, trying to battle for second place. But that was all Kaya Warner Franklin. For her age, I would say she's very controlled in what she's doing. She knows what she wants, and she knows how to execute throughout the rounds. That's very important, especially at these junior stages where you have athletes who just want to go out there and win. They just want to go out there and run fast. It has to be done in a sensible way.
Yeah, most definitely. And the battle on, having a close look there for that third spot, which we know will be very important to the final analysis as to who qualifies as a non-automatic qualifier. You look at the times. But we're into heat number 3 quickly though. Gabriella Scott goes in lane number 1. She represents Providence School. In lane number 2, Kaylee Senhouse Gittins of Graydon Sealy. Taryn Brathwaite of Alexandra goes in 3. Lillian Greenwich Mondor of the Alien School goes in 4. Emily Cyrus in 5. Leandra Kinch goes in 6. Joy Simmons 7. Sumaya Lane in lane 8. And they've gone away cleanly for the under 15 girls final section, and we can see Alexandra motoring along. That's Taryn Brathwaite. Brathwaite steps forward. Brathwaite is going to take it quite easily. Moves across the line, second position. Looks like HC got there with Emily Cyrus. They'll be close on the clock. But Brathwaite of Alexandra secures first position, 13.03. 13.73 they're saying. So we wait to see the official rounding down. But that is the flash time. We had a vacancy there in lane, 2 lanes actually vacant. Lanes 5 or 6, 7, 6 and 7 vacant.
That's right. Emily Cyrus from Harrison College proving that she is very multi-talented. We saw her yesterday in the hurdle event. It's going to take a while for her to figure out exactly what it is that she wants to run, because she seems to be good at all of them. That is Emily Cyrus from Harrison College, who had to motor her way down to try to qualify as an automatic qualifier. We also saw Gabriella Scott of Providence. Remember that name, she transferred from the Lodge School. So throughout this time, you will see a lot of transitions throughout the schools. whether for personal preferences, maybe you're closer to the school, maybe you just want to be part of a winning team?
Yeah, I think over the years what we've seen, and let's not be shy about it, the older secondary schools tended to attract a lot of the star athletes. When you think about opportunities, scholarships, and other things, and maybe a different style of training program. And I'm hoping that in the new reformatted education system, that we have an even spread of, those physical education teachers and other people who can really help support those athletes who are not only academically inclined, but also very, very good in the extracurricular activities. That is what we really want, a holistic picture. And once we can see that, I believe we will have a more even spread when it comes to these championships as well, because a lot of the star athletes will tend to stay home where they're more comfortable. So the support system, very much so necessary.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because there are some athletes who leave schools to go to older secondary schools, and you will hear things like they're quote-unquote imports, or they could only go to that school because they run, not knowing a lot of these athletes have to put some time and effort into their academics to get to those schools in the first place. So they work very hard behind the scenes, not only here on the track, but they work hard academically to be able to go to those schools as well. So it's not just about athletic talent, it's about balancing both of them.
And I've always heard the old adage as well that steel sharpens steel. So I'm sure that if you're running or you're in a class with those who are slightly ahead academically, you want to catch up as well. And most of the time, you're given some extra assistance if it is there being offered. So it's not a matter of just placing you in a position where you're disadvantaged. I think you grow as an individual when you have others in there excelling as well. You don't want to be generally left behind. And if there's assistance to be offered, most times athletes will take that up. So, I think going forward in a holistic picture, it will do not only the academic side well, but the extracurricular part of it, even better now in Barbados when we have that holistic picture.
Great analysis, Damien.
Thank you, appreciate it. That's been on my mind for a while. As I look, you look at the future of what we've seen so far in terms of athletics in Barbados. You can see like the St. Leonard's boys, they have fantastic athletes. I hope that they can just, put their arms around them and help to guide them and continue on that track, because they're going to do the school really proud.
Absolutely. We're also seeing with schools like one of my favorite, St. George Secondary School. They've had new leadership, and you can really see a difference when you have someone at the helm who cares about academics, who cares about the school and the culture and athletics at the same time. All around, like you said, it's a well-rounded, oiled machine.
Yeah, we have to have the culture cultivated at all the schools as well. So that starts with the principals and all those in charge who see the vision. Everybody may not be academically inclined, but you have to see the vision and the potential in all the athletes to say, hey, you might not be good at this, but we're going to help you along with that aspect. We're also going to maintain your track and field and allow students to feel comfortable and not kind of throw them into an environment which is a little bit more rough.
Absolutely. As we look out now to the under 15 boys 100-meter dash. Now this is one of those divisions that I always like to talk about, because it's a tricky one. You have some students who are going to be in first form, their very first time competing in secondary school, not with their compatriots who are in under 13, but with children who are as old as third form. And during that time, there's so many developmental changes in the body that you might seem, oh, I'm not even winning, what is happening? But it takes time, especially with the under 15 division, for you to progress to where you need to be. And sometimes you see stars who are able to transition from primary school into under 15, like Kaya Warner Franklin, do that seamlessly.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing about having athletes who start at the primary school level with clubs and having a focus. You see them start to shine at a very early age in the championships. So now we're into the under 15 boys on your screen. They've called forward a couple athletes where we give you the full lineup. LaShawn Small of Commermere goes in lane 1. Joshua Wharton of Christchurch Foundation is in 2. Zakai Warren of Queen's College is in 3. Naeem Jordan Clark of Dayton Griffith in 4. Xavier Walcott of Harrison College in 5. Jasir Moore of the Law School in 6. Malik Stanford of the Allen School in 7. And Jaquan Campbell of St. Leonard's Boys in lane number 8. The athletes for the under 15 boys.
That's right. The record 11.16 set back in 2011 by Tamal Atwell. So they've got some running to do. They've asked for quiet around the stadium for the start of this boys 100-meter dash, the under 15s.
Stand up, please.
The record 10.55. The quiet around the Usain Bolt is phenomenal. They've all simmered down to watch this one. Set. They've gone away for the first heat of the under 15 boys 100. They're coming out as fast and furious. Harrison College looking good in Walcott, but they're stepping away from them in lane number 3. He's going to win it in Zakai Warren of Queen's College, head and shoulders above them. Remember, it's the top 2, so the battle will be on for second place. We're going to look at it on the replay. Thanks so much to our technical team. Have a closer look. But Warren of Queen's College, and we look at 11.43 on the flash. We'll wait for confirmation.
Zakai Warren powering and motoring through that entire 100 meters in his face. There you go, just to finish. One thing about this athlete, Zakai Warren, a household name, but he definitely knows what he's doing with regards to his starts. Fantastic and phenomenal starts, not leaving any room for error whatsoever. Looks like he is pushing himself a bit here, a little bit too hard. He even did a lean, which was not necessary at all, because he definitely is an automatic qualifier. A lot for these young ones to learn going forward, but we'll see him later on this evening as he battles some of the others who are now about to run behind him. Coming up will be Mario Cumberbatch of the Allen School. He's in lane 1. Matthew Rock, St. George Secondary is in lane 2. Jelena Hamlet of St. Leonard's Boys in lane 3. Pete Bazell of Queen's College in lane 4. Sabion Jones, the Ellerslie School, lane 5. Jelani Phillips, St. Michael's School, he's in lane 6. Omarion Cox, Dighton Griffiths in lane 7. And Dante Weeks of Leicester Vaughan in lane 8. As they do their run-throughs, what you will also see is sometimes some people will have blocks. These are the athletes who are comfortable with training with blocks. They will use the blocks, but you don't have to use blocks up until under 17, under 20. So the ones that you see with the block starts, they are ready and they're ready to go. You're seeing a matchup here.
Going to heat 2. So you were stopped at
yeah, that was actually heat 3, so let's call heat 1. That's heat 1 is lane 1, Javin Bartlett of Princess Margaret. Lane 2, Rashay Briggs, Parkinson. Lane 3, Reese Knight, Christchurch Foundation. Lane 4, Axel Whitehead of St. Michael's School. Lane 5, Christian Whitehall Lodge School. Lane 6, Tremel Thompson, Harrison College. Lane 7, Zario Watson, Darrell Jordan. And lane 8, Kamali Edwards, St. George Secondary School. Now this is actually heat 2 and not 3. Of the under 15 boys 100 meters.
Yeah, definitely. And now we will see who will join Warren of Queen's College. Warren, as you mentioned, going all out, 11.43. You're on your mark. Bartlett, Briggs, Knight, Whitehead, Whitehall, Thompson, Watson, and Edwards. The record 11.16 to Mal Atwell 2011. Just to qualify here.
Set.
Good to go for heat number 2 of the under 15 boys 100 meters. We watch the athletes come towards us. Looks like lane number 3 is sharpest. That's Knight. Reese Knight comes forward. Reese Knight of Christchurch Foundation. And on his shoulder, Alex Whitehead, the top 2. They go through.
That's right. Reese Knight making it right. Hearing some people talk about this one's form, the form of Axel Whitehead. He was second place, very talented athlete as well. We saw him in the other rounds. We also saw him during the zones and yesterday in the hurdles. this is one of the other athletes that he's going to have to figure out exactly what it is that he can do, because he does the 100, the 200, the short hurdles, the long hurdles. Very well-rounded athlete. But out of this, right now, it was Reese Knight from Christchurch Foundation who was doing all of the running from lane 3 as he shut down right at the very end, leaving Axel Whitehead to lean for that automatic qualification.
Yeah, 11.80, the official time. Whitehead, second, automatic qualifier as well, 11.86. Not too much separating those two. Now we're smoothly along to heat number 3. The lineup for you, going in lane 1, Mario Cumberbatch. Lane 2, Matthew Rock. Jelino Hamlet goes in 3. 4 is Pete Vassell. 5, Savion Jones. Lane number 6, Jelani Phillips. 7, Omarion Cox. Lane number 8, Dante Weeks. Cumberbatch represents the Allen School. Rock, St. George Secondary. Hamlet, as you know, of St. Leonard's Boys. Vassell of Queen's College. Jones, the Ellerslie School. Phillips, the St. Michael's School. Cox of Dayton Griffith. And Weeks, repping Leicester Vaughan.
Now, if you ask me, I'll say this is one of the toughest heats of all. We have the likes of Jelino Hamlet in there, Jelani Phillips is in there, Vassell from Queen's College, Savion Jones from the Ellerslie School. This is set to be a very tough one. So these boys, when the others had the chance to run just ease up enough to qualify, they're not sure who's going to win this. So they're going to be all out. So I believe this will be the fastest heat of them all.
Yeah, for Hamlet, it will be Operation Rest and Recover. How much has he recovered from overnight? Hope he had a good breakfast and he's ready and willing to give us a wonderful display like he did yesterday. He is the one to watch. Goes in lane number 3. .11.17 his time coming in. Set. Fidgety by somebody. Hamlet was steady in the blocks. He's the only one using blocks.
That's right. That was the stadium announcer telling everyone to just simmer a little bit, relax. Under 15s are allowed one false start. As the buzz continues, the nerves, not only on the track, but spectators, their mums, the dads, the aunties, the coaches. Let's have a look and see where that twitch was.
Let's see. Look steady from here. Let's see what happens in the set position.
Oh no, this was the heat before. This is the heat.
It was heat before. That's a wrong replay. We do apologize. Sorry. Let's get back to normal action. On your mark. Set. Good start. Second time of asking. Jelino Hamlet comes out very quickly for St. Leonard's Boys. He's got Queen's College for company as well. But Jelino Hamlet turns on the afterburners and goes across. Scorching time for the young lad who's destined for great things. The fight will be on for a second. But Hamlet tore them apart at 50.
Am I seeing 11:07, Damien?
Well, we have to wait on the flash time. I tell you what. Give it 2 seconds. I think the clock is cooling down. It's too hot at the moment.
Oh my goodness, Damien, this is a record. He has broken Tamal Atwell's record from 2011, from 11:16. It is now 11:07, and to do that in preliminaries is just shocking. Exactly what we thought. We also have Basal coming in under 12 as well, but 11:07, Damien.
Yes, 11:07, official record on the clock there for the young man, Jelino Hamlet, in the prelims, folks. He can go even faster, we believe. At 11:07, can he dip under 11 seconds?
He absolutely can, and we will see that later this afternoon. I promise you, if you stay here, and if that promise is broken, guys, don't come for me. I will not give you my address. You can talk to Damien Best about that one. But Jelino Hamlet, 11:07, breaking that in a prelim.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing,
phenomenal.
outstanding, phenomenal. 11:07, 11:92. Those two gentlemen through to the finals as the top 2 qualifiers. Hamlet, I'm sure, if he does break that record, there's no doubt about where this young man can go.
That's right. Remember, we mentioned to you how tough it is to be in this age division. The likes of Jelani Phillips and Omarion Cox from Dighton Griffith and St. Michael's School, they had a tough one as they're in first form. And, you know, coming into this, when you're coming as a fast kid and you're not really seeing it on results, it might feel like nothing is happening. But trust and believe in your training, trust and believe in the process. You will get there.
Oh, most definitely. Hamlet in tip-top form. He's breaking records now for fun. So if he gave us that in the prelims, hold your horses. Reese Knight and Axel Whitehead will have to put on a tremendous performance to catch Hamlet. He walks away easy. We shift gears as much as the posse over in the party section. I call it Festival Village at the moment. SMS leading the charge. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, continue live coverage of BSAC 2026.
Go. Go.
Back here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, it's continued live coverage of BSAC 2026 brought to you by our wonderful sponsors. You'll see the logos flash in the bottom left corner. Without the sponsors, this would not be possible. And thank you so much to our viewers as well. I hope you've been enjoying our coverage here from Usain Bolt, and those overseas watching on the World Wide Web. We're on YouTube as well. You can focus in there. But you just had a completion of the under-15 boys. Another record performance from Jelino Hamlet, representing the Richmond boys, St. Leonard's boys, to be exact. Fantastic. Now we head over to the 200-meter area, and already the ladies are starting to line up for the under-17 girls 200 meters. Heat number 1 of 3. The top 2 in each heat, plus the next 2 best, will advance. In lane number 1, we've got Solil Bascom of Combermere. Lane 2, Zoria Griffith of Spring Memorial. In 3, Taylor Ray Wiggins of Queen's College. Aaliyah Redmond of the Ellerslie School goes in 4. Azaria Bourne of Christchurch Foundation in 5. Alana Bradshaw of Courage Parry in 6. Oyendemolo Baluro of Harrison College in 7. 8, Nakisha Harris of St. George Secondary School. The fastest time coming in here. We'll have a peek and see who has been making moves. A 25.38, that of Taylor Ray Wiggins. Fastest in here. The next best is a 26.37, that of Aaliyah Redmond of the Ellerslie School.
That's right, and they'll be in the middle lanes, in lanes 3 and 4, touted as the best lanes for the 200. 3, 4, 5. Once you're in the middle of those lanes, you're in the middle of the track, you can see what's going on. You don't have to run a very tight curve. You don't have to be on the outside and run blind. So those inside lanes is where you'll be placed in the final as well, based on your time and how you're doing. But like you said, Taylor Ray Wiggins from Queen's College, she is shaping up to becoming a star in her under 17 division, coming over from under 15. Aaliyah Redmond from the Ellerslie School as well, looking really good. But to get down to where Tristan Evelyn was at 24.13, they're going to have to do some running. I believe Taylor Ray Wiggins has it in her to run a quicker 25, maybe even 24 high before the season is over.
Yeah, definitely. The improvements will come. The record, what I mentioned to you, is 24.13, and that is pretty brisk. It's set by Tristan Evelyn in 2014. So the stadium announcer just making sure everyone understands to keep absolutely quiet for these young ladies to focus in. It's heat number 1. And the top 2 will go into the finals automatically. We've got 2 more heats, and then we get into the under 17 boys.
It looks like there's also been a scratch, Damien, of lane 4. That's Aaliyah Redmond, who came in with the second fastest time. Looks like she is scratched along with Oyendamola Buluro from Harrison College, leaving just 6 ladies to contest this under 17 heat 1 200 meter.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping an eagle eye on that as well, coming into day 2, because day 2 has always been a challenge with keeping athletes in good shape. So we're down to this field. No Redmond, no Bluro. Set. So we're underway for the under 17 girls 200 meters. Let's see how they shape up with 120 to go. Christchurch Foundation looking good. Azaria Bourne steps forward now, goes past the others. I can see QC Taylor Ray Wiggins opens up and starts to move as well. She's motoring down. The last 50 is going to be Taylor Ray Wiggins by a mile. She'll win. Second position, Christchurch Foundation. Bourne takes the second position, so the top 2 advance. The rest will wait to see what the other heats will bring. But Taylor Ray Wiggins, touted by China Haynes as the one to watch, takes it at 25.11, Bourne 26.32.
Yep, it's almost a full second from the record, but like we said, it's a slow and steady progression. I can see Wiggins dipping below 25, going 24 high, like we said. Right now, second place behind her for the athlete from Foundation School. If you can see coming around the curve right there, the athlete from Queen's College had some work to do, but it looks like she does have top end speed in comparison to Zaria Bourne from Christchurch Foundation, who ran 26.3 for second place, as she is an automatic qualifier as well. On the screen, Wiggins from Queen's College, 25.11.
Yes, so the action moving fast and furious. You got the lineup for you for heat number 2 already. Delicia Motley of the law school goes in 1. Lane number 2, Shakira Clark of Dayton Griffith. Lane number 3, Jazara Ennis of St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Gia Greenwich of Corrigan Parry. 5, Cressetti Hope Johnson of Alexandra. 6 will be Harmony Eversley of Leicester Vaughan. 7, Dion Grant, Granny Adams Memorial. And 8, Sadia Edwards of Christchurch Foundation. The lineup for you for the under 17 girls 200 meters heat number 2. We've got some absentees as well. So looks like lane number 2 is absent. So the lineup there on your screen, you just write it out for you. Motley Clark, Ennis Greenwich, Hope Johnson, Eversley Grant, another Grant in there, and Edwards. So vacancy in lane number 2 and lane number 7. So Dion Grant is missing, along with Clark. Grant representing Granny Adams Memorial, and Clark of Dayton Griffith not there. So it's down to Motley, Ennis, Greenwich, Hope Johnson, and Eversley. Set. And we're good to go for heat number 2 of the under 17 girls 200 meters. Let's watch them now at the 120 mark. SMS really running a good race. That's Innes of SMS. Comes off the curve, but Gia Greenwich points in the right direction. These two will be going shoulder to shoulder. They've secured the top 2 spots. They don't need to push any further. Greenwich eases down. No, she's already made it through. So it'll be Greenwich along with Innes. Those are the top 2. We'll give you the official time in a moment. But again, Courage and Parry, well represented by Gia Greenwich and Innes next door in lane 3.
Saw a slight grimace from Greenwich, but Greenwich promised us yesterday that we would see her with a gold medal in the 200. After yesterday's performance, she ran well. If you watch these athletes right now, yes, the 200 meter is a pure sprint, but you still need some type of speed endurance, and you have to be able to hold your form after the curve, which is what happened here with Innes. Innes was able to do that. Greenwich realized it and said, you know what, I don't have to push myself anymore. There's no one else in front of me. It's just her. The 2 of us will go through to the finals. I will see you there. We will have another discussion.
Yeah, definitely. Don't want to overdo it. Don't have to go flat out. No, heat number 3, getting set up. I beg your pardon, Shantae Yearwood goes in lane number 1, representing the Ellerslie School. Looks like we have 7 athletes going. Lane number 6, Sarema James not there. That is interesting. I saw Sarema yesterday getting some attention. Hope it's nothing too serious. But I'll give you the lineup. Shantae Yearwood of the Ellerslie School goes in 1. Kaimani Horn Ramsey of Princess Margaret in 2. 3 is Savannah Thorne of Combermere. Tiana Miller of Spring Memorial goes in 4. Hannah Lovell, QC in 5. 7, Soraya Jordan of Darrell Jordan. And 8, Tahira Clark of the Lodge School.
It looks like you are indeed right. Lane 6, Sarema James looks like this is scratch.
On your mark.
So James is out, as I mentioned before. On your mark.
Set.
Set. Heat number 3 is a goal for the under 17 girls. 120 to go in this one, and we can see the Lodge School, Tahira Clark making some moves, but you've got to focus in on the middle. Here comes Tiana Miller of Spring Memorial. Miller has Combermere, Savannah Thorne for company. Those 2 will take it down the stretch, and it is going to be Combermere and Spring Memorial across the line. The top 2 go through.
That's right. We just saw Savannah Thorne just come right off of those hurdles earlier. So to come in about a 200, she doesn't look tired at all. What a talented athlete she is. Savannah Thorne, another terrific athlete there. Hannah Lovell from Queens College. Right up there. Watching again, don't forget this is speed, endurance. These ladies are going to be running the curve as hard as they can and use that momentum to what you call a slingshot, to slingshot straight down the final stretch using your arms. You can see Savannah Thorne worked really hard for this one. In fact, it looked like she just ran it to win as opposed to running it to be in the top 2, which is, you know, sometimes you might miscalculate. You don't want to miscalculate and not qualify. So you could understand Savannah Thorne's push to that first place just down. The athlete as well from Spring Memorial, Tiana Miller, in there as well.
Yes, and the time 26.22 for Thorne, Miller 26.34. So what that does, that puts them in the business, but not as good as the first 2 heats. 25.11 by Taylor Ray Wiggins, the standard, one to watch. Then we've got a 25.66 of Innes. So those 2 will hold the center stage for the finals. Now we're into the under 17 boys 200. Joshua Hurley of the Ellerslie School in 1. Javonte Selman of St. George Secondary in 2. Josiah Gill of Queen's College in 3. Jakayo Devonish of Corrigan Parry in 4. Azario Stowe of St. Leonard's in 5. Darren Skeet, that's Darren Skeet of St. Michael's School in 6. Jawan Gibson of Parkinson in 7. And Joshua Walwyn of Frederick Smith in 8. So Jaquan Gibson of Parkinson in 7, Joshua Walwyn in 8. The record 11, or rather 21, almost said 11, 21.13. Dario Aline in 2004 is the record.
I remember watching that race back in 2004. Dario Aline, still an avid track and field fan. I'm sure he's watching right now to see if his record is under threat.
22.99, Josiah Gill coming in. Set is the call. And we've got a clean start for the under-17 boys. 200 meters hurley. Selman, Gill, Devonish, Stout, Skeet, Gibson and Walwyn. 120 to go. Look at SMS goalers, Darren Skeet. Skeet starts to shape up, but here comes Josiah Gill of QC. Slips them and goes to work. He's going to shut off just about now. Eases down to take top spot. Corrigan Parry's Devonish in there for second position. But an easy run for Josiah Gill in the midday sun here at Usain Bolt. Hot for days.
It is hot. It's steamy, it's spicy.
Yeah.
That was the first preliminary of the under-17 boys 200 meters. Let's watch this replay again to see where this race was won and where potentially it was lost for others. Coming around the bend, Queen's College's Josiah Gill made it his business to come off of that curve, treating it more like a long 100 rather than a short 400. As you said here, he shut down, decided, you know what, I'll just stride, which is fine, which is great, along with the athlete from Corrigan Parry, Devonish. They are your top 2 qualifiers, but we're moving swiftly along here. The officials have this meet running very well, on schedule, on time. So we move on to heat number 2 of these preliminaries. We're going to see people like Khalil Bryan from the Aline School, or Kyle Griffith from Darrell Jordan, Canu Robertson, Harrison College, that's the name we remember from last year as well, Daniel Whitaker, Queen's College. So it's quite loaded, Damien.
Definitely.
Lane 1, Hanako Proverbs of Lodge School. Lane 2, Daniel Whitaker, Queen's College. Lane 3, Tyrell Clark, Christ Church Foundation. Lane 4, Khalil Bryan, Aline School. Lane 5, Kyle Griffith, Darrell Jordan. Lane 6, Canu Robertson, Harrison College. Lane 7, Tyson Jordan of Lockerbie College. And Lane 8, Tosh Foster of Frederick Smith.
So we have got a 22.61 from Tyrell Clark. Coming into this one, he's in lane 3. We're missing lane 2. So no Daniel Whitaker of Queen's College. That leaves the door open for the others. Whitaker had a 24.40. So vacancy there. On your mark.
Set.
Got a good start. Proverbs, Clark, Ryan, Griffith, Robertson, Jordan, and Foster. Remember the record, 21.13. But this is the top 2 who will advance. Christ Church Foundations. Tyrell Clark comes off the curve wonderfully well, and he is going to take the top spot. The fight is on for that second position, but Clark will cross the line, and we'll wait for the second position. I'll give you the time in a moment, but Clark looked very, very easy there at 22.79.
That's right. Tyrell Clark, like you mentioned, out of the blocks and into the curve with no issues whatsoever. If you see his arm action, he's doing it more like he's beating the drum, and up and down motion. I like to call it that, the piston motion. It's effective, it creates more efficiency, and then he's able to power and slingshot down the final stretch towards the finish line. That's Clark from Foundation School, looking really good. It was a fight for second place. Looked like the athlete from Frederick Smith. Is that Jordan, it looks like?
Could be very close.
That was Tyson Jordan, actually, from the Lodge School, who was also an automatic qualifier in this boys under 17 200-meter dash. Moving swiftly along now to heat 3 of 3.
Yes, heat 3 of 3, vacancy in lane number 3. So no Tajay Coward, and there is no Denari Newton McLean. So we saw Coward running the 4 hurdles earlier. It would have been brutal to watch him come back and run the 200, although he would have had a little bit more recovery time.
Well, you know, sometimes you got to think about your own health. The points are important for the school, but at some point there are some coaches here who are going to be going to Carifta who will say, you know what, points for the school or medals for the country.
It's very interesting. Well, it looks like they still have the full field. Let's say they're walking back into the blocks now. Let's have another look. But we got Malik Mears of Granny Adams Memorial, Xavier Baptiste of Combermere. We had Tajay Kaur. We have another peak over there. Maybe he walked away and came back. Renico Walks of Darrell Jordan in 4. Asher Branford of Christchurch Foundation in 5. Natari Springer, St. George Secondary in 6. Denali Newton McLean of the Law School in 7. And Revere Griffith Isaac of St. Leonard's Boys in 8. Lane assignments. Looks as if we have the full field. So I stand corrected. Is this the heat number 3? Some of the athletes went out of our picture and they came back down to ensure that they are all set. So let's watch for this one. On your mark. Ask them to stand up. There's not enough quiet in that area. So assistant starter Benny Rowe has asked the athletes to stand.
I believe that's the corner you call Festival.
Festival Village.
Festival Village.
On your mark.
On your mark now. For this heat number. See if they can get away cleanly.
Okay.
Good start for the 3rd heat of the under 17 boys 200 meters. Let's watch them right about now. We can see closing the gap very effectively is Lastovon's Tajay Coward. He's in lane number 3, comes off the curve and points forward. He's got no competition at the moment. Shuts off the jets just about now. Eases down. The battle on for second, Christchurch Foundation in there, along with Darrell Jordan. But Coward, a champion over the hurdles, comes back effective, 23:02.
That's right, if we watch the replay, we can see straight out of the blocks, Coward. Into the bend, Coward used much of his efficiency and realized he didn't have much to go. The stagger was already broken. He is an athlete, can sense that. And if you see his arm action, he is just relaxing and cruising down that stretch as if he just didn't run the hurdles. I believe he just ran the 400 hurdles. Coward has come back, 300 hurdles. He is under 17, yes, he just ran the 400 hurdles.
400 hurdles,
and he came back to really show his prowess and what he is good at. This is another talented athlete. Looking forward to seeing him in the final, Tajay Coward.
Yeah, definitely. After you run the hurdles and then you come back and look so smart in the heat, the boiling sun. Oh, he is star potential as well. Swiftly into the under 20 girls though. On your screen, the athletes already getting the start blocks set up. The record in this one, 22.61. Shadia Williams, 2016. That holds firm. Jamira Worrell of the Ellerslie School goes in 1. Chimoya Maycock of Parkinson goes in 2. Anaya Nurse of St. Michael's School in 3. Samara Olton of Queen's College in 4. Naya Clark of the Law School in 5. Shakira Kelman of St. George Secondary in 6. Natara Clark of Spring Memorial in 7. And Sky Edgel Mapp of Harrison College, lane number 8. Under 20 girls, 200 meters. They're asking for some level of quiet over there in Festive City. As I mentioned yesterday, I do hope that the first BSAC in that spanking new stadium in Waterford is at night. I think it would attract thousands upon thousands.
That's true, Damien. Things that we have to look forward to, most definitely. We're already seeing what we can do as a country performing with just this Usain Bolt track. Imagine what we can do with the several satellite tracks.
Definitely. So on your mark is the call. Nurse will be the one to watch here.
Set.
Got a good start for heat number 1 of the under 20 girls, 200 meters. You can watch the fluorescent green of Anaya Nurse takes them down at 120. Runs the curve really hard. Anaya Nurse will straighten up. Does she want to push? Maybe not. She settles down. You can see it in the body mechanics. Nurse just jogging on them right about now. Queen's College's Olton is right there. Anaya Nurse just jogged the 200 for about 55 meters, folks.
And if you're listening on the radio, or for some reason, if you happen to miss that race, Damien is not exaggerating. Anaya Nurse came around the corner and after the curve, and after realizing where she was, she decided to shut down, leaving everybody else to fight for second place. The thing about these curves are that they are technically tighter. So you have a smaller radius to work with. So those inside lanes have to work really hard. Anaya Nurse making it look very easy, coming down the final stretch, shut down, extended her stride, crossed the finish line knowing that she's looking forward to this final. The athlete from the Lodge School, that was Nia Clark, also had an excellent run.
She actually finished second.
She finished
second in here. They have her down in there as a second. So she just nipped Olton of Queen's College. So those two will be the automatic qualifiers. So Nia Clark of the Lodge School, 24.90. And of course, she joins Anaya Nurse at 24.73. And if you thought that was fun and games, wait to the final. The Nurse actually shut off and jogged 55 meters or so, folks. I'm not exaggerating. That is absolutely astronomical. Heat number 2 getting ready. We've got Nyla Hunt of Parkinson Memorial in 1. Jealousine Blair of the Ellerslie School in 2. Afia Greenwich of Combermere in 3. Kenisha Strawn of Christchurch Foundation in 4. Dania Joseph Niles of Frederick Smith in 5. Chelsea Worrell Carter of Queen's College in 6. Zakayla Holder of St. George Secondary in 7. And Odessa Albert of the Lodge School in 8. Vacancy
On your marks.
in lane 7. And vacancy in lane 6. Well, lane 8 rather. 8 and 6.
Set.
So the second heat is a goal for these young ladies. We've got Hunt, Blair, Greenwich, Strawn, Joseph Niles, and Holder. 110 meters now to go, and it is still anybody's race. We can see Combermere doing well. That's Afia Greenwich. She starts to peek to the front. It's the top two. Next door to her of Greenwich, we will see is Strawn. So it's Greenwich and Strawn. Those two, CCFS and Combermere. Those will be the top two finishers in heat number 2 of the under 20 girls 200 meters. The top two, then it will be the next two best times. 25.30 for Greenwich and 25.53 for Strawn.
Right out of the blocks, Afia Greenwich from Combermere School executed that race to perfection with Strawn, Kanisha Strawn from Christchurch Foundation also coming around the bend in a magical way. Once she hit right here, this is the athlete Greenwich, she decided, you know what, tension, slow speed, and she probably knows that. So she can see she was tense for a bit, she loosened up, and that allows you to be more relaxed, and more relaxed race that you have. As well as if your legs are feeling heavy because they just ran the hurdles. These ladies just ran the 400-meter hurdles. This is Afia Greenwich. And to come back from running that, she will have to focus on precision and maintaining her posture, maintaining her form so that she'll be able to finish this 200 race, because she has another 200 to go. And based on how she ran that 400-meter hurdles, I believe she may be on that 4x4 as well. So a lot more running for Afia Greenwich to do.
Yeah, we're going to get smartly along to the third and final heat. I can see no athlete in lanes 1 and 2. So that's Dakesha Rodney Watson and Shawnee Davis missing. We have Crystal Bentham though. Kishara Bourne. Kaisha Seeley Bino is in there. Alyssa Weeks. Renicia Brooks. And Michaela Clark. So a 24.73 from Nurse remains the fastest, even when she was jogging. What can heat number 3 produce? Bentham. Bentham will be the one to look for. Set. And it's a goal for heat number 3 of the under 20 girls. 200 meters. Crystal Bentham starts the move just about now with 110 meters to go. Running really well though is Christchurch Foundation's Alyssa Weeks. But it's Crystal Bentham who comes forward. And the others from Frederick Smith. I'm not saying Crystal Bentham actually. Now Frederick Smith goes across the line. No Bentham. So we were missing Bentham in there. Thought I saw her in the beginning, but in the end, Frederick Smith gets there in heat number 3.
All right, that's Kishara Bourne from Frederick Smith. Ran a time of 25.5 with Alyssa Weeks of Christchurch Foundation right on her heels. We didn't see Bentham run that at all, but what we did see...
I think she started and stopped. Let's see. Yes, she did. Bentham pulled up. I know I saw Bentham in there. She pulls up. I hope that is not an issue. Bentham stops.
My goodness, you should see our faces right now in the commentator's box. We are a little dumbfounded right now, but either way, let's focus on Kishara Bourne, who had a steady progression throughout that 200 meters. And you can see she accelerated. She didn't just go all out. That's something that we were talking about in the 400 meters, just getting out. But with the 200 meters, it's more of a controlled progression into your speed. And that's exactly what the athlete from Frederick Smith did, although we had a pull-up there from Bentham of Combermere School, Alyssa Weeks, second from Christchurch Foundation School in 25.7. So those two move on to the finals, and we will see them a little later this afternoon.
So definitely cause for concern. Understand that Bentham maybe just pause for precaution. Had a little clutch at the hamstring. And we don't like to see that at this stage. But it could be a precaution. I see the medical team heading over to that area though, and that is a major concern. We don't like to see it, especially for an athlete with so much potential and has offered so much to us in terms of performances.
That's right. Bentham just spoke to us yesterday about finally breaking 54. She knows she can run 53 in the 400 meters, so that would be great to take into Carifta. So right now we're hoping that the issue that she has now is one of a niggling, one more precautionary, as opposed to an actual injury. Sometimes you feel a little twitch, a little tweak, a little something. You might just want to stop so you can preserve yourself for later on.
Well, the bigger picture is always Carifta Games. And just a bit of a pause in proceedings. Under 20 boys. Bershawn Hall Allen goes in, 1 of Darrell Jordan. 2 is Ariel Stewart of Princess Margaret. 3, Azari Edie of the Allen School. Shamari Addison of Combermere goes in 4. Jeremy Boyce of St. George Secondary in 5. Daniel Murray of Graydon Seeley in 6. 7, Jaden Rowe of Christchurch Foundation. And 8, Kobe Haynes of Harrison College. But that is the lineup, but officially I did see a vacancy in lane 7. And I'm absolutely correct. Jaden Rowe's missing. So you go with 7 athletes for this first heat. The record 20.80. Nicholas Deschamps, 2011. Set. And the start of the first heat for the under 20 boys is a goal. Now we look at the athletes that start to make their move. It's St. George Secondary's Jeremy Boyce and Shamari Addison who start to make their move. Addison comes off the curve and looks strong. Lane number 3 though is there. That's Azari Edie of the Allen School. So it's Azari Edie and Addison who come across the line. The top 2, then the next 2 best times. So Addison taking no chances. 22.24 and 22.80 for Edie.
That's right. It was a little tricky having a look. It looked like Aline was in front, but most definitely was Shamari Addison from the Combermere School. In this replay, you can already see that lane 1, Darrell Jordan already started to eat up that stagger, already on the inside as well. Azari Edie into the curve, straight down the backstretch, looking very controlled and relaxed, leaving the other athletes to fight for second place, but he definitely eased up, running a 22.8. Oh, well, that's 22.24 rather.
Yep.
The athlete from the Combermere School, Azari Edie, also makes it in there. So right now it's going to be a waiting game, or if you've been doing some numbers at home and writing some things down, you may already know who is in the finals based on the top 2 qualifying, and the next 2 fastest times. We will get that information over to you very shortly, because we did have the earlier series, the under 13s all the way to the under 15s as well. So we have some updates for you with regards to who has qualified for the finals. We also have points updates for you. We'll get that for you quite shortly, but we're going to move on to the next heat. That is heat 2 of 3 in the under 20 boys 200 meters.
Yeah, we've got Jaquan Blackman Gittins going in lane number 1. Zarik Downs of Christchurch Foundation in 2. Jaheim Griffith of St. Michael's School in 3. Darion Belgrave of Combermere goes in 4. Kieron Haynes of
That's Lodge School.
Lodge School goes in 5. Rivaldo Brown of Aline in 6. Ryan Tony Hines of Courage and Parry in 7. And Nathan Holt of Alexandra in lane number 8. The athletes for the under 20 boys 200, heat number 2. Remember the record, 20.
20.80.
20.80.
Set back in 2011 by Nicholas Deschong. That also, as Damien likes to say, is a lot of running. But over to the starter for the beginning of this Heat 2, under 20 boys, 200 meters.
Got a full field for this one. No vacancies. Set. And they're going away for heat number 2 of the under 20 boys. 200 meters. We've got athletes fighting for the top spot now. Sprinting really well is Darian Belgrave of Commermere. Comes off the curve. SMS is right there. Jaheem Griffith wants a second position. Kieran Haynes is fighting hard too, but it's going to be Belgrave of Commermere. The second position we'll wait and see.
That's one of the more keenly contested heats we've seen today in this 200-meter series. Everybody wants to make sure they're within the first two, in the top two, but it's Darian Belgrave of Combermere School, 22.02. Kieran Haynes from the Law School, right behind him in 22.16. Those are your automatic qualifiers for the under 20 boys, 200 meters. Immediately, the athlete from the Law School, Kieran Haynes, looked really good coming off of the curve, as did the athlete from the Law School and the Combermere School, Darian Belgrave, rather. But it was a fight to the finish to decide who is in that top two. Interested in seeing that time from the Law School athlete to see if he is one of our small Q qualifiers, which I do believe he may be.
Yes, could be at 22.02. That's an excellent time from Belgrave of Commermere. So it'll be interesting to watch how he goes against Edie and also Addison, his schoolmate. So Kieran Haynes, 22.16 is in the equation as well. And we move smartly into heat number 3. Roche Brooms of Dighton Griffith goes in 1. Zari Belgrave of Princess Margaret in 2. Jakai Brewster of the Law School in 3. Tavon Cadogan of Queen's College in 4. Jordan Adams of Harrison College in 5. Amari Waterman of St. Michael's School in 6. Elias Duncan of the Ellerslie School in 7. And Canelo Lord of St. Leonard's Boys in 8. The competitors for the under 20 heat number 3. You're gonna vacant lane. So let's see if Belgrave is not there of Princess Margaret. Lane number 2.
We're hoping to see some redemption from lane number 3. That's Jakai Brewster. If you were watching yesterday, you saw that he was disqualified based on a false start in the 100, and he was extremely disappointed. I spoke to his coach. He too was not happy with that. These things do happen though, so I know this time around he won't jump the gun. He'll stick around a bit, but I know he will still get out.
Yeah. So no Azari Belgrave in lane 2. The update for Crystal Bentham is that it was cramp. So just a precaution. Now we're focusing on the under 20 boys heat 3. Set. And they're away for the under 20 boys heat number 3. We've got Brooms, Brewster, Cadogan, Adams, Waterman, Duncan, and Lord. 110 meters to go. Jakai Brewster is out for revenge. Comes off the curve and sprinting well. He's had to watch from the sidelines. Now this is a make-up opportunity. He will shut off just about now. Looks over at the clock. Wants to be known as a comeback kid.
21.47 for Jakai Brewster. Jakai Brewster, I'm very happy that he was able to get that win in that qualification to the final, because like we said, it must have been absolutely devastating. The marquee event, the 100 meter, something he was looking forward to. Nonetheless, he proved himself in this 200. From lane 3, you can watch on the inside. He decided to go out early, which he did. He ran the curve. He didn't even ease up. He was like, you know what? I'm going to use my arm action, perfect form. In fact, he started to relax a little bit here. Jakai Brewster, the redemption we were all looking for the Lodge School.
Yep, the redemption tour continues. Let's see if he can bring it to the fore. Running against Belgrave and Addison. What can he do? But that is the under-20 boys over with. The start crew are going to head over now to the 400-meter area for the under-13 girls 400 final. And it's a good time to take a break and come back with so much more here on the Sunny BSAC 2026 live on TVA. Sports complex, it's a party atmosphere. The DJ has been keeping all the students entertained, those in the stands, and I do suspect over in the Athletes Village, Festival City as we know is a party on its own. I think they're at a lunch break right about now and the sun is a bit too hot, so the party's in the stands.
We're seeing true integration here. I'm seeing a young lady in a Harrison College tie in a lodge zone waving a lodge tie.
Well,
there's a lot happening. There's a lot happening here. You know what? More than likely, we talked about transitions and whatnot. This could be a case where she went to lodge school and then after for sixth form was at Harrison College and still wants to support her lodge school. So
could be. We do see that a lot, but nothing happened on the track just yet. Scheduled for an 11:55 start is the under 13 girls 400 final. That should be very interesting.
Absolutely. I would love to see the likes of Amira Mares of Springer Memorial dipping closer to 60 seconds with that record held by Rosette Hoyt back in 2012. She dipped under 60. She went 59.74 back in 2012. And that's where these girls want to be. Right now, around 63 seconds, 64 seconds. This isn't too bad at all, which is what we're seeing from the athletes Burnett from Alexandra and Mayers from Springer Memorial. So,
yeah, pretty good field. We're going to go over to Anne-Marie now, who is over in the high jump area. Anne-Marie?
This is actually the second high jump event for the day, but this is the under 15 girls high jump. They're chasing the record of 1.81 meters set by Akila Jones of Springer Memorial School back in 2009. So this is one of the long-standing records. You have 12 young ladies going. I'll just give you the young ladies as they go. On the runway now for the Springer Memorial School, that is Heleja Bailey, and she would have knocked down. The height is 1.30 meters at this time. They started at 1.20. Everybody's in after this time, after this height. Everybody cleared at 120, 1.25, and 1.30 is where it is now. Taryn Brathwaite of the Alexandra School, she just clears. And Taryn would have been one of those qualifiers just now in the 100 meters. So these young ladies are working really hard, juggling multiple events. On the runway is Taryn's schoolmate from the Alexandra School, Kalia Kerwin. She would have passed at 1.20 and 1.25, so she now enters at 1.30. Ooh, and she knocks down on her first attempt. So she'll have 2 more attempts at that height. On the runway, next is Safia Bernard of the Lodge School. She would have cleared on the first attempt at 1.25 and at 1.20 as well. So from the Lodge School, Safia Bernard is next. She runs up now to take her first attempt. Easily over. She's using the scissors technique. So the young ladies are using either the scissors or the Frosbury flop. Next athlete on the runway from Christchurch Foundation clears easily using the Frosbury flop is Renaya Jones-Williams of Christchurch Foundation. Quickly after her from St. Michael's School is Genesis Blair. The girls are not wasting time at this site. And then from St. Winifred School, clearing easily there is Juliet Sunny. The height is 1.30, and the first attempt now, Janai Harvey from the St. Michael's School, she rounds out the field right now at 1.30. That's her first attempt. She is over as well. So only 3 athletes would have knocked down on their first attempt. That would be Karaya Graves of Queen's College, Kamira Beckles of the Law School, and Halija Bailey of Springer, as well as Kalia Kerwin of the Alexandra School. So on her second attempt now from Queen's College, that's Karaya Graves. She runs up, but she rethinks the run up. Going to take it a second time. First attempt at second attempt that is, and she clears at 1.30 meters. Next on the runway, Kamira Beckles of the Lodge School. It's her second attempt at the 1.30 meters, and she too clears using the scissors technique. Up next is Kalia Kerwin Halia Bailey of Springer Memorial, her second attempt at this height. She too clears easily. Kalia Kerwin of Alexandra School, her second attempt at this height again. We started with 12 young ladies. 11 actually, 1 did not check in. 11 young ladies. Here she goes for her attempt, and she too clears, brushing the bar a bit, but it didn't drop off. Once it does not fall, then it is registered as a clear at that time. Okay, so we throw back over to you. The track action is going to continue. I think we have at this stage some 400-meter events. Actually, let's take a quick commercial break and then return with the action on the track.
Go.
With Takara Thor, Sierra Gittins, Janaya Boot Wharton, Zaria Burnett, Amira Mears, Nakaya Cadogan, Sanaya Vanterpool, and Risa Leacock. Let's see how they go up the back stretch. This is the final, folks. The record 59.74, Rosette Hoyt in 2012. They've got 200 more meters to go, and let's see, it's even so far. No one breaking free. I can see Vanterpool of Christchurch Foundation trying her utmost. Now we can see Courage and Paris. Nakia Duggan come to the front. It's Cadogan trying her utmost. Combermere is right there, Boot Wharton. And let's see how they shape up coming for home. But it's that lane number 6 in Cadogan of Corrigan Parry, who looks like she's going to win the under 13 girls 400 meters. It is Cadogan of Corrigan Parry. Strikes gold here at Usain Bolt. Silver goes to Spring Memorial in Amira Mears. And we'll pick up the 3rd spot in a moment. Congratulations, though, to Corrigan Parry. We'll look for the official time, 102.67.
That's right. We were talking about these athletes getting closer down to 60, so we were able to see Vanderpool, who came in not with one of the faster times, coming out successful, coming out as the winner, and that happens in these 400-meter races, especially when you're a lot younger. It's a very difficult race to try to navigate. You're trying to figure out how your body is supposed to operate when it's burning and hurting like this. So to see these under 13 girls take control, Cadogan and Mayers improve their time. Well, Cadogan did. Amira Mears came in with a time of 63.79 and left running 64.86 seconds. Right now, though, we have some excitement for you. We have a lineup that I was looking and waiting for between Jace McLean of Combermere School and Alex Joan Eiffel of St. Leonard's Boys. Damien, who do you have for this?
Oh, well, it's automatic. We put our focus on Alex Jones Eiffel, 58.19 coming into this one. We also have to look at the athlete in lane number 4, Jace McLean of Combermere, 58.49. So those two will definitely be the ones to watch. Joshua Patterson comes with a 60.60 of Graydon Seeley. He is also a very good athlete. Let's see if he can apply some pressure to these two performers. But the record, 56.33, that is Jace McLean.
You're right. We got to watch lanes 3, 4, and 5 in this under 13 boys. But right now, just a quick replay at the champion, the under 13 girls champion, who just ran 62 seconds in the 400 meters for under 13 girls. We're moving on to the boys now.
On your marks.
On your mark, the call. Another big race.
Stand up, stand up.
We're looking for absolute quiet. I think Festival City is still going. It's the biggest day party in Barbados at the moment.
Most definitely is. Right now we have Alex Jones Eiffel in lane 3, right behind his fiercest competitor in lane 4. Just watching him, ready for this race to start. Well, we were about to start the race, and we had some action just gearing up again in the stands as they wait for complete silence to start this race.
On your marks.
So on your mark, the call. Absolute silence over in this area. They're right next door to our broadcast position. Set. And we've got a clean start for these under 13 boys 400 final. We've got lane here with Jones, Eiffel, McLean, Patterson, Brathwaite, another Brathwaite and Prescott. They go up the back stretch with 300 more meters to go. And it's Jace McLean who takes the fight to the rest of the field. Alex Jones Eiffel not ready to make his move. He starts to burn with about 210 more meters to go. Has Jace McLean done too much? Running in that lane number 4, but he decides he wants to go hard. Here comes Alex Jones Eiffel fighting back. So it's Jace McLean and Alex Jones Eiffel. Alex Jones Eiffel comes to fight the battle as well. Eases off the curve, hugs it, and then goes to the front. That man cannot be beaten. Alex Jones Eiffel, another star, another one for Richmond Yap. He's boxed up and got the title package and gone away. 55.05 in the midday sun.
Well, Alex Jones Eiffel is now our BSAC record holder, beating the time set by his competitor he just hugged. That's Jace McLean's record of 56.33 is now gone, 55.02. And that happens when you have a strategic race. If you watch the beginning of that race, you will see the athlete from Combermere School, Jace McLean, left it all on the track. He got out in that first 120 meters to 150 very, very quickly, as opposed to Alex Jones Eiffel, who had had a more relaxed type approach, a more progressive type of approach into his first 150 of the race. Initially, the stagger was broken by the Combermere athlete. He looked very confident. He looked like he was trying to break his own record, not knowing that Alex Jones-Eiffel had other plans as well. Approaching the final 200 meters is where we see Alex Jones-Eiffel putting in the work, trying to catch Jace McLean, which he did almost immediately. Into the last 100 meters of this race, Jace McLean fought all he could, but Alex Jones-Eiffel gave him a run for his money. I think that Jace McLean probably put too much out there. He went out a little too hard in the beginning, not able to grab back and get Alex Jones-Eiffel in the final. But overall, congratulations to both athletes. Jace McLean, you had the record. It's now broken. Alex Jones-Eiffel now has it. This is going to be a nice competition going forward into their careers.
Well, you said broken. He put it so slight, he destroyed it. 55.02. Do you understand? And a 56.36. Good clocking by these gentlemen. 55.02 is tremendous run there from young Alex Jones-Eiffel. Just 12 years of age.
Just 12
Do we
years
understand
old.
that?
You know, the same thing for Jace McLean. These two athletes, once they go into under 15, they're going to get a lot more competition. We'll see what happens with regards to the biomechanics of it all as they grow into their bodies and decide what's happening. But I see a great future for Alex Jones-Eiffel, Jace McLean. We have an interview coming up with Anne-Marie Burke, one of the athletes. Anne-Marie, are you there?
Kaya, congratulations, the winner of the under 13 girls 400 meters. How does it feel to be a BSAC champion?
It actually feels great because I was training all the time.
No, this is your first BSAC. How has that experience been?
It's actually been awesome.
How was the transition from primary school to secondary school? Were you an athlete in primary school?
Yeah,
And then to go over to to secondary school, how was it?
it was actually good.
The training changed any?
Yeah.
How did it change?
But it changed because in primary school, I didn't used to train a lot. But now in secondary school, I train like actually a lot now.
And how does it feel to be a champion for your school?
Feels good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we go now back to the track. That was Nakaya Cadogan, the winner of the under 13 girls 400 meters from Courage and Parry. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, good to hear from Cadogan. Congratulations to her. Gold medal. Alex Jones-Eiffel just running another record, 55.02. Exceptional. Let's see who can be exceptional as well in the under 15 girls 4. We've got Amira Thompson of Harrison College going in 1. Jendea Burke of Christchurch Foundation in 2. Lillian Green Morgan of the Alien School in 3. Kayla Rogers of Queen's College in 4. 5 is Janaea Belgrave of Christchurch Foundation. 6, Serena Hope of Harrison College. In 7, Zania Bruce of Frederick Smith. And lane number 8, Jada Scott of St. Michael's School. Looking around the track, looking for the Alien athlete. I'm not seeing her, so lane 3 looks vacant.
Which is unfortunate because a lot of these athletes actually have very similar times. The one coming in with the fastest time, a name you may know from knapsack, Janae Belgrave of Christchurch Foundation School, is the only one to run sub-60, which is very important in the 400 meters. Once you start hitting sub-60, you know that you're well on your way, running 59.26. All of the other athletes are around 61 seconds or so. So this is going to be some keen competition. The record is actually looking quite shaky now. 57.41 was very fast, set by Shawnita Broom back in 2014. I believe that Janae Belgrave, because she has another year in under 15, she may just break this record.
Yeah, definitely. I think if not this meet, the next meet, God willing, she will have the opportunity to break that record. So the stadium announcer just asks for some silence.
Set.
Good start for the under 15 girls 400 final. Thompson, Burke, Rogers, Belgrave, Hope, Bruce and Scott. Opening stages here, 300 and change to go. Very steady. from St. Michael School's Jada Scott, but she's running blind out in lane number 8, coming through the middle. Looks like Christchurch Foundation's Janae Belgrave goes to work, as you mentioned. Belgrave, who was very confident yesterday, comes back now. She has 200 more meters to go. Let's watch her go on by. It's time attack at the 150-meter mark. It is going to be Bruce who looks the better of the rest of the field at the moment, and Belgrave going really well for Christchurch Foundation. But it's Belgrave of Christchurch Foundation coming into the straightaway. She has the clock in her sights. It's taken away at 49 and change. It is still Belgrave of CCFS, Christchurch Foundation, the girls from Churchill. The Beacons are going to hit goal, and it's going to be Bruce. Frederick Smith second in there. It's going to be Belgrave and Bruce. Gold and silver.
Running a time of 58.34. Looking like she could run another 400 meters. She is a really talented athlete. We love to see her in the 800, but the 400 for me is a more beautiful race for her to run. We also saw Kayla Rogers from Queen's College doing her best in her first year, under 15. But let's have a look at the replay from the very beginning. You can see Belgrave deciding, here we go again, deciding to take this race and make it her own. She has excellent form going in to the first 150 meters, and it's here that she started to make her mark. The athlete on the outside from the St. Michael School, running blind, ran very well in the initial stages. But here we have Belgrave coming around the final 200 meters, and as she approaches the final stretch, arms pumping, high knee action, which is very important. You want to focus on your form rather than speed. That may sound counterproductive, but in the 400, obviously you're going to want to go fast and your body won't allow you. So if you focus on your form, the speed should come.
Definitely. Let's go over to Amory Burke, who's got the interviews lined up.
Alex Eiffel-Jones. Alex, not only are you winning, but you're breaking records. This is really good for you as a first BSAC runner. How is it, though, not only winning, but breaking those records? Is the feeling different?
Yes, ma'am. It's very.
How so?
Because I never thought I didn't really run 400, so I had to put in work.
What work did you put in then?
I put in 200s and 100s.
Now, in terms of that particular race, did you run the 400 the way you wanted to run, or because of how Jace was there out front setting the pace, that made you change the way that you ran?
I ran my own race.
And your own race, as I saw, was waiting till you get to the back stretch, conserve some energy and move.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what your coach taught you, or is that your comfort zone?
Now my coach taught me.
And it worked?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, coming out of BSAC, seeing this, that you've progressed this way, what is it in terms of your aim of representing Barbados? I know you're still young, at under 13, but definitely does that aim go for you to want to make Carifta as early as, say, Jelino?
Yes, ma'am.
What's it like having Jelino as a teammate?
It feels good because I know that I have a teammate that has broke records and pushing.
So you two are actually in a race for the most records this year?
No, ma'am.
Yes, you are. Yes, you and Jelino. So I guess Leonard's boys know what it is to be record breaker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any more races for you?
The 100 finals.
You think you can win that one in record time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Congratulations and good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And we now go over to the under 15 boys 400 meter final.
Yeah, thank you, Anne-Marie. So the lineup for you for the under 15 boys 400 final. Jasser Moore of the Law School, Rashawn Smith of the Allen School, Jonathan Rollins representing Law School as well. Reese Knight is there of Christchurch Foundation. He goes in lane number 4. Jelino Hamlet comes back for Selenda's boys and running the 400 now. He's in lane 5. Brett Lashley of St. Michael's School is in 6. Matai Atkins of Dayton Griffith is in 7, and Jelani Phillips of St. Michael's School in lane number 8. The athletes for the under 15 boys 400. This young lad, Jelino Hamlet, to run 4, 2, and 1 is just going to be amazing. Let's see how he shapes up in this particular race. The record 49.28. We always have to peek at the records of these gentlemen. So Hamlet coming in with a 50.72 will definitely push that record and look to break it.
Well, it's his record, so we're hoping that he breaks it.
Of course. Under 15 boys 400 meter final underway. We've got Moore, Smith, Rollins, Knight, Hamlet, Lashley, Atkins, and Phillips. Watch them go up the back stretch with 300 meters to go. It's a big one. And SMS have sent forward Brent Lashley, who goes to the front. The tall lad. He's got Jelino Hamlet on his left shoulder. Hamlet in cruise control with about 200 more meters to go. Now it's a Jelino Hamlet show. He's writing his name in the history books once again. Will it be in cursive? I mean aggressive. If you look it up, it's Jelino Hamlet with about 100 meters left in it. Jelino Hamlet versus the clock. 37 and change. Can he break another record? He's looking at it. His own record, 49.28. Is he on course? He's got 10 more meters. Jelino Hamlet, a star, is in the making.
Oh my goodness.
He looks as if
I think he did it. I think he did it.
He breaks his own record. Looks at the clock.
58.8. That record is gone.
The record is gone. He says, I'm going to blow the roof off of Usain Bolt.
That record is gone.
He says, I am the original unicorn. I am Mr. Special. The brightest star on show at BSAC 2026. Who does the 4, 2, and the 1?
Unless
Hamlet.
you're Sharika Jackson. There's hardly any athletes that can show quality across those 3 events. The 100, the 200, the 400. You might be okay at one and really good at the other, but he is just excellent at all of them. 48.8, breaking his own record. Look at there, Brent Lashley running the 52 flat as well. Congratulations to Brent, because he came in running 53, and if that's a personal best, that is a second off of his personal best. We also have Phillips, Jelani Phillips coming. It looks like he came 6 and 55, which is another second off. So it looks like Hamlet pulled these others along.
That is absolutely fantastic. Watch on the replay. I tell you what, wrap this kid in bubble wrap for the next couple of days, folks. We want him directly shipped to Grenada and put on the package fragile. Absolutely. Because this is tremendous running from a young man with loads of potential. Can you imagine? Do you fathom at 14 years old, you're breaking all the records? 50.72 coming in, and then runs 48.80, breaking his 49.28. Let's go to Amory Burt to cool things down just a little bit.
Yes, I'm going to cool it down with another of our winners, Janae from Christchurch Foundation. Congratulations, Janae.
Thank you.
Now, remember yesterday I saw you in the 400 semifinals and you looked really good, and you came and you executed. Was that the race plan you had going in?
Yes, please, I did.
What was that plan?
My plan was to go into this first, the BSAC of the year, and dominate, like try my best.
No, in terms of dominating, you have to train, you have to put in the work. What was training like? What did you work on specifically to be champion?
Well, training was hard, and I had to train consistent in order to get better. I worked on speed, endurance, and other stuff.
2 gold medals, how does that feel?
It feels amazing.
Any more to come?
Mean in the future, or
individual and group? Any more that you think you can get in terms of gold?
Yes, please.
What are the events you have left?
Well, I finished for the day. I only have the relays.
You think your relay team can win?
Yes.
Say yes.
Yes.
You want 3 gold medals, right?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. A really good start to your BSAC career, I will call it. Keep up the good work for next year, and we look forward to seeing you continue to be the star that you are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to try to get Jelino. Obviously, he's taking his victory lap in front of the crowds, but I'll throw it back over to you guys, and then when you come back to me, I'm sure I'll have Jelino Hamlet standing right next to me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Indeed, Jelino, having put in so much effort. I hope he gets a little bit of rest for this evening's proceedings, but he looks fit. He looks as if he can do it all over again. He's a real superstar, broken all the records. Don't matter the distance, doesn't matter the distance, he has done it. And that is great for St. Leonard's boys. Getting ready for a switch. We're going to the junior hurdle events, the 75-meter hurdles. And everything from here will be finals vote, so you don't have to guess about it. We will have a field of 8 for it. But so far, China, absolutely fantastic atmosphere at Usain Bolt.
record-breaking performances here at Usain Bolt. This is one of my favorite BSACs, I can say, for a long time. You see the guts and the grit.
I agree.
We're seeing the glory. There's a backstory there with Jeleno Hamlet. Are you familiar with it? Something along the lines of him being a football player and then switching over to track and field later on. Is that something that you heard?
I did hear whispers about it. And that could be very possible. We know we spoke a lot about being a multi-sport athlete and one lens to the next. So I'm not sure if he's going to keep up with the football, and the coaches will be telling him, preserve those ankles and those shins, and because you are a track star.
A track phenom. That you are correct, Damien.
Yeah, definitely. Time to give you a little bit of an update as well, if I can do so. I'll try to see if I can complete a bit of a refresh before I get to it. Remember, the tabulation not being fully completed just yet. Just within a few minutes or so. Let's see if we can give you the scores. Let's try, now that we've had the 400s completed. And it looks as if the 400s have been scored. And we might be able to have a look and see where the points are at the moment. I'm seeing the top 5 at the moment. Queen's College in the girls. 5th position, 120 points. 4th position, Spray Memorial, 136. 3rd at the moment, Commonwealth, 161.50 points. 2nd position, Harrison College, 198 points. And leading the girls still, St. Michael's School, 229 points. We go over to Anne-Marie, and then we'll get to the boys section.
I have my record breaker, Jeleno Hamlet. Jeleno, another record.
Yeah, thank you.
That 48 point. That is fantastic, especially for your age. So how does it feel that at this time you're peaking so good?
It feels great that I'm on these times at my age, because I know that the training that the trainings were paying off.
I heard that you were a footballer, that's true?
No.
So you went straight into track and field?
Yeah.
So tell me why the choice of track and field. At what point did you know I can actually be not only a track athlete, but a star athlete?
Well, in primary school, my mom and my dad realized I had natural talent, and I continued to do track and field after that.
Okay, now you're ready for Carifta, and at this age you're running really good in comparison to the other regional boys that are under 17. So what are your expectations going in?
My expectations going in is to get a PB and hopefully stay with the boys in Carifta.
I wish you good luck going into Carifta, and congratulations on not only the gold medals but the record.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Jeleno Hamlet of St. Leonard's Boys, the winner of the under 15 boys 400 meters, as well as one of our star Carifta athletes. Back over to you guys.
Yes, thanks. Good to hear from Jeleno. And confirmation, he's not kicking a football.
Not kicking the football, that's natural talent. That is absolute natural talent. Well, you know, Damien, for him to be going to the Carifta Games, he is going with the best of the best. And there's always discussion about if, although a child or an athlete has made a qualification, if they haven't made that particular age, you might not want to take them. But to leave someone like Jeleno Hamlet off of the team based on that kind of thinking would be absolutely absurd. I think he should get a chance to go out. I'm looking forward to seeing him compete around the region's best, to really see what he has to offer. Right now, he doesn't have any competition within his age group. So we will see what happens regionally and how he fares with competition.
Yeah. With better competition, you might even see him go faster, because he knows already he'll have to be at his best as he goes through the rounds. And we'll wait and see. I mean, he has so much years ahead of him. There's scope to develop, and he can only get better. In between time, I'm going to give you some results while I allow the technical staff to compile the various results and tabulate. I'll give you a points update shortly, but I can tell you, Anaya Nurse leads the way in the 200-meter girls under 20 with a time of 24.73. Afia Greenwich of Commonwealth is the second qualifier, 25.30. And running is Keshara Bourne of Frederick Smith, a 25.51 as the third qualifier. And those are the automatic qualifiers. So those are the top three. The list goes on with Nia Clark, Kenisha Strawn, Alyssa Weeks, Samara Olton, and Dania Joseph Niles qualifying through in the under 20 girls. So that's how they will line up for the final. In the under 17 girls 200, Taylor Ray Wiggins, she is the fastest qualifier, 25.11. Jazara Innes of St. Michael's School ran 25.66 to be the second fastest qualifier. Savannah Thorne running out the top three, representing Commonwealth School, 26.22. Then we've got Gia Greenwich, Azaria Bourne, Tiana Miller, Hannah Lovell, and looks like Chrisady Hope Johnson has taken the 8th position. Time for a pause, and when we come back, we continue with more results and highlights on Dasani BSAC 2026.
Go.
Live coverage of the Sunny BSAC continues here on CBC TV8. Thanks so much to our sponsors for making this one possible. On the line, we've got the junior girls 75-meter hurdles. We've got Najeda Phillips, Yannick Bass, Cyrus, Aria Kerwin, Amelia Hall, Derica Primus, Janai Harvey, and Kiara Bayer. So Coleridge and Parry, Harrison College QC, Alexandra, the Allen School, the St. Michael's School in this one. And we see 2 athletes from Allen, 2 athletes from Coleridge and Parry. The record, 11.35, Sky Spencer Lane 2020.
On your mark.
On your mark.
Set.
Got a good start for the junior girls 75-meter hurdles. Hurling pretty well in the middle of the field. Alexandra's Amelia Hall. She looks good. Here comes Aline's Primus. Primus and Alexandra. Looks as if they just get there, but Alexandra will have to wait because Derica Primus of Aline looks as if she just got home for the gold medal. High fives are going all around. Hall and Primus. That's the 1-2. Primus takes it, 12:43.
That's right, Director Primus of the Allen School. What you saw just now would be these girls now learning hurdle technique. So they would transition as they get older into the 100-meter hurdles, and the hurdle height would be raised and more hurdles would be added. But right now for the 75-meter hurdles, you typically have about 8 barriers instead of 10. The height is at the lowest. So the height that you see the 400-meter hurdle women running on, that's 30 inches or 76 centimeters rather. So they're going to clear their lowest heights. And this is just to technically ensure that these girls understand how to hurdle and hurdle in a safe manner. It also introduces the 100-meter race to them in a safe way. You will add on 2 hurdles as you continue into the 100-meter hurdles. So instead of focusing on absolute technique right now in the 75-meter hurdles, even this 80-meter that you will also see the junior boys contesting, it will be less technique and just more them trying to understand the race itself.
Definitely. The learning stages, the early parts of track and field, and picking a rigorous event as well, the hurdles, building out to what eventually will turn into 300 and 200, and then as they get more comfortable and they grow into the sport.
Yeah, well, typically you would see sprint hurdlers stick to sprint hurdles. It's very rare that you would see someone do the double. Like earlier we saw an athlete, he did the 400-meter hurdles and came back and won the 110-meter hurdles. So he is that law school athlete, what you call the hurdle king. He is. He said he is the best. But he had to start somewhere. We're going to see athletes like Axel Whitehead, who has the record actually, 12.42. This is a brand new event as well for these junior athletes, and you're going to see as they continue to run, you'll see the technique improve, you'll see less flailing arms, you'll see more of a lead leg executed, you'll see the trail leg snapping around properly and not just a jump, because jumping over the hurdles is completely different than hurdling itself. The technique will get there.
Yes, please. Definitely will. As you see the hurdle jocks make the adjustments.
That's right. They're going to raise it from 76 centimeters, which is around 30 inches or so, to 84 centimeters, which is 33 inches.
And they'll get everything set up for that aspect of the competition. We go over to Amory Burtnell, who is trackside.
Here with Derica Primus of the Allen School, the winner of the junior girls hurdles. How does that feel?
I actually feel very proud of myself because I thought I was gonna come second, but I ended up coming in first.
What you thought was the reason for you coming first? What about your race made you that winner?
About the 3-step, I thought I would have gonna push a chip, but I didn't expect to do all that.
Now, in terms of training, I know hurdles is really a new event where you come into secondary school. Why do you pick the hurdles?
Actually, my coach chose me to do hurdles because like he thought I was able to like achieve great success in hurdles.
And how is it for you to be that successful and all the training that you put in?
Actually, it feels very great. I'm very proud of myself.
Well, congratulations. Any more races for you today?
Yeah, the 4x1.
Which leg you'll be running?
Third leg.
Okay, I'll look out for you.
Thank you.
And congratulations and good luck to your team as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jericho Primus of the Ali School, the winner of that Junior Girls Hurdles event. Back over to you guys.
The winner coming home at 12.43. Across the finish line, very strong. So that 11.35 stays intact. Sky Spencer Lane. Now it's down to these gentlemen, the junior boys 80 meters. We got Raheem Miles of Queen's College in 1, Donico Webb of St. Leonard's Boys in 2, Axel Whitehead of St. Michael's School in 3, Kainan Chase of Harrison College in 4, Joshua Maloney of SMS in 5, Malachi Sargent of Courage and Parry goes in lane 6, Tyreek Lowe of Dowell Jordan in 7, and Zadari Canterbury of the Law School in lane number 8. The assignments for the junior boys 80-meter hurdles, a height of 84 centimeters. The athletes will now just test over the first 2 hurdles. They go back to their start position. Significant height advantage for Whitehead of St. Michael's School. Stands tall.
Very tall, the second former. So this height of 84 centimeters is 33 inches, which is the same hurdle height that women use in the 100-meter hurdles. You heard the other athlete who just won, Derek Primus, talk about the 3-step. That's very important in sprint hurdles. Something they will master. It will come almost naturally once they're doing the 100-meter hurdles and the 110-meter hurdles. 3 steps is what you want between the hurdles. So let's see who's right on track and looking good.
Looks like the start crew is in place and ready. And after the lane assignments, we will see how this one will go. Whitehead already the record holder, so he's the one to watch. He's in lane 3.
12.42 seconds.
I'm sure he would want to lower that record.
Raheem Miles, Queen's College. Lane 2, Donico Webb.
They're being introduced. Right in front of the watchful eyes of Basil Cox. Benny Rowe will start this one. So 2 SMS athletes in the mix. Now we get ready for that start. They've been picking up.
On your marks.
On your marks, they're called. They go down. That 6-foot frame of Lashley is there.
Set.
They've gone away for the junior boys 80-meter hurdles final, and the record holder Axel Whitehead is running really well. He's got some company though. Axel Whitehead though will win it, and he looks over at the clock. The flash time says 12.
I believe it's a new record. I believe this is a new record for Axel Whitehead, Damien. And it is 11.88, a new brand record.
Or brand new.
For Axel Whitehead, down from 12.42. Now, Gabriel Burnett, is responsible for this. He would see what these athletes are capable of during practice, and you decide, you know what, like you were asking Primus earlier when Anne-Marie asked, how did you get chosen to do these hurdles, or how did you choose hurdles? You don't choose hurdles, hurdles chooses you. So once you're flexible, and he would pick that up, this is the coach would pick that up during things like drills and stretches, you realize, wait a minute, well this athlete has flexibility to them. They don't let them run between the hurdles. And his 8 steps to that first hurdle was exactly what you needed. 3 quick steps in between. It's exactly what sprint hurdlers need. He looks like he's well on his way to becoming one of the better 110-meter hurdlers that we've had. And obviously coached by Gabriel Burnett, it makes a lot of sense. We're going to go to Anne-Marie.
Yep. Anne-Marie Burke is trackside with Axel, the record holder. Anne-Marie.
Hey, man. You immediately look over to the clock, and the clock really should have made you smile.
Yeah, it did. It did.
How was that record run for you?
It was good, and that was exactly how I planned out my race, so I'm very happy with it.
You were able to attack the hurdles like you wanted to?
Yes, please.
Why hurdles?
I don't know. I just really like it. Like, it wasn't my choice. It was my coach's choice for me to start, and then I just really started to love it.
Now, coming out as a champion, what training really you put in to get to this point?
Just really started on my starts. I just started my hurdle drills, going through my hurdles, and just I really like my coach Gabriel Burnett. He really helped me with it.
Your learning from Gabriel is very important because Gabriel actually was a hurdles champion, so he's able to impart to you what it is to get there.
Exactly.
Any other events for you?
100 and relay later.
You think you can be good in the 100 as well?
I hope, hopefully yes.
Okay, well, congratulations, especially on your record-breaking run.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can go over to the others on that side. Thank you. That's Axel Whitehead of the St. Michael's School, the winner of the Junior Boys Hurdles. As he said, as China said, hurdles, you don't choose hurdles, hurdles choose you. Back over to China.
That's right. You know, like you said, the coaches will definitely have a look and see who is capable and who is not. You just don't happen into hurdles just because you're fast. There's a lot that goes into it because it's not something that can be easily taught either. It can be perfected, but it can't be easily taught. So congratulations to Burnett over there. I see all the people in the Cougars Den, as they call it down here, their own mini festival village, having a time 11.88. Sargent, not too bad either, running 12.99 for second place. That's Malachi Sargent of Coleridge and Parry School, and Scantlebury for third of the Lodge School.
Yeah, good performance. Again, as you mentioned, hurdles are very, very, very technical. And I can see that Whitehead, that's Axel Whitehead, gold medalist, is on the right path. We've got the under-17 girls 800-meter final coming next. And this one is loaded. Names like Layla McIntyre, Lashia Wilkinson, Victoria Bourne is in there. So we'll see how it shapes up. Latita Jilk's record is 2 minutes 15.90 back in 1997. That is long standing. So will we see that record broken?
This is talking about back in 1997. It's not impossible, but what we do know is that the likes of Layla McIntyre, this is a very short race for her. Coming out from things like the 3,000, even the 1,500. We're seeing Eden Gittins in there. Eden Gittins is intermediate hurdler as well, running the 400-meter hurdles and the 400. So to see her in this 800 meters, she's clearly running to get some points to the school, and she's a valuable asset to the St. Michael's School. Victory Bourne, another name that we're familiar with in these mid-distance races. Looking forward to seeing her compete. Lashea Wilkinson, of course, coached over there at Princess Margaret by Carrie Beckles. This is quite a solid field. Tamara Mayers as well in Springer Memorial there. Goddard from St. Michael's School. This is going to be a really good run. 2:15 set by Latia Jilks back in 1997. We're going to see if the heat has any impact on how these athletes perform, but based on the fact that Dasani's here drinking lots of Dasani water, I'm not seeing that has a problem for these athletes.
They need all the liquid refreshment they can handle. The temperature has certainly increased here, not only under the tent, but on the track. At the moment, 28 degrees Celsius. And they say it's feeling like 29 at the moment. So, plenty to talk about as we get closer to the 800 finals. We will get to see Ashlyn Simmons. You'll get to see all the others make their mark. Let me give you now an update on the point standings as far as I have it. So the top 5, as I was mentioning before, we gave you the girls, or the boys. 5th position, St. Leonard's boys, 132 points. 4th position, the St. Michael's School, 163 points. 3rd, Harrison College, 171 points. 2nd position, the Lodge School, 175.50 points. And holding down first, the defending champions, Combermere School, 207.50 points. Let's look at St. Leonard's, focusing a little bit. They have accumulated 40 points alone in the sprints, folks. And the next best in the sprinting was Combermere with 41. So that paints a picture for you. Their sprinters have been doing a fantastic job keeping them afloat. Not so much in the distance. They've only got 15 points in the distance events, 4 in the hurdles, 8 in the relays, and they scored 65 in the field events championships. So between Hamlet, Jelena Hamlet, and Alex Jones-Eiffel have carried the load here for the St. Leonard's boys in the sprints. If I look further ahead, focus in on the sprints in the female section, you will see of all the schools, the St. Michael's School has dominated, 53 points alone in the sprints. They have scored 25 in the distance events. The best school in the distance events, Harrison College, who are now 2nd with 45 points. Then in the hurdles, still 8C dominant, 35 points. St. Michael's School only scored 15. In the relays, SMS have been better than Harrison College. 18 points in the relays, Harrison College just 6. This is in the girls, folks. Then in the field events championship, this is where they built the foundation. I hope you're listening loud and clear. The St. Michael's School scored 118 points alone in the field events. That is the foundation of their success so far. That is the update I've got for you up to this time.
That's right, Damien, with the breakdown of exactly where points were made, where points are missing, and how schools are able to get to certain position and certain standings just based on sprints, the distances, the hurdles. Now with schools like Harrison College, it was very clear to us that they're very strong in the distance, 45 points in distance alone, but what we didn't realize, they snuck in some hurdlers with 35 points, topping the girls with regards to the points in that specific event, in those hurdles. Harrison College at 198 points. 2nd place, the St. Michael's School, 229 points. These next races will definitely matter. What do you think with regards to the points, Damien, that can start to separate these schools? Springer Memorial on 136, Combermere School on 161, Harrison College at 198. Does this seem pretty like it's going to stay around those points?
I think it's gonna. If you look at the points differential and we look at what's coming up, the 800s, you would imagine, Barna shouting, you will see names like McIntyre in there, so you will get some points for Harrison College in the girls and the boys in that distance event area. So that 15 points in the girls will move up. St. Michael's School, not so bad in the distance events as well. I beg your pardon. So Harrison College have 45 points in the girls in the distance events. So they're going to build on that, and that should move them a bit closer to the 200-point mark. So effectively, Harrison College should collect some good points during these distance events, but you've got to look out for the others. Alexandra has still got Ashlyn Simmons and Common Mirror going to be hanging around. But it's time for a commercial break for all that analysis. And when we come back, so much more here from the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. It's live coverage of the Sunny BSAC 2026.
Go.
In third position was Afia Greenwich of Combermere School. Second position was Lemaya London of the Alexandra School. The winner of the under 20 girls 400-meter hurdles from the Lodge School, Tania Lashley, 62.26 seconds. The under 20 boys 400-meter hurdles. In third position was Terrell Johnson Rose of St. George Secondary. Second position, Jacoby Brown Smith, Harrison College. And the winner of the under 20 boys 400-meter hurdles in a time of 52.06 seconds, Rashad Gibson of the Lodge School. The under 13 girls 400-meter dash. Third position, Zaira Burnett of the Alexandra School. Second position, Amira Mears of Springer Memorial. And winning the under 13 girls 400-meter dash in a time of 62.67 seconds from Coleridge and Parry School, Nakia Cadogan. You can shake hands now, girls. Thank you. The under 13 boys 400-meter dash. In third position was Joshua Patterson of Graydon Sealy Secondary. In second position of Combermere School, Jace McLean. Winning the under 13 boys 400-meter dash with a new record time of 55.02 seconds from St. Leonard's boys, Alex Jones Eiffel. Thank you. The under 15 boys, the under 15 girls 400-meter dash. In third position was Serena Hope of Harrison College. Second position, Zanaya Bruce, Frederick Smith Secondary. Winning the under 15 girls 400-meter dash in a time of 58.34 seconds, Janae Belgrave of Christchurch Foundation. Thank you. The under 15 boys 400 meter dash. In third position, Reese Knight of Christchurch Foundation. In second position was Brent Lashley of the St. Michael's School. And the winner in record time, once again, 48.80 seconds, Jolino Hamlet of the St. Leonard's Boys. The junior girls 75 meter hurdles. In third position, Emily Cyrus of Harrison College. Second position, Amelia Hall, the Alexandra School. The winner of the junior girls 75 meter hurdles, Derica Primus of the Arlene School, 12.43 seconds. Thank you, girls. Finally, the junior boys 80 meter hurdles. In third position, Zadari Scanterbury of the Lodge School. In second position was Malachi Sargent of Coleridge and Parry School. And winning the junior boys 80 meter hurdles in a time of 11.88 seconds, a new record for BSAC, Axel Whitehead of the St. Michael's School. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our medal presentation ceremony. Thank you, Miss Jordan. And thank you, athletes and cadets.
Getting ready for the big final here. We're right on time, so I will let this race go and then do all of the official business. Ladies and gentlemen, on the line, the under-17 girls 800 meters. And we have 7 athletes here on the line. They're going to run in their lanes for the first 100 meters. And over by the 300-meter mark, you're going to see them break into lane number 1. We have running in lane 8, as I said, for the first 100, Shamika Kelman of Parkinson. Zakia Goddard of St. Michael's School runs in lane 7. Tamara Mears of Springer runs in lane 6. Victory Bourne of the Christchurch Foundation School is in lane 5. Victory's teammate, Zajara Lane, is in lane 3. Layla McIntyre of Harrison College runs in lane 2. And Lachey Wilkinson of Princess Margaret is in lane 1. Final of the under-17 girls 800 meters. 7 of you young ladies, we have 11 records. I told the audience here that over the weekend that 11 records will be broken. You guys have done the job already. Let's break some more. The record in this race is held by the late Letitia Jilks, then of Louis Link Secondary, and she ran a time of 2 minutes, 15.90 seconds. That's a lot of running for a 16-year-old in the 800 meters. The best of luck to you, young ladies. Let's have silence for the start, please. Thank you so much. Madam Starter, all yours.
On your marks.
And we are back right into the thick of things. The finals for the under-17 girls 800 meters. 8 ladies going here. Anmar, give us the lineup as they start this one.
Lachey Wilkinson, Princess Margaret. Layla McIntyre, Harrison College. Zazari Lane, Christchurch Foundation. Ethan Gittins, the St. Michael's School. Victory Bourne, Christchurch Foundation. Tamara Mears, Prayer Memorial. Zakia Goddard, the St. Michael's School. And Shamika Kelman of Parkinson. Those are the athletes competing in the under-17 girls 800-meter final. And at the moment, it's Lachey Wilkinson of Princess Margaret who's out front, and she leads the pack.
Now, Lachey usually has this running style every year. She likes to go hard. She likes to set that pace. Of course, we're going to look for Layla McIntyre to give her a run for her money. Those two have been going at it for years, and then they come back at their crafty teammates. Coming to that bell right now, you have Lachey Wilkinson still out and out front. She, of course, from the Princess Margaret School. She went to Carifta last year. We expect her to be in the lineup again this year. And Lachey is running her typical 800-meter out front. But we can see Layla sitting there now. She's in 4th position, but I can expect that from now she's going to make that kick. As you see, coming on the outside of the 2 athletes from Christchurch Foundation, McIntyre makes her move.
Yeah, so Layla McIntyre about to make her move. The split 1:05 and counting from Lachey Wilkinson, and she looks strong as they go down the back stretch. But this is where Layla McIntyre could become very dangerous. Zara Lane as well from Christchurch Foundation. Victory Bourne just outside the medals. And it's still Lachey Wilkinson of Princess Margaret. She's going to lead them. But here comes McIntyre and Lane as well in the mix. Just about 150 meters to go. And it's still Lachey Wilkinson of Princess Margaret. Seems to be a 3-way battle. Lane is going nowhere. So too is Layla McIntyre. Less than 100, almost 100 now to go in this, the under-17 girls 800-meter final. And it's still Lachey Wilkinson. Still Lachey Wilkinson sprinting home now. She'll be challenged by Jazara Lane of Christchurch Foundation. And I think it's going to be Wilkinson will just hold on to take the under-17 girls 800-meter final. Jazara Lane gets the silver, and Layla McIntyre takes the bronze for Harrison College. And all eyes are on the clock. What's the time, Amory?
2 minutes 22.76 the winning time. The second 2 minutes 22.79. Those girls came home really close. What a race by those under 17 girls. Lane especially, she was in the mix. She allowed Layla to carry her and let the momentum with Layla carry her, and then she had to kick for home. But Lachey Wilkinson able to hold on. She ran her typical race out front, setting the pace, and it's just that the others had to play catch up, but she still had enough to take her over the line.
She led from start to finish, Lachey Wilkinson, and as you rightfully mentioned, her race strategy, very customary now. We're known to see what she did just now in terms of that 800 meter, and she's an athlete who competes as well in the 1500 and the 3000. So if you ask me, you have to consider her a long distance athlete, but the 800 meter, just the 2 laps of the Brian Brathwaite track, and we saw Layla McIntyre there as well, record breaker in the 15, and she came back, and it's all about getting points at this stage to Amory. So what you would see is some of the athletes who aren't traditionally 800 meter runners would come back and they will pick up points for their school. So someone like Layla McIntyre gaining those crucial points for Harrison College as we look at the points in terms of the battle for both the girls and the boys. And Amory has the points.
We have the female scores. That Harrison College will really welcome that win there from that second place that is from Layla just now, because they sit behind the St. Michael's School with 198 points. St. Michael's School's 229. That's and they're picking up a lot of the points. Harrison College in the distance, as we just saw. So far, 45 of those points come from the distance races. As you see, Layla, of course, leading that charge. She even has her little sister Olivia running in the junior division as well. So Harrison College known for that push in those distance running. They have a lot of triathletes that translate over to being distance runners for them.
On the line, we have the under 17 boys 800 meter final, and this is expected to be a very big one as well. The likes of Alex Simmons of Commonwealth, he's in the mix. Emmanuel Augustin, he's there too from Grantley Adams Memorial. And Zinzilla Renwick Williams of Harrison College. I believe the medals, Amory, could come between those 3.
And don't forget Ferry Haynes of Parkinson. He had a really good run yesterday as well in the 1500 meters, so you can't discount him as well. So let's give you the full lineup for that race. In lane 1 is, well, I should say, 1 is Alex Simmons of Combermere School. Then you have Ferry Haynes of Parkinson Memorial, Emmanuel Augustin of Grantley Adams, and Emmanuel would have been one of those athletes who came out of NAPSA into BSSAC. Remember, he represented, I think it was St. Margaret's Primary, and he came over. Then you have Zinzela Renwick Williams from Harrison College. His younger brother Yale won the 3000 yesterday. They're known as well as triathletes. They're national triathletes. Josiah Ford of Christchurch Foundation, Hamilton Yarborough of Harrison College, Travonte Alexi of Lord School, and Gabriel Seeley of Queen's College. So you have 2 Harrison College entrants in here, Zinzele as well as Hamilton, and then you have Combermere with Alec. Alec would have won the 1500 yesterday, looking to make it a double in the distance races.
We have to wait and see what will happen here. The boys will take their mark. Up they go. Under 17 boys, 800 meter, and we have a double gun.
Lane 3.
They called back.
The athletes have been called back.
Benny.
Not sure if it was actually a false start or if
Basil,
it was just some people wrestling. Let's see what the field will get. If a yellow card comes out, it's just a warning to the field. However, if you have somebody who would have jumped the gun, then you obviously have an ejection, because at this level, you only have that one chance.
We wait to see what will happen here. The officials have a conversation.
I see Benny walking over. He goes over to the athlete. It looks like from Grantley Adams, which would be Augustine. He's asking them to step back. Let's see what card he gets. He actually is having a discussion with him. I assume that is a warning. So we'll see what happens. I'm looking to see which card he gets. He has the cards in his hand. I can't totally see.
Seems to be giving him a warning.
Just a little pep talk. Sometimes you just need the athletes to settle. So it looks like the field would just get one of those yellow safety warning cards. And we'll you see the boys off again. The record in this one stands at 1 minute 52.74 seconds, set by Gerard Mason of Harrison College back then in 2011. So one of those longer standing records.
On your mark.
They're on the mark again, Almar.
Oh dear.
Looks like a large athlete actually fell out, but a number of the athletes too. I saw that will be Hamilton there, Yarborough from Harrison College also falling.
A bit of anxiousness going on between the boys.
A little unsettled. The entire field, you can't say it's one athlete over another, the entire field. So this is going to be the third time of asking of these boys to see if they will go in this one. The under 17 boys 800-meter final. Simmons, Haynes, Augustine, Renwick, Williams, Ford, Yarborough, Alexi, and Seeley.
So the conversation going on between the start crew. Dante Harvey, top man there. If there's anyone who knows track and field well, it is Mr. Harvey.
Yes, definitely. I tease him, I call him Mr. Track and Field.
Very promising.
The yellow card is given to the athlete there from Christchurch Foundation, which is Josiah Ford. He is given the yellow warning card, and the entire field now is being spoken to. As I said, they're a little unsettled in this one, almost ready to go. Sometimes the adrenaline really has you at this point in time.
You are an athlete, Amri. How nervous is this?
I feel my heartbeat in my tongue. That's how nervous it is.
Up they go now. This time, the third time is a charm for the athletes. The under 17 boys, 800 meters. Simmons, Haynes, Augustine, Renwick, Williams, Ford, Yarborough, Alexi, and Seal. They come around. This will be the first lap, first of two laps, the 800 meters for the boys. And we're gonna see the athlete from Parkinson, it looks like, Thierry Haynes, who will lead, followed by Josiah Ford of Christchurch Foundation.
Actually, Haynes actually did that same type of technique yesterday in the 1500. His first split 300 was really quick, but then he had to maintain the pace while the others just sat down on him and then made the move. So he did the same thing in the 15. It wasn't successful. He came back in the 8. He has the same strategy, but he's holding firm in second place as right now taking our lead is Christchurch Foundation's Josiah Ford. We see an athlete falling. It looks like the athlete there from the law school, Travante Alexi. He is out, but nevertheless, looking at the front now, you have your 3 front runners, but here comes Simmons on the outside from Combermere. Remember, he would have won the 1500 yesterday, going for that distance double, and he comes down the back stretch with just about another 300 meters to go. Alex Simmons has gone to the front, Anmar, and it seems as if he's going to make it a double.
So Alex Simmons leads for Combermere. Just about 200 meters to go. The rest of the field will have to make a move now. Now or never if they're going to try to catch him. But it's all Alex Simmons at the moment, 150. Josiah Ford of Christchurch Foundation a distance behind. So too as the athlete for Parkinson, Thierry Haynes. But you're looking on your screen at a young man who has been absolutely brilliant so far for BSSAC 2026. And his dominance will continue. Alex Simmons of the Commonwealth will go up and on to win the under 17 boys 800-meter final. Simmons is special. Simmons is spectacular. Simmons has been absolutely sensational here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
At that time, 2 minutes 00.73 seconds there for Alex Simmons. Not near the record, but nevertheless a really, really good run from Alex yesterday. He said that he was going to come in with the intention of doing the double. He's going to be a first-time Caritha athlete next weekend, coming on the heels of his sister Ashlyn, who's going to run next, by the way. But really good run from Alex. Alex did the same thing yesterday. He sat down in the 1500, and then with just about another 300 meters to go, he decided to make his move. Same technique, the same tactic, the same skill used today, and again it was a successful race executed by Alex Simmons. I'm sure his mother Lydia will be extremely proud at this time.
Walks right by his sister. There's no contact, Amory.
That rivalry is a rivalry, but a one of love as well. They
Yeah,
like their space.
I love it.
Between races, but then after the race, they hug each other, they embrace each other, they talk about it. And I'm telling you, Ashley was over there cheering him on. I'm telling you, she was. And as we said, the under 20 girls are just about to go to the line, but what a really good run from Alex Simmons there. I didn't get the second place finisher. Renwick actually fourth there of Christchurch Foundation. He was able to maintain second, and Zinzele Renwick Williams of Harrison College in third. Another set of points there for the boys from Harrison College. But Alex Simmons, Christchurch from Combermere School, Combermere really at this time needing those points to even go further ahead in the boys competition to retain that title. And I'm sure they will be really happy with that time.
Coming up next, the under 20 girls 800 meter final. And if you look at this screen, there's the athlete there that went out.
Yes, that would have been Travante Alexi of the law school. He would have fell just before they took the bell lap. Not sure exactly what happened, but just before the bell lap. But as you can see now, the under 20 girls are walking to the lane. Let me give you that lineup for the under 20 girls. Remember, these are the 800 meter finals. You have Ashlyn Simmons of Alexandra School, Dania Skeet of Queen's College, Kenedra Morgan of Springer Memorial, Kenya Hines of Christchurch Foundation, Alexis Lashley, St. Michael's School. The two Combermerians are in there, Taryn Sutherland and Chanicia Bryan, and Diamond Greenwich of the St. Michael's School. So these ladies are chasing a time of 2 minutes, 10.18 seconds. Ashlyn is chasing her own record. She set that record she set that record in the zonal meets this year. It was set last week, and therefore we come to see if she can actually break her own record of 2 minutes, 10.18 seconds. I must say Ashley looks really good this year. She's dropped some weight. She's really toned. And I was speaking to her mom yesterday, and she said she really put in the extra work to be that top-notch athlete.
You just saw on your screen the lane assignments. Ashlyn Simmons, Alexandra, she's there in 1. Dania Skeet, Queen's College in 2. Kendra Morgan, Spring Memorial 3. Kenya Hines, Christchurch Foundation in 4. Alexis Lashley, the St. Michael's School in 5. Taryn Sutherland, Combermere in 6. Shanicia Bryant, also of Combermere in 7. And Diamond Greenwich of the St. Michael's School is in lane number 8. Up they go. The under 20 girls 800 meter final here at BSSAC for 2026. Who will be crowned the champion over 2 laps? And Dania Skeet of Queen's College has gone out really quickly here. And she's motoring on the back stretch in this, the first lap.
And as you can see, as they approach the 200 meter mark, Skeet has gone to the front. She's quickly followed there by the athlete from Spring Memorial, that's Kendra Morgan, and then Simmons sits there in third. But we can expect that this shift would start to happen just about as they take the bell lap. So the girls approach the first 300 meters completed in this 800 meters. Skeet still out front there for Queen's College. On her shoulder there is Morgan from Springer Memorial, as well as Simmons. Simmons actually tracking Skeet at this point in time. Skeet as well, one of our Carifta qualifiers. She's going to be heading over to Grenada. Let's see how this plays out. They pass us here at the end of the first lap, and as Skeet goes, there goes Simmons on her outside, and let's see how we can go. And Ashley Simmons takes over, and she is out front and center. You can expect this to be a ding-dong battle between these two ladies. They go at it all the time, but Simmons is now into powerhouse mode as she goes on the back stretch for the final time and extending that lead over and over. Ashlyn is now Ashlyn at the clock. Remember that time, 2 minutes, 10.18 seconds. She set her own record only last week. She's coming now to see if she can even better that.
Ashlyn Simmons of Alexandra, just about 150 meters to go. Dania Skeet of Queen's College a distance behind, but on your screen is almost a single shot of Ashlyn Simmons. 100 meters to go. It's all Simmons of the Alexandra School. It's Ashlyn Simmons against the clock. All eyes on the clock. Ashlyn Simmons of the Alexandra School motoring down the field is Ashlyn Simmons of Alexandra. The record is gone. Absolutely brilliant from Queen Street to the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. Ashlyn Simmons, a spectacular performance. 2 minutes, 08.57. What a performance.
And she came in knowing that at this point in time, she had to get that record. She is preparing herself for that regional competition. She knows what it is to be a Carifta champion. She knows what it is to be a BSAC champion. Only last week, she stamped her authority. She came back and she cut down those seconds from 2:10.18 to 2:08.57. What a fantastic run there by Ashley Simmons. And ironically, Dania Skeet there in second. Her time was 2 minutes 22.26, it looks like. And they did a really good job. And third place went to Tunisia Bryan there of the Combomere School. A really good 800-meter run. As you can see here on the replay, as they took the bell lap, Ashley was sitting there in third, kind of baiting the others that were front running. And then she made her move with just about another 300 meters to go or so, and from there it was all over. She went into powerhouse mode, and not only powerhouse mode, she powered her way to victory and in record time, breaking her own record, leaving her mark on BSAC. This is her final year. The Alexandra School will definitely miss her, but she goes out in style, winning that race in a fantastic time of 2 minutes 08.57 seconds. Fantastic time by her there in that race.
Yeah, well done to Ashley Simmons, and this is a very good moment here.
Very good run there.
Very lovely to see here. Ashley Simmons and her mom is there. This is a very good moment. Great to see this on screen. An emotional Ashley Simmons, and it just goes to show what it means to her to break the record and win here. Lovely to see. Track and field folks at home, it evokes all type of emotions, and I'm sure that this is a day that Ashley Simmons and her entire family will remember and savor.
Definitely. She has a very strong support system at home. Mommy and daddy, they're always behind her. Her mom, Lydia, does not miss a single meet. She will be in Grenada supporting her, and Alec as well. And it's really good to see when you have that support. That support actually helps you as an athlete. I've been there having that support from my parents, and I know what it means to have that person there pushing you on to strive to be the best that you can be. And as you can see now, we're going to get ready for the under 20 boys. As you can see them walking to the line now. This one is expected to be a really good one. You have Shamari Greenwich in there. Shamari Greenwich Lewis. Yes. He's in there. Remember, he's our 400-meter champion from yesterday. He's in that lineup. And he is joined by Ronaldo Duncan of Harrison College, Jamarian Mallet of St. George Secondary School, Nathaniel Nurse of St. Leonard's Boys, Amari Brown Alexandra School. Aiden Moore is also in there of Harrison College, Thierry Griffith of the Lodge School, Shamari Greenwich Lewis of St. George Secondary, and Renico Brooks of Grantley Adams Memorial. Remember yesterday, Shamari would have smashed that 400-meter record. He is now going for the record of 1 minute 51.01 seconds, set back in 2016 by Jonathan Jones. And we look forward to this race being a ding-dong battle. You have Adam Moy there from Harrison College. You have Nathaniel Nurse from St. Leonard's Boys. You have Jamarian Mallet as well, who's a teammate of Shamari Greenwich Lewis. They have a fantastic quartet coming up in the 4x4. But we look to see exactly which of these boys will come home victorious. Amar, who do you put your money on for this one?
We'll have to go with the record holder in the 400-meter armory, Shamari Greenwich Lewis. And he ran a very good race yesterday. 1 minute 51.01, the record set back in 2016 by Jonathan Jones. But if you ask me for a favorite at this stage, it has to be Shamari Greenwich Lewis. I also favor Aiden Moore of Harrison College. Yes. He has been having a very fantastic track and field season as well.
And so too Jamaria Mallet as well.
And Mallet.
So we actually will see how it goes. And they're on their mark, or they're taken back. Also, I must, Amari Brown from Alexandra, Amari as well is one of those persons. Amari qualified for Carifta in this event. So Amari actually comes in. So it's anyone's for the taking right now. And they're off the line, Amar. The boys under 2,800 meters. 8 of them going, 8 strong men going in this one. You have to wait to see which one is going to take to the front. Let's see how they break at that first 100 meter. I'm still looking at it. Looks like out front is Duncan there from Harrison College, but he's chased by that pack of persons that we know can be baiting him. We see Brown in there, which is Amari Brown of Alexandra School. I also see more there of Harrison College in there, and right outside there baiting them as well. We have the other athlete from Harrison College. That's actually the two Harrisonians there, but leading right now is Duncan, and again, that is Duncan's style to lead. However, over his shoulder, Amari Brown there. Amari would have qualified in the 800 for Carifta. Alexandra, you can look out for him. He now moves to the front at this stage, 55 on the clock, and let's see how they go.
Yeah, the split was 55 seconds, and it's all about Amari Brown of the Alexandra School. He leads the way in the under-20 boys 800 meter final at the moment. Still Amari Brown of Alexandra. They go down the back stretch, and Brown is looking strong. So too is Duncan and Shamari Greenwich Lewis of the St. George Secondary. He's in 5th, but it's all about Alexandra's Amari Brown. 150 meters to go. They're about to make their move. It's still Brown of Alexandra. He leads the way in the under-20 boys 800 meters. But here comes Mallet. Jeramiel Mallet of the St. George Secondary School. Ada Moore in 3rd. It's still Brown, but here comes Mallet. Can Brown hold on? Mallet is coming. Brown is holding on. It's gonna be Jamarion Mallet, but Amari Brown, oh my!
Oh, it's Mallet there on the line. Almar Mallet takes it on the line. Jamarion Mallet comes in to snatch the victory from the hands of Amari Brown. St. George Secondary, he is your champion. Jamarion Mallet, I told you coming in, he was one to watch. Mallet there coming in and snatching it. The time, 1 minute 53.51 seconds. Not near the record, but a very good run. 1:53.51, and a really good run there from Mallet. Those boys really paced themselves. Let's look at it again. They're off, and we're looking at the replay.
Yeah, there we see Duncan leading from the front, and Amari Brown, this is where he started really to look good, establishing his lead. And there it is. This was the split, 54 and counting on the clock, and he had Aidan Moore and he had Brown in the mix, but it was Amari Brown up front, and he ran a very good race, but Mallet taking nothing away from him. Brown at this stage is still leading, looking confident, looking strong, coming down the back stretch for the final time. Amari Brown of the Alexandra School, but this is where he started to fade. And Mallet of the St. George Secondary School, absolutely brilliant. Determination right to the very end. Look at it. Brown thought he had it here, Amory, as this is a great slow motion. But there, bang, on the end. Arms outstretched. Jamarion Mallet says, I'm the man. And he is the man, the champion in the under-20 boys 800 meter. Congratulations to all the athletes. This is a good shot here to see.
That's a really, really good run there by Mallet. As I said, I had him as one of those persons in there. Shamari is more of a quarter miler. He's more the 400 meter runner. But when it comes to Mallet, Mallet is one that is just top notch. We see him going down the track. Actually, what we see now is celebration. That looks like the college posse celebrating. Aidan Moore there. I think Aidan captured the... Actually, no, 3rd went to Greenwich Lewis. Greenwich Lewis was able to come in for 3rd, while Brown took 2nd. And Moore actually ended in 4th position. But what a fantastic run by those boys. And I must make note of the fact that the quarter milers and the athletes that we see generally for BSAC this year, they have been turning some fantastic performances, which augurs well to what I think is the AAB's junior program working. When we take our athletes, not now before Carifta, not now before BSAC, but we work with them throughout the year, and we are seeing the fruits of that labor by the AAB actually bearing fruit, because we're seeing a number of the athletes in the junior program not only as winners but record breakers and looking really strong to be competitive among their regional counterparts come next week.
Yeah, most definitely, Amory, and I do agree with you. Kudos to the Athletics Association of Barbados and the National Junior Program. And yeah, this is what the National Junior Program that is was set up to do: identify the talented athletes in the country and put them all together into something like a camp. And as you rightfully mentioned, bearing the fruits of their labor. And we just hope that we would continue to see these performances. And this is where I'm going to take my leave, Amory, and head back over to the radio side. Damien will rejoin you for the highly anticipated 100-meter events.
Before Damien rejoins me, he's actually going down the track to see if he can get a word with our winner, Jamaria Malik, there from St. George Secondary. As we see, we get ready now for the 100-meter finals. After this, these are the finals for the juniors. See Ashlyn there posing with her winning time of 2 minutes 08.57 seconds. That record, Ashlyn Simmons of Alexandra School in the under-20 girls, ending her BSAC career on a highway. Just looking to see which university is going to snatch up that talent and make her even more competitive, and we look out possibly for her turning to be an Olympian. It is one of her goals and one of her dreams. But as I said, we are getting ready here and now to join Damien Best. We switch roles. Damien is there with our winner, Ashley Simmons, after that record run in the under-20 girls. Damien?
Fantastic job.
Yeah, 2:08.57. Ashlyn Simmons, a star from Alexandra. Ashlyn, how you feel after that race?
I still feeling tired, but it was a good race, so I know that I put in the effort, so I'm still happy that I'm feeling tired, knowing that I did what I had to do.
What was the strategy going into the race? I saw you start out moderately and then you pick up the pace on the second lap.
It was supposed to be comfortable enough first lap so that my second lap I could pick up as fast as possible and just push to the end.
No, you had a little bit of competition in this one, but that one really fazed you. Now that you have record on top of record, how does this feel now going into the big one, which is Carifta next week?
It makes me feel good. All I want is when I get to Carifta, I can do my best, make new PBs, and come back home with medals for my country.
What does recovery look like for you?
Ice baths, sea baths, stretching, massages, the usual that an athlete will have to do.
Yeah, we wish you all the very best. Congratulations, outstanding BSAC 2026.
Thank you.
There you have it, Ashlyn Simmons, a star. Back over to you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you so much, Damien. Yes, Ashlyn, there is the winner of the under-20 girls. Another record going. We had a record-breaking BSAC this year. A number of records fell across the divisions. Ashlyn with her second record. She had a record yesterday as well in the 800 meters. Qualifying for both events, she would have already been a Carifta gold medalist in the 800 meters at the under-17 level. And now in her final time in under-20, we expect that she will also turn in a really good performance on the regional stage. We are getting ready now for Damien to join Jamaria Malik, who would have been the winner of the under-20 boys. But as I said, coming up after this, we have the sprints for the juniors. Yesterday, we saw who was the fastest under-17 and under-20 athlete in Barbados in the boys and girls. Today, we're going to crown the fastest under-13 and under-15 athletes. And as I mentioned, Damien is standing by there with the one and only Jamaria Malik, the winner of the under-20 boys 800 meters. What a race. Damien, over to you.
Under 20 boys, 800 meter champion. Introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, my name is Jamaria Malik.
Fantastic run. Well, tell me about it, man. You went across the finish line, and I know you looked up the sky and said, "Thank you, Lord."
Yeah, it was good. Pace up front was hot, but I had to sit down wait by my time. Last 300, to be honest, in my head, I had a lot to prove, so I just had to go.
You had a lot to prove. The last 50, though, I mean, obviously you looked at the rest of the field and said, "I got to push now." At the last 50, was that the strategy?
Yeah, I could hear stats, but it wasn't coming fast enough. But in front of me was Amari, and a few years ago we had a battle to finish line. And I recall winning that race, so I was like, all right, I made that time, so I can win again.
Fantastic. What has training been like for you at St. George Secondary School?
Has been hard training. Sometimes no days off sometimes, but that's how it goes.
Congratulations to you. We wish you all the very best and continue to press on.
Thank you.
All right. There you have it, Anne-Marie. It is back over to you, commentary area, getting ready for the 100 meters.
Thank you so much, Damien. I'm sure that you're going to slide in and slide back. We're about to switch roles again as we get ready for these 100 meters. We start with the under 13 girls. We're going to crown who are the fastest junior athletes in the country. And Damien is going to I'm going to hand back over to Damien, and I'll go back into
So from one roll into the next, we've got the under 13 girls 100 meters. The sun out there is pretty warm, China.
It's pretty warm, but it's good to at least feel the track.
Yeah.
And to see the athletes up close and personal.
Definitely.
Thank you so much to Anne-Marie and Anmar.
Most definitely. Now we get to the 100 meters. And we're going to hopefully give you a rundown. Just a little bit.
So we have the lane assignments here. Lane 1, Chloe Joseph of Christchurch Foundation. And lane 2, Ariane Watson, Aline School. Lane 3, Kaylee Hart, Lester Bond School. Lane 4, Denisha Hurdle, Springer Memorial. Lane 5, Blake Carrington, the St. Michael's School. Lane 6, Zayara Burnett, Alexander School. Lane 7, Nia Gooden, Queen's College. And Lane 8, Nariah Carter, the St. Michael's School.
And we've got a good start for this, the final of the under 13 girls 100 meters. Let's watch in the middle of the field. It's going to be St. Michael's Blake Carrington. Blake Carrington looks sharp. Coming through in lane number 5 though. And it's going to be at the line. Very tight.
She put her hand in the air. It looks like it's Blake Carrington from the St. Michael's School. And it also looks like, in the naked eye, Nariah Carter, who was very upset yesterday that she didn't make, well, she thought she didn't make the final. Here she is celebrating with her teammate. Carrington 13.45, a little off of what she ran earlier, 13.1, but it has been a long day. It's been a long day. She seems very emotional. Blake, oh man, we'd love to see these things. Let's watch this replay, Damien.
Yeah, definitely. Let's watch the start for sure. Different stance there in the middle of the field. I saw Spring Memorial's Denisha Hurdle with a different stance there. And then we watch SMS go to work in Carrington, lane number 5. Carrington comes forward and wins. And it's a 1-2, looks like Carrington and Carter. So a 1-2 for SMS in this, the under 13 girls. So we're gonna go to the under 13 boys next. Give you the lane assignments. We've got Isaac Brathwaite of Graydon Sealy goes in lane number 1. Isaiah Lowe of the Ellerslie School in 2. Joshua Patterson, Graydon Sealy in 3. Jace McLean, multi-talented, represents Commonmere, goes in 4. Alex Jones Eiffel, the Rocket, St. Leonard's Boys in 5. Philippe Herwood, the Law School in 6. Laquan Scanterbury of Frederick Smith in 7. And Luke Yard of Queen's College in 8. The record in this one, 11.71. Andrew Hines, 1996. The pressure will be on for Andrew Hines today because Alex Jones Eiffel is a record breaker.
You are quite right. And Alex Jones said he's not coming out to do anything but break records. He's won, but he would like to break some records. You see what happens when you have some perseverance. So yes, today that athlete, Nariah Carter, she was not certain that she got through. She was really frustrated with her performance. It looked like she was the final qualifier. She was in lane 8 there on the outside. And when she came in to second place, so that's 18 points for the St. Michael's School, 10 in Blake Carrington, 8 for Nariah Carter as we move on to the under 13 boys.
Yes, under 13 boys, as I mentioned before. I gave you the lane assignments. Now we will see who is the fastest at this level. Should be a great, great event to watch. I hope you've settled in nicely. You've got yourself a cup of tea. It's going to be steamy for the next couple of hours. Sit back and relax. Got plenty to share with you. We've got the under 20 200 finals to come. That is going to be epic.
You're right, but for right now, all eyes will be on lane 4, Jace McLean, and lane 5, Alex Jones Eiffel. They had a showdown earlier today in the 400 meters. Let's see what happens in this 100-meter final.
Yeah, on your mark. Comes over the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. These under 13 boys settle in. Jones Eiffel in lane 5, set. And we've got a clean start at this one. Somebody was lazy out of the blocks, but Alex Jones Eiffel of St. Leonard's Boys needs no invitation. Jace McLean is coming too. Alex Jones Eiffel and Jace McLean. Alex Jones Eiffel and Jace McLean. And then coming in lane number 3. But it's Alex Jones Eiffel across the line.
That's right, the athlete from Graydon Sealy, Joshua Patterson, snuck in there too. That's what happens sometimes when you're focusing on everything else. 1, 2, 3, Graydon Sealy, Combermere School and St. Leonard's. Let's just look at the positions. It's Jones
McLean
Eiffel.
comes second. Oh, so 12.20, 12.33. That is fantastic. Didn't break the record.
You're right, there was a slow start from that lane 2. That would be the athlete from the Ellerslie School. But powering on through there, like we said, we're looking at these sprinters who have unique mechanics in their form and still able to run these times. Jace McLean from Combermere School, Jones Eiffel, and Joshua Patterson.
Yeah, Patterson just outside the top 2 steps on the podium, but he made a good race towards the back end with 50 meters to go. That guy, Alex Jones Eiffel, at it once again, but this time around he had closer competition. Good to see Jace McLean got out nicely. So the argument is settled. Jones Eiffel takes gold, under 13 boys 100, 12.20.
Moving on to the under 15 girls 100 meter. In lane 1, Kalia Kerwin, Alexandra School. Lane 2, Decasia Wade, Christchurch Foundation. Lane 3, Kaya Warner Franklin, the St. Michael's School. Lane 4, Zuri Guy, the St. Michael's School. Lane 5, Taryn Brathwaite, Alexandra School. Lane 6, Aria Goslin, the Lodge School. Lane 7, Emily Cyrus, Harrison College. And lane 8, Karika Wilkinson, the Lodge School. We're seeing some repeats here. A lot of these athletes are on their 3rd, 4th races already. Day 2 in this final.
Definitely Alexandra School represented, Christchurch Foundation. St. Michael's School has 2 athletes in here, Kaya Warner Franklin and Zuri Guy. Alexandra is in there with Taryn Brathwaite, has had a good meet as well. Aria Goslin, the Law School, cannot be left out. Emily Cyrus, Harrison College, and Karika Wilkinson, the Lodge School. Down in their start positions.
Stand up, please.
Too much noise over in Festival Village.
Spectators being reminded to be quiet and silent at the start of the race. That can really throw off these athletes who are trying to focus on this 100-meter final.
Yeah, we don't think the drummers really hear all too well. And
On your mark.
the call now is on your mark for this, the under 15 girls 100. Very stiff breeze now. Set. And we've got a false start.
Damien. The athlete Warner Franklin looks confident. The athlete from Foundation looks confident as well.
That wind has definitely picked up significantly. You can see the feather banners in the background. Disturbed at the moment. From our commentary position, we're in a mini tornado of dust at the moment. But we are surviving. You can see both St. Michael's School athletes got out decent there. Once that gun goes a second time, it says everybody should stay steady. Caution to the field. On your mark. Under 15 girls, 100. 12-13 the record. And they've gone away the second time of asking. We've got a good start from Kaya Warner Franklin as well as Zuri Guy in the middle of the field. Next door to them, Taryn Brathwaite, Alexandra. And it's going to be the Kaya Warner Franklin who's going to win gold and come in late with an excellent run. Taryn Brathwaite of Alexandra splits the SMS Cougars on the line.
Right, gold for Kaya Warner Franklin, the first former Snabs of gold. Right behind her, Taryn Brathwaite of Alexandra, who, as Damien said, broke up the 1-2 hopes of the St. Michael's School. 1-3 nonetheless. Look at this replay from the beginning, from the initiation. Kaya Warner Franklin, with her unique style of running straight through the line, she will be the champion.
Yeah, outstanding. 12-6-4. The winning time. Brathwaite ran 12.70. And Guy is in there for third. So the action continues here at Usain Bolt. You can see the Cougars are jumping for joy. 2 more athletes on the podium.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and these all count towards points. So if you have your calculators out and you had our last point standings, you would know.
Yep, definitely, but let's go over now to the interview. Amory Burke is there.
And between 2 SMS girls, the under 13 champions, the winner was?
Blake Carrington.
And second went to?
Naraya Carter.
Now let me tell you something about, not only did she win the one, but she also won the long jump with a record as well. What a way to start your BSAC career. How was it your first year in BSAC?
It was absolutely amazing. Last year I wasn't really able to do a lot of events because I didn't have a lot of stamina, because I wasn't really training because I had the 11 plus and I wanted to make it into top school SMS. And I take nothing from the other girls that won, congratulations, but this year was my time to shine.
Now, in terms of your time to shine and training, what was training like?
It was incredibly hard. At first, I was training with my parents and doing plyometrics with them, and then I moved to Quantum Leap, which was the greatest thing I've actually done. Mr. Burnett is an amazing coach. So is Mr. Leacock and Miss Gamble, and I'm just happy that I got the win today.
And you come away with not only 1 win, but 3 high jump, long jump, and that 100 meters. So congratulations on all 3 gold medals.
Thank you.
Now for you, it was a really good BSAC as well. You finished second just on the 100. You were a little emotional in that too, but you came back today. What a comeback.
Yes, please.
How was that race for you?
It was really good, especially considering that I came in with the 3rd fastest time.
And the 3rd fastest time translated to a 2nd place instead. How was that, and how did your teammate help you to push you to the line?
I know she's really fast and stuff, so I really.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The girls from SMS won 2 in the under 13 100. We now go to another 100 meter on the line.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. It is the under 15 boys now. Lane 1, Jelani Phillips, St. Michael's School. Savion Jones of the Ellerslie School goes in 2. Jelino Hamlet, you don't have to say too much about that. He goes in 3, representing St. Leonard's boys. In 4 is Axel Whitehead of SMS. 5, Zakai Warren of Queen's College. 6, Reese Knight of Christchurch Foundation. 7, Naeem Jordan Clark of Dayton Griffith School. And 8 is Pete Vassell of Queen's College. The competitors for the under 15 boys 100 meters.
Just saw Jelena Hamlet break a record in the 400 meters earlier. This record, though, Tamal Atwell 11.16.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting. Does Jelena Hamlet have it in him to break the record in the 100? At this point, he'll probably walk off the broadcast if he does that. Under starter's orders. Has to stand up. How much more can he do? Young man has run his heart out. So they recalibrate. On your mark, now is the call. We've got Hamlet in there. Waits for his time. Settles down now.
Set.
Under 15 boys is a goal, and now we've got a rocket start. Jeleno Hamlet a little sluggish, but he goes to work. Running a wonderful race as well. Jeleno Hamlet departs from the scene of the travesty. Jeleno Hamlet wins it in glorious fashion. 11.67 on the clock. That will not do it. Let's round it down. 11.32, just outside the record. Tamal Atwell survives.
Janino doesn't look very happy with himself with that, but you are the champion, Janino. Let's see. You are right. He had a tough start coming out of that block. There, the athlete from St. Michael's School, right next to him, Ellerslie School as well pushing, but Jalino Hamlet took control in the latter stages and dominated.
Yeah, Zakai Warren picked up that second position, ran 11.66, then 11.92, but Hamlet, port 3 in motion. What more can he not do in this level of under 15 competition? Gold medals all around. Definitely the Victor Ludorum in the final analysis.
Most definitely, Jalino Hamlet. I'd love to hear trackside with Anne-Marie very shortly if we get Jalino to find out how he felt about that race, because he shook his head as he crossed the finish line. I know he was probably looking for 10 high, which is what we said he could do later on. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a really hot day, and we are human. You will fatigue, you will tire.
Well, I know you readjusted my reality because I thought Hamlet was from outer space. I've never seen anybody do the 4-2 and come back and win the 1 as well, all records. That is something phenomenal, but he was on the cusp. We can't fault him. As I said before, he started a little sluggish, came out of the blocks, not as hard as you would expect for someone going after 11.16. And after that, he had to turn on the afterburners at 50. So, with that being said, still congratulations to him on outstanding BSSAC Championships 2026.
That's right. I wonder how many more races he has to compete in, because at this stage, like you said, we need to wrap him in bubble wrap with a sticker saying fragile to send him directly to St. George's, Grenada.
Oh, must I not say that a second time? It's important. You got to take care of the potential of what this young man could bring to the table for this country. Now we move swiftly into the under 17 girls 200 meter final. The record 24.13. Tristan Evelyn going in this one. Hannah Lovell, Chrissy Hope Johnson, Jazara Innes, Savannah Thorne, Taylor Ray Wiggins, Gia Greenwich, Tiana Miller, and Azaria Bourne. So Queen's College, Alexandra, the St. Michael's School, Commermere, Coleridge and Parry, Spring Memorial, and Christchurch Foundation represented in this one.
That's right. At this point is when the athletes have to get accustomed to running in rounds. It is so important to know to come out of each round healthy and to come out of each round with a plan. You're not going to run your fastest in the first round, the heats, which will be the qualifying period. You're not going to run your fastest in the semifinals, but you have to figure out a way that your body doesn't tire and you can get those times that you want. So at the very end and in the final, you can produce exactly what it is you wanted to do.
Indeed. So if you've been watching and you've been waiting, your moment is coming. This is the 200 meters. Some athletes want to do the double. I don't have to call too many other names, but you will get to see as you read the script as we go along. You've got Josiah Gill to come. You've got Anaya Nurse to come in the 200. You've got, as I mentioned before, Taylor Ray Wiggins, who will be going shortly in this race. So it is set for a tremendous showdown. This is the 200 meter finals.
That's right. Taylor Ray Wiggins, though, one of the younger athletes in this lineup. Young, but still showing that she's talented.
And we're gonna see if we can get a quick update for you in terms of the point standings. We're going to take a quick peek. As I mentioned before, a lot of the sprinting completed by the St. Leonard's boys in the boys section. Now we've got a good idea picture painted for you for the girls section. The top 5 quickly. Queen's College, 144 points. In 4th position, Spring Memorial, 167 points. In 3rd, Commermere School, 169.50 points. 2nd position, Harrison College, 219 points. And still leading the girls, the St. Michael's School, 301 points. Let's go to the boys quickly. In 5th position, St. Leonard's Boys School, 160 points. 4th, the St. Michael School, 184 points. 3rd, the Lodge School, 187.50 points. 2nd position, Harrison College, 188 points. And 1st, among the boys, the defending champs, cruising 225.50 points. That is how the picture looks as we get closer now to these 200-meter finals. The start crew have made their way over to that area. We're going to get you the lineups once again shortly. The blocks have been set. And this is a crucial phase. Party atmosphere at Usain Bolt.
That's right. You see the blocks in the lanes ready. That signifies we're under 17s and up now. So these ladies are well prepared looking into this long sprint. A true and pure sprint it is, the 200 meters, but it calls for some speed endurance throughout the day. Don't forget, these athletes are not solely competing in just 1 or 2 events. They're trying to get as many points for their school as they can. So their coaches will filter them into events that they think will be beneficial to them.
Oh, definitely. So, now that the start crew is over in that area, and we have had a bit of a musical break, I'm sure the officials will be asking Festival Village to give the athletes a little ease so that they can hear the start of this event. Remember, it is the under 17 girls. And the chants go on up. And they're singing Anybody But Cormier. Isn't that the story of every school?
This has been years now, this chant. I mean, whoever coined it must be rich by now.
Anybody But Cormier. Absolutely amazing.
Well, the point standings are definitely showing that true or not to be true, with Combermere School leading the boys at the moment.
Oh, man. But it's all good fun. I think without the chants and the drums and the whistle, it becomes monotonous. And we really love when the atmosphere is charged. I mean, when you look around the Caribbean, and I'm not just saying Barbados, but the Caribbean, I saw, for example, in Grenada, their sports was, the atmosphere was tremendous and was packed. And the atmosphere included whistles, drums, vuvuzelas. It had the full effect. And then I switch over to champs. Didn't know how that will go come tonight into tomorrow. All right, I was watching after yesterday's activities. They had the 800 meters and just listening to the atmosphere. It wasn't a half, it was a half full facility in Jamaica. And the drums and the vuvuzelas were going. So we love it at sports. It gives the athletes that extra energy and that extra boost, and the invitation to give it their all.
Absolutely. There were some times, some years ago, that they thought about banning drums and ending that spirit and that vibe. And there's a huge difference when you go out there and you hear an entire school cheering for you. People you don't have a clue who they are. Exactly. They're cheering for you just because you're wearing those school colors. So it's more about the pride of carrying that on your back. It's more about the pride of being an athlete as well.
Well, special guests. We're going to come back after this commercial break. We got a young man we got to interview at some point in time. So we're going to take a pause and come back in 2 minutes.
Go.
Back here on TV 8 is live coverage of the Sani BSSAC 2026. We're getting you ready for the under-17 girls 200-meter final. The lane assignments once again. Hannah Lovell goes in lane 1, representing Queen's College. In lane number 2 is Chrissy Hope Johnson of Alexandra School. In 3, Jazara Innes, the St. Michael School. 4, Savannah Thorne, Combermere. 5, Taylor Ray Wiggins, Queen's College. 6, Gia Greenwich, Corrigan Parry. 7, Tiana Miller, Spring Memorial. And lane number 8, Azaria Bourne of Christchurch Foundation. The athletes for the under-17 girls 200-meter final.
This is set to be a fast one. We saw a matchup earlier with Taylor Ray Wiggins and Gia Greenwich, so this most definitely is where these ladies would lay it all out on the track.
I'm not seeing lane 6 and 7. So Tiana Miller and Azaria Bourne, or not seeing 7 and 8 rather. So Tiana Miller and Azaria Bourne are out. Also no lane 1, Hannah Lovell.
Set.
5 athletes to test the clock here in the final of the under-17 girls 200-meter. SMS are looking good. Jazara Innes hits the front of the field. Where is the rest of them? Savannah Thorne comes to offer proposition, but it is going to be Jazara Innes of St. Michael School. She leads them. Who wants the challenge? I'm not sure. Queen's College, Taylor Ray Wiggins coming late. Taylor Ray Wiggins comes late. And does she nip Jazara Innes on the line? We'll have to wait on the photo finish. Innes 25.23 takes it. Taylor Ray Wiggins second, 25.25. That was a great finish.
That was a great finish indeed. Gia Greenwich up there too in 3rd place, but let's watch this replay straight out of the blocks. You focus your energy on Queen's College, straight out of the blocks she got out, and initially it looked like she had it on the inside, sneakily creeping up though. The athlete in the St. Michael School, Innes, on the inside, pushing, and this is where it really mattered. This last 80 meters of this race, Innes really kicked in the gear, but there's one thing about the athlete from QC. She does not ever slow down. If you watch her arm form all the way through, that's what will carry you home at all times.
Yeah, great finish there. We got a special interview lined up for you trackside. We go to Anne-Marie Burke.
I am in esteemed company with our Olympian Jonathan Jones. Jonathan, welcome home.
It's good to be home. It's great to be home.
Now, yesterday you saw your 400-meter record fall. Shamari said he gave you a call. You gave him inspiration. What was that call?
Literally, I just wanted to see anyone. I ain't saying that I'm not happy with who broke it. I just wanted to see it gone regardless. And I'm just happy to see that we have youth that out here running at a high level, especially the time he put down. He didn't just break, he demolished my record.
And when people hear athletes say that, they say, why don't you want to hold on to that for yourself? What does it mean to see your record fall?
Honestly, I would say one of the funniest stories I have when it comes to records is one of my friends. He told, because we were 15 years old or so, and we were looking up to, the senior athletes. And he told one of the senior athletes, I'm going to break all your records and nobody will remember you. I ain't going to name the athlete that said that, but it was always funny to me. So I don't hold on like, oh, I want my records to last forever. Somebody got to mash up my records regardless. So I wish it was here in like physical presence to watch it happen, but seeing the video, it was still rewarding to watch somebody destroy one of my records. I was here watching the 800, hoping that one will fall today.
Yes. They went close, but not close enough. But for you now, what is up with Jonathan Jones?
Honestly, I just had my grandmother pass, so I just came home to really bury my grandmother. And obviously, she was a big inspiration for me. But other than that, it's always on to the next. After respecting, obviously, my grandmother's wishes, I got to focus again and then pull myself back into track and field.
Okay, well, I wish you good luck as you continue. We are rooting for you, always our Olympian, and we're going to look forward to bigger things coming from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and welcome home always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's Jonathan Jones, our Olympian. He saw his record fall yesterday in the under 20 boys, 400 meters to Shamari Lewis Greenwich, and what a race that was. Back over to you guys as we get ready for the 200.
And everything, every performance you put in. Wish you all the
That's
best.
right, preparing now for the under 17 boys 200 meter dash. We've got Rakyle Griffith in lane 1, Azario Stout, lane 2 from St. Leonard's Boys, Rakyle from Darrell Jordan, lane 3, Jacob Devonish, Courage and Parry School, lane 4, Josiah Gill, Queen's College, lane 5, Tajay Coward, Leicester Bond School, lane 6, Tyrell Clark, Christchurch Foundation, lane 7, Ronico Walks, Darrell Jordan, and lane 8, Tyson Jordan from Lockerbie College.
So you've got the full lineup, and this is the under 17 boys. 200-meter final. 21.13 the record, 2004, Dario Allen, Leicester Vaughan.
On your mark.
On your mark, the call. Full field. No absentees. This is where it goes down. Should be over. Less than 22 seconds.
Set.
The under 17 boys 200-meter final is away. Josiah Gill of Queen's College starts the motor down, and he has some company with him. He's got a strong challenge from Tajay Coward of Leicester Vaughan and Janico Devonish. But here comes Josiah Gill with 50 meters to go. Christchurch Foundation looking good too. Tyrell Clark comes to offer up, but Josiah Gill gonna win the under 17 boys 200. Takes the goal. But what a performance from Tajay Coward, comes back to run the 2. But Gill, his form, his finesse, finishes it for husbands in St. James.
That's right, Josiah Gill from Queen's College. Right behind him, Tajay Coward from the Leicester Bond School. 22.14 for Gill and 22.34 for Coward. Let's see where and when this race was won.
Good start, very even. This is where it develops with 110 meters to go. You can see Gill runs the curve hard. Alongside him, he has good company. Coward running a glorious race.
That's right. He had a final push as well, Coward. He could have given up in that last 50 meters or so, but he still continued right through the line. One things we like to see, him propelling his body forward, the athlete Gill there from Queen's College. Off the curve, straight through the line.
Yeah, 22.14, the winning time. So Gill runs 22.14, Coward 22.34, Clark 22.39, the top 3.
We also must notice Tyson Jordan from Lockerbie. This is their first time here at the Games, Lockerbie College, and to place 4th in a final.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Lockerbie College on that one. Hopefully that inspires others to do the same for next year and onwards.
Definitely. So we're talking about inspiration. We've got another inspirational field. Looking at the under 20 girls 200 final. We've got Dania Joseph Niles of Frederick Smith goes in lane 1. Samara Olton of Queen's College is in 2. 3, Kishara Bourne of Frederick Smith. Afia Griddage is back for Commonwealth in lane 4. Naya Clark of the Law School in 5. Anaya Nurse settles in 6 for SMS. 7, Alyssa Weeks, Christchurch Foundation. And Kenisha Strawn, also of CCFS, in lane number 8. The under 20 girls 200-meter finalists.
We're seeing a lot of repeat names here. Afia Greenwich, she competed in a lot of events today. We also saw Kishara Bourne from Frederick Smith surprising us today as well. Naya Clark, Lord School, and Naya Nurse from the St. Michael's School. These are all names to get familiar with Barbados.
150%. Anaya Nurse will be looking to just see if she can chip something off of that record. 22.61. Will she come close? That is a massive record. 22.61. Nurse, competent, accomplished, might just do it. How much more entertainment do you want, folks? This is where the action is. Usain Bolt Sports Complex, final day of activities. BSSAC 2026, TV8, Damien Best, China Haynes for company. Amory Burt out in the field. What more do you want? We ask this over and over. We'll be bringing to you all the action. Thanks so much to Carol Griffith for keeping us well fed. We love you, Carol. And your rock kicks as well are world class. That's the only way I'm able to commentate, folks. That's the secret weapon.
Most definitely keeping our blood sugar at a respectable level. Thank you so much to Carol.
On your mark.
On your mark, Nicole. This is the business end, folks. Joseph Niles, Olton, Bourne, Greenwich, Clark, Nurse, Weeks, Strawn.
Set.
Up they go for the under-20 girls 200-meter finals. Let's watch this one develop. 150 more meters to go, and Anaya Nurse has gone to the front. Look at her go, comes off the curve. We know she's in time attack mode. It's 15 and change on the clock. Who wants it for second place? Anaya Nurse is fighting hard. She wants that 22.61. She comes to the line now and dips. 23.90. Oh, that's it running down. It was a great run. 23.91. That record a bit too much, but a great performance. Running from lane number 6. 23.91 for Anaya Nurse, the 200-meter champion. Completes the double.
That's right, straight out of the blocks. The Anaya Nurse had this on lock, immediately broken the stagger. You could tell she was way in front. It was now a matter of who was running for second place. I think she was running against herself and running against the clock and running for that record set by Sade Williams back in 2016. But 23.9 I believe it was. What a run from Anaya Nurse, who's come through the rounds. She's been doing fantastically well in this new school. I feel like we haven't talked about this enough or talked about it at all. The transition from the Allen School, which has laid the foundation for her. It's done really, really hard work for her to get to the St. Michael's School now, for her to continue to excel in what she's doing in these sprints. We hope she carries this on and takes this onwards to St. George's Grenada.
Oh, most definitely. Well, she was running at a certain speed. Does she have more than tank come next week? Maybe that's what her coaches have told her. Don't give away everything here today. Save it for Grenada. No problems with that.
That's right. There are a number of athletes here who won't be going to Grenada. And what's great is that they can use this competition to see where they are, because they're running against the country's best, who are going to compete against the region's best. So to have these athletes in the final, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you keep hearing me say all of the time, last place, I don't even like to say last place, 8th place, you are a finalist. That's 1 point for your school. And we've seen the differentials between 1 point and 2 points and how that could really make you stack up with regards to first, second, third, or fourth, Damien.
Definitely. Silver going to Nia Clark, the Lord School, and picking up the bronze there, Alyssa Weeks of Christchurch Foundation. Now we're down to the under 20 boys. And this is going to be an interesting showdown as well. In the lineup, occupying lane number 1. As we go through the assignments, it looks like a full field. I see 7 athletes on the track. So it looks like lane number 8 is vacant. That would have been Jordan Adams of Harrison College. He's not there. But in lane 7, Azari Edie comes forward. He represents the Allen School. Call forward in lane number 6, Jakai Brewster on the Redemption Tour, representing the Lord School. He's in 6. In 7, Kieran Haynes of the Lord School in 5, 4, Darian Belgrave, Combermere. In 3, Shamari Addison, also Combermere. In lane number 2, Jaheim Griffith, the St. Michael School. And in lane number 1, Tevon Cadogan, Queen's College.
I know all eyes will be focusing on Jakai Brewster, Kieran Haynes of the Lord School as well, Darian Belgrave, Combermere School. My goodness, Shamari Addison, Combermere School. Jaheim Griff. Oh my, this field is absolutely action-packed.
Yep. No, it's down to the start.
We have a scratch from Jordan Adams of Harrison College, leaving the 7 gentlemen to continue on to this 200-meter final. Record held by Nicholas Deschamps of Ellerslie, 20.8.
On your marks.
2 athletes from Combermere, 2 from the Lord School. How will this one shape up? On your mark, from start to Benny Rowe. The hush comes over Usain Bolt. All eyes on the start.
Set.
Time attack, and it's the under 20 boys, 200 meters. Cadogan, Griffith, Addison, Belgrave, Haynes, Brewster, and Edie. Let's watch them now. Here comes Darian Belgrave, sprinting hard. Combermere running really well though. There's a Zari Edie, but in that lane, number 6 is Jakai Brewster. The redemption tour is complete. Jakai Brewster comes back from failure in the 100 and says, mark my words. Watch me go to work. He silences the critics. He says, I am the man. The redemption tour sold out. Massive crowd. Pay attention. Watch the start.
That's right, straight out of the blocks. He shot out of this curve rather. There's no corners in track and field as he powers down the home stretch. 21.32 for the winner. He ran straight through the line.
Oh, it's a 1-2 as well for the Lord School. Brewster, the board is even malfunctioned. It says Haynes in 1. Brewster 2nd. Clearly a mix up there, but it is going to be that man, Jakai Brewster. 21.31. Haynes 21.80, the correction.
21.31. That's right. Well, yesterday was a little disappointing for him. He did say that he was going to come back and win that just because, and he proved why.
Most definitely. This was an exciting race, and it brings the curtain down on the 200 meters. After this, so much more to come. We're in the home stretch. We can see the finish line. Coming up next, the 1500 meters for the junior girls. The record in that one, 4 minutes 55.89. Shadia Seeley of the Lord School.
That's right, Lord School is jumping and cheering, and the St. Michael School as well. Really happy with that performance. They are Society St. John, Jakai Brewster and Kieran Haynes. 21-31, 21.8 for the Lord School athletes. Zari Edie, Allian School, took 3rd place. In the contested competition. Record though, still quite elusive.
That's a tough time to beat. When you look at a record of that caliber, 20.80, Nicholas Deschamps, 2011. All the record holders will be in front of the television screens thinking, am I next? 2026 has been brutal.
It has been. We're going to cut to an interview very shortly with Anne-Marie Burke and Mr. Society Law School himself, Jakai Brewster. Anne-Marie.
Congratulations on that 200 win, Jakai. I'll start with the 2 first. How was it?
For me, it was good. I executed my race and did what I needed to do.
No, yesterday you went out and you won because of that unfortunate false start. Did that push you to do even better today as a redemption in the 200?
Yes, please, it did.
Explain what happened yesterday, though, because you just want to know what happened, where you were out, what happened down there.
Don't think it could really come out of that. Then the past that happened when we didn't be present.
Right, let's deal with the present now. 200-meter champion going into Carifta with this masterful time. A wonderful, wonderful season for you from beginning to end. So tell me how it was. You qualified early for Carifta, showing that you were top-notch. What was training like?
For me, training has been hard. Even when I don't have to train, don't want to train, my coaches push me to my limit and I get the result I want out of it.
What specifics you worked on this season?
Pardon me?
What specific things you worked on this season?
I work on speed, also speed endurance and acceleration, and block start.
What are your expectations going into Carifta next weekend?
My expectations for just to execute my races and do my best.
And what is it going to be like cooling down now to get yourself ready?
Me, I don't think I can cool down that much, but I got ring for before, so yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jakai Brewster there. Now the record was just broken in the high jump, and I am going to check to see exactly what that mark is. I'm going to walk over to the area where the officials are so I can get that name of the person as well as the height that was cleared. That would have made it a record. These look like the under 15 boys that are high jumping. So I'm going to walk over and see what's happening there with the under 15 boys high jump. Who is that person? What height the bar stands at? I'm going to get these details for you. So here we go. Okay, the record was actually 1.88 meters set by Brandon Hope of Lessavon back in 2012. The athlete is Nathan Redmond of St. Leonard's Boys. He just cleared 1.85 meters and he's asked for the bar to go to 1.90 meters. So already taking the record here, but of course looking to make it even better, bigger and better. So as I said, the record set at 1.88 meters. He cleared 1.85. So he's now clearing 1.90. Oh yes, 1.88 meters is the record. So he's now going for that record at 1.90. Ooh, and he knocked sung on the first attempt at 1.90. So he has another 3 minutes to complete the next jump. 2 minutes he can take as a rest, then he takes the last minute on the runway. The record stands at 1.88. He cleared 1.85. If he clears 1.90, which is what the bar stands at now, he'll be the new record holder. But what we can say is that he's already the winner, the athlete there from St. Leonard's Boys, Nathan Redmond. Just to look at the other results, remember this is the under 15 boys high jump. Already taking second place is Devontae Green of the Lessavon School. He cleared at 1.63 meters. And third went to Queen's College's DeCary Holder, who also cleared at 1.63. So here we go now. 1.88 meters, the record. And all eyes now in the arena, given that only thing left now to be completed are the 4x1s, is on the high jump area right now. As I mentioned, he has 3 minutes in which to complete that next height, that next jump, his second attempt at 1.90, getting some final instructions from his coach. He's there surrounded by some of his teammates as well as some of the other athletes. I see the under 20 high jump champion there in the background from the law school, Nathan King from yesterday as well. And here we go, getting all the inspiration from all of his teammates as well as some well-wishers from the other schools. So many schools, they are also club mates as well, so they all support each other. Here he goes now on the runway for his second attempt at 1.90. That is Nathan Redmond of St. Leonard's Boys. He's attempting the bar from the left-hand side. He knocked down at 1.90. Oh, sorry, at the first attempt at 1.90. And he now goes for his second attempt. If he clears it here, he takes the record. He's already a winner, but he wants to put his name in the record books. St. Leonard's Boys really having a good BSAC this year. They're coming back. Here he goes. Ooh, and he goes into the bar the second time, not getting the height that he needs. He has another 3 minutes to recover, to recalibrate himself, and then he'll have that final attempt. He comes over to his coach. The coach either adjusts the run-up or he's gonna make some adjustments to ensure maybe cut a little more in the curve into the bar so that he can get a little closer to the bar before he takes off. But nevertheless, he has one more attempt. If he clears that attempt, he clears it and he gets the record, but he's already your winner. This is the under 15 boys high jump. He has time to just go, settle himself, catch his breath, get some water, think it through, think through the entire process and see how best he can actually do to complete this event. We started with 12. We started with 12 athletes. 12 athletes in this final. And just for a breakdown for you so that while we wait, we give you your top 8. In 8th position would have been Xavier Walker. In 7th position, the Carrie Thompson wave of, that looks like Alma Paris. In 6th position, Art Thornhill of the Combermere School. In 5th position, Zadarius Canterbury of the Lodge School. In 4th position, Marcus Jackman of Combermere School. And your top 3, the Kerry Holder of Queen's College, clearing 1.63 meters. So he was 3rd. Devontae Green of Lessavon in 2nd, clearing 1.63 meters as well, with fewer knockdowns. He was 2nd. And of course, your winner, Nathan Redmond. But all eyes on Redmond right now. We can see him there with his coach getting final instructions from Mr. Messiah, that's Fabian Messiah there of the St. Leonard's Boys. But as you see, he walks to his mark. Everybody in the stadium hoping that he can actually clear at this point. All eyes on him. I know how that feels as an athlete. There's a slight hush over the arena as he makes his final attempt to break that record. Here he goes. Ooh, and he barely knocks down. And with it though, you have your champion from the St. Leonard's Boys. That is Mr. Redmond. He goes over to his St. Leonard's teammate, his coach. They shake hands. Can I get a word with you, please? Congratulations. How was it to be champion?
It was good. They just didn't get the mark that they wanted to get, and that was really it.
What was that mark? I know the record stood at 1.88 meters. You went at 190 just now, but what was the mark that you aimed for going in?
195.
But clearly, at 185, you did really well and be champion. What was training like?
It was hard and just me trying to put in my best effort.
Why choose the high jump of all the events in track and field?
Because it's the most fun to me. Yes.
So how does it feel though to be a champion? I mean, it's different just competing, but being a champion, the under 15 boy in Barbados who is the best at high jump.
It feels nice, and I'm hoping that next year when I go on the 17 that I do better.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is Nathan Redmond of St. Leonard's Boys. He just won the under 15 boys high jump, and that's the last high jump event for this year's BSAC 2026. He was going for the record of 1.88 meters. He set the bar at 1.90. He fell a little short, clearing at 1.85, but nevertheless, he was your champion. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Anne-Marie. Congratulations to Nathan Redmond there of St. Leonard's Boys. They continue to do really well at these championships, led by, of course, the sprint duo, Jones-Eiffel and Hamlet. We've got the junior girls 1500 meters, Tahira Fraser, Ayofemi Roach of Christchurch Foundation, Fraser of Harrison College. We've got Haley Nurse of Christchurch Foundation as well, Tahila Selman of St. George Secondary, Zaya Phillips of Harrison College, Tiana Jones of St. Michael's School. We've got Carissa Boyne of Alexandra, Owea Gibson also of Alexandra, Quinn Narain of Providence. We've got Briar Davis of Commonwealth School, and Saraya Howell, Parkinson Memorial, and Rashima Ram Dani of Commonwealth School. The athletes for the junior girls 1500 meters. The record in this one, 4 minutes 55.89. Shadia Seeley, the Law School, 2005. They've got a start now to this one. 1500 meters around the track. And where do you look to position yourself in this one, China? That's Harrison College, actually, yeah. So that is Tahira Fraser, looks like. And she is running very well. So too is Christchurch Foundation. We've got Ram Dani of Combermere in there as well. But the fastest time to that 5 minutes 23.18. Early stages, 3 3/4 laps around this Ryan Brathwaite track.
That's right. Pacing is so important in these races, just to ensure that you know exactly what you're doing. You don't want to run uneven paces for the different laps. You want to make sure that you're keeping that an even pace for each 400 meters. And those who are aware of what they're doing will have a glance down at their watch, or just watch the clock to make sure that they're well within the pace. A lot of training goes into this. Believe it or not, some speed work also goes into these 1500 meters, because you have to know how to close and finish. It is a mid-distance race, so not a true long-distance race. So you still need to have some sort of speed for the end, but in between, you want to keep as paced as possible.
So they're spread out slightly after the early pace of Fraser, representing HC. As I said before, Harrison College has done a lot of damage in the distance events. They've not been as potent in the sprints, but this is where they're very powerful. Christchurch Foundation there, Ayofemi Roach hanging on. Then I can see Ram Dani of Combermere as well. I can see Haley Nurse of Christchurch Foundation. So we've got two Christchurch Foundation athletes right there. Behind them, looks like Harrison College athlete as well, Zaya Phillips. And then we've got Ram Dani. So as the field spreads out across the track, it is still Fraser all alone, very comfortable, running within herself. Remember, the record time is 4 minutes 55.89 in 2005. So it's a long-standing record as well.
I remember being there to witness that. Sade Seeley, who's gone on to be one of Barbados' top mid-distance runners. She still holds the record in the women's 800 meters for Barbados at 2:02. Layla Haynes, who goes to the University of Florida, is right on her heels to breaking that record. And you said records are made to be broken, but right now, this junior girls 1,500 meters is the athlete from Harrison College who's distanced herself from the pack. And what you want to do in the beginning stages as well, you want to make sure you stick with the pack. So if they've gone up quite fast, you don't want to overextend yourself, but you don't want to lose them because you can have a lot of work to do to make back up that time.
So still steady as you go. Takes the bell now. Tahira Fraser. So can she quicken her pace, or is she consigned to just keep that momentum?
It looks like a nice even pace, Damien. So she just could keep that if she's not looking to break the record, because she's already around 4 minutes and 5 seconds, heading on to another 350 meters left of this race for her. In second place are the two athletes from Christchurch Foundation School.
Yeah, that is the two athletes who we spoke about earlier in Ayofemi Roach rather, and Haley Nurse. So they're running together. Teamwork makes the dream work. They're looking to lock out second and third. I wonder which one will decide, I want the silver and you take the bronze.
Well, that's going to be between their running styles now at this moment. One has taken the lead, another one is trailing, so it looks like they pretty much have this done and dusted. But Harrison College comes around 150 meters left for her to go. 4 minutes 55 on the clock, so the record will not be broken this time around. But Harrison College, true to nature with regards to their distance events, first place for this athlete, Tahira Fraser.
Yeah, Tahira Fraser with just under 50 more meters to go. Tahira Fraser of Harrison College, the girl from Crumpton Street, has done the school proud. She wins the junior girls 1,500 meters just about now. Coming home for second position, Ayofemi Roach of Christchurch Foundation. And third, Haley Durst, also of CCFS. That was a terrific tag team for second and third. The battle on for fourth. Alexandra eases home ahead of SMS. 8C rounding out the top 5.
That's right, don't forget, up to top 8. So this event has 12 competitors, so 4 of them will not be bringing home points for their school. So it's very important to finish and finish strong if you're not sure of your positioning.
So 5:28.18 for Tahira Fraser of Harrison College, the champion in the junior girls 1,500 meters. As we watch the replay, nobody willing to be as adventurous as Fraser. Stuck to her lead, committed to the plan.
That's right. What you do sometimes, you will let other people, what you call, sacrifice themselves and go ahead and run themselves out of the competition, really. But has she realized she could distance herself and just remain calm? That's exactly what Tahira Fraser did in this junior girls 1,500 meters. Congratulations to Harrison College on this one.
And as she gets older and moves into the under 20 section, and then perhaps has a peek at Carifta, running a 1,500, when I watch it at Carifta, looks like they're running a 4. They are sprinting the entire way. It is amazing to watch. I keep talking about the Carifta standard because when you see it, you think to yourself, but wait a minute, where is the strategy of sitting back and waiting to make a move?
There's no waiting when you have an entire country watching you, is there?
Definitely is not. The pace usually is 2 times what you see at home.
Absolutely. You heard the stadium announcer a while back mentioning that Barbados was very strong back in the day in the hurdle events. We are starting to get very strong in our mid-distance and distance events as well. Thanks for those athletes who do cross over from other sports.
Yes, we are waiting to see if we can get the sprinters to join that effort as well. We know after we saw Mario Burke and a whole lot move on, there was a slight dearth there in our sprinting capabilities. In comes Jaden Green to bring the rest of the region back to reality. We still got some fight. And Green will be back in action again for 2026.
You are right. This time around, back onto the 1500-meter junior boys. In lane 1, Kishmar Yearwood. 2 is Deshaun Brown of Combermere School. Lane 3, Elisha Beckles of Queen's College. Lane 4, Zion Green of Coleridge and Parry. 5, we've got the athlete from, we've lost this. Yep, here we are. The athlete from Combermere School, Yele Renwick Williams. 6, Zachary Ladapo, Harrison College. 7, Liam Beckles, Harrison College. 8, Deshae Archer, Christchurch Foundation. 9, Jamani Thompson, Alexander School. 10 is Rico Gibson of CP. 11, Raheem Jem at the St. Michael's School. And 12, Isaiah Hazel John, Princess Margaret. These athletes will just go as far as they can into lane 1, and they're going to be 3.5 laps of pure excitement in this. We're seeing athletes like Raheem Jemet from the St. Michael's School. This is nothing new for him. He's done this junior race before. Zion Green, a good friend of his as well from Coleridge and Parry. Yele Renwick Williams, he won the junior 3,000 meters yesterday from Combermere School. It's going to be up there. Liam Beckles as well as Zachary Ladapo of Harrison College. He's a swimmer, so expect some greatness from him, as well as Elisha Beckles from Queen's College, who's also a swimmer and triathlete. The tall guy you see in the back in the red vest, but right now we're looking at the ones in front, the 3 athletes in front who are looking nice and measured as Yele Renwick Williams starts to make his way in up into the groove. Like we said, you don't want to lose that pack so much, and you don't want to get boxed in. These are the races where boxed in means that you're on the inside. You can't go on the outside because you will fall on the rail, and you can't leave on the outside either because you've been boxed in by other athletes. So very critical thinking you have to be doing very quickly on your feet in these types of races.
Definitely. And you can see Deshaun Brown of Combermere being joined by Kishmar Yearwood of the Ellerslie School. Those are the breakaway 2. Then we've got a neat little bunch of about 8 tracking those 2. 3 3/4 laps around the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. And we will wait and see how this one will shape up. But just like the girls, timing is everything. You've got to make your move when you feel it is appropriate. But at the moment, it is all about these 2 athletes as they come around the 100-meter mark. Early stages of this one, still lots more left in it. But the front runners, Yearwood and Brown.
That's right, Deshaun Brown. We saw him yesterday in the 3,000 as well, but he was the champion in the 800 meters. So this is a true distance runner here. You have in Deshaun Brown. Right behind him, the athlete from the Ellerslie School, looking very good too, not letting him too far out of sight, with Yele Renwick Williams in 4th place from Combermere School. Don't be fooled by his small stature. He has a lot of running to do, and he can do it.
Yes, and we saw in the closing stages of some events, some athletes saved the best for last. Could it be Renwick Williams just playing the part for now? He slips into that 3rd slot now. The field, the 2 front runners actually are just starting to come back towards that 2nd pack. But they're holding firm are Kishmar Yearwood and Deshaun Brown. They'll come around the 200-meter mark with the lead. The drums are going over in Festival Village. These 2 lads have maintained a rhythm, but you can see the gap starting to close slowly but surely. That plays right into the hand of Yele Renwick Williams of Combermere. He can see Yearwood ahead of him, and on Yearwood's left shoulder is Brown of Combermere. The bell has gone. Will Renwick Williams make his move? He's not looking as if he has enough to do it. The tall lad, stoutly built, Elisha Beckles of Queen's College, is actually hunting him down. And he's going well too. But the front runner is Yearwood of the Ellerslie School. And now it's a tussle with Brown, who's not letting him get too far ahead. They're now side by side.
None of them are in lane one. You want to be in lane one. They're actually running a further distance. No one has chosen to slip back into lane one. Combermere School's Deshaun Brown has, and he's going to go right now. 200 meters left, 150 meters left. It is side by side, Ellerslie School and Combermere School. Who wants it more? It looks like the athlete from the Ellerslie School is going to take that risk to run extra and pass him on that curve. Coming down 100 meters to go, and they're still neck to neck. We don't know who it is between Combermere and Ellerslie, but it looks like Ellerslie's going to take this one. Combermere has slipped back in front. Ellerslie's still there. Combermere has slipped, and we're going to need a photo finish for that one. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Looking up with third place right now, the athlete from Queen's College, Elisha Beckles, the swimmer, and right behind him, the triathlete, the national champion in triathlon as well. On the line, we have 2 line finishes. Queen's College is going crazy. Combermere is going crazy. Ellerslie is going crazy. Confirmed, Deshaun Brown, 4 minutes 40:09. Kishmar Yearwood for second at the Ellerslie School. Third place, Yale Redwick Williams, so Combermere 1 and 3. Ellerslie School breaking up the 1-2 opportunity for them, and Queen's College for fourth. That is Elisha Beckles.
That is what we came to see. We knew it was a situation of no guts, no glory. And the 2 front runners, they maintained that lead for the majority of the race. We thought for a moment they were playing into the hands of Renwick Williams, but he too came under the pump from the stoutly built lad representing Queen's College, Elisha Beckles. And he came to challenge, and what a performance that was. Wonderful from these young gentlemen in the junior boys 1500 meters. We go trackside to Anne-Marie Burke, who has the winner of the previous race.
That's the junior girls 1500 meter winner, and I'll let her introduce herself.
My name is Tahira Fraser from Harrison College.
How does it feel to be a champion?
It feels great to know that all my hard work has paid off. And I'm looking forward to doing more events and winning more.
Now, knowing that you had made the Harrison College BSAC team, what was training like coming into the competition to get to be at that peak level?
Well, training has been very hard. It has been kind of stressful balancing my schoolwork and training, but knowing that it all paid off and like all the work was for it, worth it. It was very, yeah.
Any particular areas of your training you had to work on? Some athletes say start, some say endurance for this particular race. What were the key areas that you were focused on?
I certainly had to work on my endurance and my finishing, because that's where I normally fail in my races, but this time I prevailed, and yeah.
Well, congratulations on that win. I'm sure you're going to be very proud coming out of that race being victorious.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you so much. Yep, Harrison College, you have a champion in the junior girls 1500 meters. She is elated. All the hard work paid off. I'm going to try to get the junior boys, but in the meantime, Damien, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. So we're getting ready shortly for the under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay event. That's going to feature Allen School, Alexandra, St. Michael's School, Leicester Vaughan, Spring Memorial, Christchurch Foundation, Coleridge and Parry, and Queen's College. The record, 51.96, set back in 2018 by Christchurch Foundation. So we'll see what the under 13 girls can do. We'll have 4 relays for the junior school, and then guess what? The final 2 events of BSAC 2026. My, how time flies. It's going to be the 4x4s. And who doesn't love a good 4x4?
You are so right. Right now, I'm using the opportunity to look back at the performances of the 100 meters, the under 13 girls, to see how schools can possibly put together teams.
Yeah, so definitely.
Schools like they say, Michael's, they know they have the 1 and 2 champions. That is Naraya Carter, who came second, and Blake Carrington, who won the 100 meters for the under 13 girls. I'm seeing here that Queen's College also has 2 athletes, Naya Gooden as well as Amber Balgobin. So you can look and see where they can pick from. They also have athletes who probably would be in the 200 or maybe even the short hurdles. But it'd be interesting to see how these teams are put together and how the legs are formed. Damien, how would you put together a team of sprinters? Let's say you've got a 200-meter runner, 2 200-meter runners, 1 100-meter runner, 1 400-meter runner. Where would you place them on a 4x1?
Well, that all comes down to strategy. I'll have to try to think as how my other competitors would think. Who do I want as my strongest on the back stretch, which is, some people like to say, very, very key, and I tend to believe that. So you want to put one of your stronger athletes on that back stretch, that if you do have to close the gap, you know, you can make it happen. So having said all of that, I do believe that SMS will be trying to focus in on where with Christchurch Foundation factor here, they have some good little sprinters coming through. Then you still got to look at Comamere, who's been very good as well in the sprint. So you've got to strategize. You've got to think, is this person a strong starter, or do I need maybe a better back stretch? I don't mind if it's a slightly shaky start. I can close the gap on my back leg, and then, you know, to bring it home. That's always been a toss-up. We always say put your strongest athlete to finish. Some people believe you just want to put your best finisher, not your fastest, but your best finisher. It depends.
It all depends. You are 100% correct. Don't forget, there are times we've seen the great Usain Bolt on third leg, and people are thinking, well, why on earth would he be on third leg? Because he can run a fantastic 200.
Yeah.
Fantastic 200, a phenomenal curve. So you'd want him on that third leg. So it'll be interesting to see what happens today in the junior 4x100 meters today.
Definitely under 13 girls will be first. But let's go over to the infield. We've got a medal ceremony about to start.
This is the Desani BSAC Finals for 2026, and we'll have a medal presentation for 12 events. Our first presenter for the first set of medals, Mrs. Joy Adamson, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sports and Community Empowerment. The under-13 girls 100-meter dash. In third position was Naya Gooden of Queen's College. In second position, Neraya Carter, the St. Michael's School. Winning the under-13 girls 100-meter dash in a time of 13.45 seconds, Blake Carrington from the St. Michael's School. In the under-13 boys 100-meter dash, in third position was Joshua Patterson of Graydon Sealy Secondary. Second position, Jace McLean of Comamere School. winning the under 13 boys 100 meter dash in a time of 12.20 seconds, Alex Jones Eiffel of the St. Leonard's Boys School. Shake hands, boys. The under 15 girls 100 meter dash. Third position, Zuri Guy of the St. Michael's School. In second position was Taryn Brathwaite of the Alexandra School. Winning the under 15 girls 100 meter dash with a time of 12.64 seconds, Kaya Warner Franklin of the St. Michael's School. The under 15 boys 100 meter dash. In third position was Reese Knight of Christchurch Foundation School. Second place was Zakai Warren of Queen's College. And winning the under 15 boys 100 meter dash in a time of 11.32 seconds, Jelino Hamlet of the St. Leonard's Boys. You can shake hands, boys. The under 17 girls 800 meter run. In third position was Layla McIntyre of Harrison College. In second position, Zajara Lane of Christchurch Foundation School. And winning the under 17 girls 800 meter run in a time of 2 minutes 22.76 seconds, Lachey Wilkinson of Princess Margaret School. The under 17 boys 800 meter run. In third position was Thierry Haynes of Parkinson Memorial. Second position, Emmanuel Augustine of Grantley Adams Memorial School. And winning the under 17 boys 800 meter run in a time of 2 minutes and 70.73 seconds, Alex Simmons of Hommermere School. Thank you, Mrs. Adamson. And now we'll invite Mr. Shane Archer, the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office with responsibility for youth and culture, to present the next set of medals. For the under 20 boys, the under 20 girls 800 meter run, in third position, Kenidra Morgan, Springer Memorial. In second position was Dania Skeet of Queen's College. The winner of the under 20 girls 800 meter run in a record time of 2 minutes 8.57 seconds, Ashlyn Simmons of the Alexandra School. The under 20 boys 800 meter run. In third position was Shamari Greenwich Lewis of St. George Secondary. Second position, Amari Brown of the Alexandra School. Winning the under 20 boys 800 meter run in a time of 1 minute 53.51 seconds, Jamarian Mallet of St. George Secondary. The under 20 girls 200 meter dash. Third position, Kenesha Strawn of Christchurch Foundation School. In second position was Naya Clark of the Lodge School. And winning the under 20 girls 200 meter dash in a time of 23.91 seconds, Anaya Nurse of the St. Michael's School. The under 17 girls 200 meter dash. In third position was Gia Greenwich of Coleridge and Barry School. In second position, Taylor Ray Wiggins of Queen's College. And the winner of the under 17 girls 200 meter dash with a time of 25.23 seconds, Jazara Innes of the St. Michael's School. The under 20 boys 200 meter dash. In third position was Azari Edie of the Allen School. In second position, Kieron Haynes of the Lodge School. And winning the under 20 boys 200 meter dash with a time of 21.31 seconds, Jakai Brewster of the Lodge School. Finally, for the under 17 boys 200 meter dash, in third position was Tyrell Clark of Christchurch Foundation. In second position was Tajay Coward of the Lestavon School. And the winner of the under 17 boys 200 meter dash with a time of 22.14 seconds, Josiah Gill of Queen's College. Thank you to Mrs. Adamson and Mr. Archer for your time here to present these medals to these young men and women of our schools. Thank you, boys and girls. Thank you, cadets.
Thank you so much, Chernell, and all of our medal winners, all of our officials, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Just a couple minutes away from the start of our relays. First one is scheduled in about 2 to 3 minutes. We're going to be a little bit off time for that. We have to clear the entire infield. So physical education teachers, everybody, we need to clear the infield before we start our relays. We're coming down to the final events here for the Dasani BSSAC Championships. Many thanks to all of our sponsors, because without sponsors giving in of their time and, more importantly, the money to put on such a grand event, it would not happen. So many thanks to our sponsors. I want to thank, too, all of the physical education teachers for putting in the time with these young charges, working hard, the entire school. Everybody, thank you guys so much. Somebody calling out my name. Who is? You can't hear me? Why can you hear me real good? Once again, though, someone lost a cell phone since this morning. I do have your cell phone there, so make sure you have your cell phone. Guys, just turn up the gain just a little bit so everybody can hear. And ladies and gentlemen, the final relays, the under-13s and under-15s are going to be going over the 4x1s. We had the seniors doing that yesterday. And you can say whatever you want. Back in the day, we didn't care if you win or not, but you want to win the 4x4. And right now, St. George Secondary could be the team to beat in that boys 4x4. We can see what happened there. I would like to call on all government ministers, members of cabinet, to come on the track to run over a distance of 50 meters. And what we're going to do is that we're going to give your school the points. Y'all want to see that or when they want to see that? They gave me enough talk, but you want to see them on the track. I want to get them 50 meters. Let me tell you, a lot of people could go to call the Prime Minister and say, Mama can't report in for duty. But they're good people. Big up the government of this country supporting, and our Honorable Minister of Sport doing a fantastic job. We are getting ready for that facility at the gymnasium. That track is going to be laid very soon, and we're improving in sport. Minister Griffith, you're doing a fantastic job with sport. Keep up the good work. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting him under a lot of pressure, along with our Minister of Finance, who just had a conversation with me about Carifta coming here in 2028. It is on the card, so we're hoping everything goes well. God spare life in 2 years as we get ready for Easter. Carifta returns to Barbados. So big up the National Sports Council as well. Everybody responsible for sport. We must wait until this entire infield is cleared. However, top 5. The top 5 in each division. Who y'all want first, the boys or the girls? The girls? Yeah, I will read the girls first. Here we go. Got the girls' story. It's all over. Queen's College is in 5th, 155 points. Queen's College, you are 12 points behind. And remember, the points for the relays, you get 12 points for first place in the relay here. And you are 12 points behind Springer. Springer has 167 points in 4th. Springer, you are 12.50 points behind the Commonwealth School in 3rd. Commonwealth, it doesn't make any sense fighting for 2nd. Try to hold off Springer because you are 52.50 points behind the school in 2nd. And the school in 2nd is Harrison College, 232 points. We got any Cougars in here? SMS, are you here? St. Michael's School, you are going to be crowned girls champions since yesterday, but I can officially tell you, mathematically, nobody can beat St. Michael's. You are 93 points ahead. The St. Michael's School, 325 points. The boys' story. Remember, I told you last when we spoke that the St. Michael's School, Harrison College, and the Lodge School will be in a ding-dong battle for 2nd. It has changed just a bit, but the relays can make a very interesting story to this final battle. The top 5. The St. Leonard's Boys' School, They are in fifth, 172 points. Please make some noise for St. Leonard's, man. Yeah. St. Leonard's boys, you're 17 points behind the school in fourth, which is still the St. Michael's School. So we know St. Michael's School is in fourth. However, SMS, it would be a good look, a very good look for you to be on 2 plaques. You know that you're going to be the champion school in the girls, but you're in fourth, but you're only 2 points behind the school in third. Only 2 points. St. Michael's School, 189. The acting Prime Minister of this country, the Honorable Kerry Simmons, will let St. Michael's know that you're not going to catch Harrison College, because Harrison College, they have 191 points in third. So once again, St. Michael's 189, Harrison College 191 in third. But this man trained me in all of this work. When you all see me on the stage, maximum respect to the IMF. I like to call him the IMF, meaning I Matt Fingal. Big up Matt. Because this man who brought the law school to supremacy, the law school is fighting back and fighting hard and pulling away. The law school, you now have a gap of 18.5 points from Harrison College, making you in a very comfortable position in second. The law school, 209.50 points in second. However, I really do not like the up and on, you know. I get cause trouble. I'm just kidding, guys, though. But Commermere, you've done a fantastic job. Commermere, you are in front by 48 points. 48 points. Commermere leads BSSAC in the boys, 257.50, making sure that the choice is crystal clear that Commermere will win a title this year. If you love BSSAC and if you're proud to be Bajan, somebody say, whoa. Good. We're getting ready now for our junior athletes. And I want you to watch these takeovers. There are 3 of them. Takeover number 1 is in that far corner there by our 300-meter mark. The 200-meter mark, the athletes are already in position. That is takeover number 2. And takeover number 3, the final handover in the corner over there by the start of the 100 meters. There's a 30-meter takeover zone. You must take the baton inside of the 30 meters, and you definitely cannot take that baton outside for sure in the beginning or the ending of the zone. That's 1. 2, you cannot impede, meaning the person passing the baton cannot just pass the baton and then he's going over into another lane to impede. If that happens, you'll see yellow flags. I do not announce really official winners of relays. I look around and I want you guys also to look around at these officials to make sure that you do not see any yellow flags being raised, all right? So let's see the time. We are now ready, just about 6 minutes after the start time. I'm just waiting for our officials to bring out our first set of relays, which will be the under-13s. Could you please make some noise for these young ladies here? And they're working hard. Because these are the same people that we're going to call on when we have Carifta. I is a man that I big up everybody. So big up the young people working, carrying the baskets. Look good.
Live coverage of the Sani BSSAC 2026 continues here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex. We're into the final stages of the 2026 edition. It is the relays. Under 13 girls, 4x100 meters. Let's give you the rundown very quickly. Aline School goes in lane number 1. Next to them, Alexandra in 2. In 3, the St. Michael School. 4, Leicester Vaughan. 5, Spur Memorial. 6, Christchurch Foundation. Lane number 7, Coleridge and Parry. And lane 8, Queen's College.
That's right. We were talking earlier about how we would put together teams, but based on the 100 meters and the 200 meters, we can see that Queen's College would more than likely use athletes like Naya Gooden, Albert Balglowen, Christchurch Foundation, Chloe Joseph, and Aja Bell. Kaylee Hart from Leicester Vaughan School and Miracle Redmond should be in there as well. Springer should have Denisha Hurdle and Sakari Sobers. Alexandra, Zayara Burnett, Diamond Hunt, and Aline, Shalia Connell, and Ariane Watson. It really is up to the coaches now to select the other 2 athletes for the final legs.
Yes, and this is where we see the points accumulated by some of the schools. But as you heard the announcer moments ago, the St. Michael's School way out front, 325 points leading the girls' championship. Harrison College stuck in second, 232 points, and third, Commonwealth School, 179.50 points. So already the girls' title wrapped up long time ago. 107 points in the sprints, 33 in the distance events, 18 in the hurdles, 18 as well in the relays, and 149 in the field events. That is how St. Michael's School has once again accomplished and secured the girls' title. The boys, we can give you the rundown of the top 5. St. Leonard's are 5th, 172 points. Of course, they scored heavily in the sprints with 62 points, 18 in the distance events, 9 in the hurdles, 8 in the relays, 75 points in the field. In 4th position is St. Michael's School, 189. 3rd, Harrison College, 191. The Law School is there, and Commonwealth. On your mark is the call for this, the under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay event. The record, 51.96, Christchurch Foundation 2018 set. They've got away for the under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay event. Let's watch the first handover. We've got Aline Alexandra, the St. Michael's School, Lester Vaughan, Spray Memorial, Christchurch Foundation, Coleridge and Parry, and Queen's College. Mix up for Queen's College there, but they get away. Here comes Christchurch Foundation at lane 6, running really well. And look at the work from Queen's College in the mix. Queen's College has got the baton around. Here comes Christchurch Foundation in lane number 6. They're running really well. They've got 110 more meters to go. Let's watch the final handover. The outbound runner has the baton in hand, takes it now and runs the curve. Here comes SMS, the Cougars in lane number 3. SMS going forward. They're going to fight on. CCFS, CS, and SMS. Oh my goodness, it's SMS to get home. Wins the under 13 girls 4x1. For a moment, just a twinkle of an eye, it could have been Christchurch Foundation, but that ankle leg was vicious, brutal, all of those understatements.
Christchurch Foundation really did take that first exchange and they didn't look back at all. St. Michael's School seemed to have an issue between the first and the second leg. Their second leg, Blake Harrington, continued on. She did a lot of running. Don't forget, it can look very different with the relays because you're not sure who's in front with the stagger. But at third leg is who won that for the St. Michael's School. Handed it off back to Naraya Carter as well. Congratulations to Queen's College who came fourth. But let's look at this replay. Right here's where we're talking about. This leg is where it truly mattered. This handover, you see St. Michael's didn't even get the baton as yet as they try to come into this bend now to the very final handover. And Naraya Carter from the St. Michael's School ran down Foundation, ran down Queen's College. You see Foundation did a little bit of shaky exchange there and St. Michael's School had it perfected so that Naraya Carter can come back and win it for them overall. Congratulations to the St. Michael's School and to Foundation.
Yeah, tremendous. Let's see who got home for third. Looks like Spring Memorial in lane number 5 got the third position. But well done to the St. Michael's School. Collecting gold in the under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay event. We're going to switch over to the under 15 boys next. And see how they shape up.
Under 13
boys. Next, beg your pardon, get ahead of myself.
Damien is really excited to see the likes of Hamlet and company.
We know it's coming. It's okay, we can plan for it. But we wait to see which leg. We don't know Hamlet might anchor this team. No doubt about the closing speed because he can make up ground. Do they really want to do that or do they want to put him on the back stretch, which would basically secure it if he has a good enough advantage? All tactics, all strategy. Under 13 boys, the record 50.97 set by Lester Vaughan in 2012. I'll give you the lanes. Christchurch Foundation will go in lane 1. In lane number 2, Queen's College. There he is in your picture. Lane number 3, Graydon Seeley. As you see the athletes go down to get a round of applause. The victorious under 13 girls 4x100 meter relay team.
right.
Well deserved. Let's go back to the start line. So as I mentioned before, we've got Queen's College in 2, Graydon Sealy 3, St. Leonard's boys go in 4, that's the Lodge School rather, in 5, St. Michael's School in 6, Corridon Paris 7, and Allen School in lane number 8. The athletes for the under 13 boys 4x100 meter relay event, 50.97. Lester Vaughan coming to beat that will have to be very good in terms of the exchanges. That 50.97 has been standing since 2012.
That's right. That was a dream team there at the Lester Vaughan School. Let's see who can come close to that dream here today in this final under 13 boys 4x100 meters. I know that Lodge School has people like Felipe Harewood and Jatari Howard in there, so we'll see how these teams are put together to win these 4x1s.
So the lineup is set. We're looking at the various exchange points. Looks like I'm seeing white flags for a couple of them. So we're looking at the start crew. See some athletes going over to the far side. On your mark is the call for the under 13 boys 4x1. Set. And they're good to go, gone for the under 13 boys 4x100 meter relay final. Christchurch Foundation, Queen's Scholars, Graydon Sealy, St. Leonard's boys, the Lodge School, SMS, Corridon Parry and Allen. They go up the back stretch as the Lodge School, who look really good so far. Here comes the athletes for Corridon Parry, running a good leg as well. The handovers at the 200 meter mark. Are they clean enough? SMS is still hanging around. Here comes the Law School fighting back as well. But the front runners, Allen and Corridon Parry, the final exchange at the 100 meter mark. Who will it be? SMS get the baton, but here comes Corridon Parry and St. Leonard's boys. St. Leonard's boys are going to fight back. Here comes the ankle leg for St. Leonard's boys. The Law School though. St. Leonard's boys. The Law School. St. Leonard's the Law School.
We did see a lane infringement there. From St. Leonard's boys. We'll see if that's picked up by the officials, but the Lodge School victorious at 52.04. St. Leonard's boys second, 52.22 with their anchor leg. Alex Jones-Eiffel really closing in when he needed to.
Yes.
We had some issues there with some handovers. The St. Michael's School had an issue there between their second and third leg. They had a phenomenal start though. Let's have a look at this replay.
Yes, it was a good start. As you saw the action after that handover. The Lodge School went to where SMS were still there hanging around. Good run as well from Graydon Sealy at one point. They were in the mix.
You are correct.
And then as they got to the final exchange, this is where it really got muddled up for a couple of them. And you see the work Alex Jones-Eiffel had to do to get back into it. He's running through the middle of the track. The Law School, by that time, had a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of an edge. And you see the dip on the line. He will have to settle for the second position, maybe, because as he crossed the line, he drifted into the lane next to him. But if it's cleared, it will be St. Leonard's boys to hold on to second. But kudos to the Lodge School. It's about how you get the baton around confidently. And as the Lodge School say, step on the gas. That is their motto for 2026.
I love that. Gas all day, gas all day. You are correct in the fact that the athlete from St. Leonard's boys did shift into another lane, but did he really impede the other athlete is what's most important.
Yes, well, I like to call it the officials will go back and review, have a look, just to determine if that will stay or somebody else will maybe feel aggrieved by not being able to take care of that second position. But the Law School, they are victorious, 52.04. We salute them. Anne-Marie Burke is trackside. We're trying to slip in that interview very quickly because the other relay is already getting set up, that being the under 15 girls. Over to you, Anne-Marie.
Law School, first leg was?
Zanako Eiffel.
How was that leg, Zanako?
It was good, man. Just try to get out the blocks hard and try to get to my teammate and pass the ball on properly and make sure it don't drop her. So
You know the start is usually nerve-wracking. You don't want to fall start or anything. So you were confident?
yeah, I was confident myself.
Okay. How was that first? Like watching him come into you, were nervous?
Not really.
So how was the second leg?
It was good,
What about it was so good?
but I could have handed it off to my teammate without the baton dropping.
Okay, that's good. Third leg, you always have to battle the wind on the curve. How was it for you?
To be honest, I just run.
Pardon?
I just run.
You just ran? So when you realized that you were putting your team ahead, how did you feel?
Good.
That's where the confidence came from?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to slide across now. Last leg, you had so many persons. You had Jolino running, coming at you. What went through your mind at that point in time?
I just not letting him catch me.
And how does it feel to lead your team home to victory?
It feels good.
Okay, congratulations, boys. Thank you so much, the boys from the law school winners of the under-13 4x100 meters. The under-15 girls are on the line.
Thank you. Congratulations to the law school once again, 52.04. Now we get into the under-15 girls. The record here, 49.49. That's at Michael School 2019. That time it was Dell, Williams, Ballantyne, and Spencer Lane. This time we've got Courage and Parry, St. George Secondary, SMS is there. The Law School, Harrison College, Christchurch Foundation, Combermere, and Aline to contest this the under-15 girls 4x1. The athletes for the first leg will step forward. Remember, it's about securing the baton and getting around the Ryan Bathwick track safely. There's a poised atmosphere. I'm sure you at home wouldn't want to move a muscle. I think they're saying that all traffic is stopped across Barbados. They're pausing for the next hour and a half as we give you the 4x4s, the 4x1s, and give you the final points as well. Because I can see off in the distance, nothing is moving. Absolutely. So,
it is quite still now as everyone prepares for the under-15 girls final. Remember, they have 30 meters to exchange to pass the baton. You're going to be looking as well. Keep a keen eye out, you viewers, keep a keen eye out for the flags as they pass. That's how we will know if anyone has run out of their zone. White flags, it's all good. Yellow flags, there's been some sort of zone or lane infringement.
over to the starters. On your mark, the call. 49.49, the record.
Stand up, please. On your marks. Set.
Under 15 girls 4x100 meter relay event. Courage and Parry, St. George, St. Michael's School, Lord School, Harrison College, Christchurch Foundation, Combermere, and Aline. Let's see the first exchange. Combermere going really well. Look at Christchurch Foundation fight back. They're going well too. So too is the Lord School in lane 4. Second exchange now. This is all important now. Combermere have the baton in hand. Bit of trouble there for Aline running way out. But let's see, SMS still working hard. Harrison College fighting. Let's see what this one will shape up on the final leg. It is still anybody's guess. SMS have the baton. They've got the baton now. It's SMS. The Cougars have gone forward. Christian Foundation fighting back. It's the Cougars. And this is the MS. Cougars are going to take it. It's SMS to do it again. St. Michael's School. The relay seems to be streaming through the veins. They've been handing over as crisp as possible. They've been clean. They've been well drilled. Now they're exceptional. They come to the fore and strike goal once again. The girls' champions of BSSAC are just putting the polish on and shining it.
With a team like that, it was kind of obvious what was happening. You don't want to get confused between what is happening here on the track with regards to the stagger. Now, if you watch this race back, you can already see the St. Michael's School athletes making up gain on the other athletes. Watch the handover. She passes to Zuri Guy. Perfect takeover. Look at that backstretch run. Zuri Guy looks like she's all the way back, but if you look at it, you still has another stagger to go. She's passing this athlete, the third leg at St. Michael's School. Kind of an issue with the handover, but she continued running on, knowing she just had to just hand it over safely within the 30-meter zone to Kaya Warner-Franklin. Right here, she's eating up that curve. Kaya Warner-Franklin takes it, doesn't look back, keeps running, and that's it. That's how it was won. St. Michael's School, that's how they beat Foundation. That's how they beat Lodge School, Combermere, Harrison College, Aline.
Yeah.
Kaya Warner-Franklin.
It's devastating indeed. So they've been Chris Gabriel Burnett, and his work in the background has been proven time and time again. He's put together another A-class performance, 49.48. That is a record as well.
49.48, 49.48, brand new record for the St. Michael's School. The under 15 girls 4x100. If you watch that race over again, I want you to go home when you're finished here, or rewind when you're finished watching us, and look at those exchanges between the first leg and the second leg. Now that is classic textbook. No one is looking back. You don't need to look back when you've done it to perfection.
And you can see here the final stages. That 49.48 better than 49.49. And it's still St. Michael's School. It stays in Martindale's Road. Well, at least if they've been consistent. And that shows how much they've put into these championships over the years. They've gone over to Festival Village, where they've assembled the army, the Green Army. And they're going to do a little jig, because they've already wrapped up the title for the girls. Now we're focusing on the under 15 boys. The record, 45.59, the Lodge School back in 2011. We've got Dighton Griffith in lane 1. Lane 2, Harrison College. Queen's College goes in 3. The Lodge School in 4. St. Leonard's boys 5. St. Michael's School 6. Aline in 7. And Combermere will occupy lane number 8.
A lot of running they're going to have to do to beat that record made by Atwell, Grandison, Grace, and Harding back in 2011, like you said, 45.59, the Lodge School. Let's see if they will keep it in society the same way that St. Michael's is keeping it in Martindale's Road.
Well, if I remember that vaguely, Grandison polished it off, if I remember very well, in 2019. Let's see. So, let's get ready for the under 15 boys. Let's go. This one should be pretty quick. 49.48 record. The girls are going to take a little picture, a little photo op, a great memory for the Cougars. And if this team stays together, this quartet stays together, they can replicate it at the under 17 level and continue on as well.
Absolutely. It obviously depends on who's first year and second year, under 15 and whatnot, but they will meet up again at some stage in the divisions. And like you said, hopefully they can take it towards another division with a brand new record.
Under 15 boys. Hush comes over, Usain Bolt. This one is the final sprint relay event of BSSAC 2026 after this 4x4s. Set. Got a good start for the under 15 boys, 4x100 meter relay final. Dighton Griffith, Harrison College, Queen's College, the Lodge School, St. Leonard's, St. Michael's School, Aline and Combermere. They go up the backstretch and look at Axel Whitehead go to work for SMS. Will this be another combination for the Cougars? SMS leads. Combermere fighting hard. The handover was a little loose for St. Michael's School. Combermere has a chance. Here comes Lodge School in lane 4. But at the moment, SMS with a big lead. They've got the baton in tow, and now it is about finishing off the job. Here comes the Lodge School of Queen's College. Queen's College coming back. Queen's College and SMS. Queen's College up 60 above. St. Leonard's boys in 2. Jelino Hamlet came from out of the clouds. They sent him down to see if he can bring it home for Richmond. He almost did it.
Queen's
College, what a run!
45.82. Second place to St. Michael's School, 45.90. And third place with Jelino Hamlet on the anchor, St. Leonard's boys. Let's watch that replay again. First leg, we've switched from first leg all the way to second leg. Axel Whitehead on that back stretch, though. He took St. Michael's School all the way from first, but this was where the shaky handover happened, and that's where other schools were able to come in, creep in, and there we go. Final leg, Jelino Hamlet had kind of an issue with the handover as well. Lodge School running back. Queen's College, though, on the anchor leg. He did phenomenally well earlier today as well, so that's no surprise. That looks like Jelani Phillips for the St. Michael's School, and Hamlet coming through.
Oh my, that is exceptional. He came from way, way back. I think he was the last person to get the baton. Let's go over to Amory Burke quickly.
Girls, how was that first leg for you?
It was okay. I stumbled a little bit at the start, but I tried.
In your recovery, though, you knew that you were going to hand over the baton in first position. I saw you actually take down 2 athletes before you handed over.
Yes.
Was that the game plan going in?
Yeah, it was actually.
Okay, and for you, how was the second leg? Is the longest leg? Is one of the most critical legs as well? How was it?
It was good. When I got the baton, I ran as fast as I could and made sure I had a clean hand over to my teammate.
Okay, and when it comes to the curve, you have to actually cut through the wind in the bend. How was it battling the wind? I know that you had to get the baton to Kaya first.
It was a bit of a challenge, and although we were in first, I really had to put in my all for that.
Now, Kaya, you have the advantage of looking at everybody hand over the baton. How was it looking to ensure that the others were doing what they had to do before you got your turn to run?
It was actually good because we got a good lane, but I just knew that I had to bring it home for the team.
What was training like for the girls coming in?
Ooh, we had lots of relay sessions, and it was smooth, yeah.
And that final leg, how does it feel to cap off your under-13 first time at BSAC with a gold medal?
It feels excellent to know that I brought home the team.
Okay, well, congratulations again, girls. Thank you so much. You quartet from the St. Michael's School winners of the under-13 girls 4x100. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. So,
that quartet was actually the under-15 girls with Kaya Warner Franklin.
Yeah, under-15. But we come up now to the 4x4s, which will bring the curtain down on BSAC 2026. 4x4s for girls first. And this one should be very interesting. Remember, strategy comes into play here, but a lot of guts. And if you are interested in the top spot, you've got to put in the work. Courage and Parry, Lodge School, Queen's College, Christchurch Foundation, Combermere, St. Michael's School, Spear Memorial, and Alexandra will line up in this open girls 4x4.
That's right. This is the event of all events, the event that closes. Once you see a 4x4, you know that the meet is over. This race here is going to be run with all divisions. It's an open event. So if you found that you had an athlete who's under 13, who can keep up, who can run sub 16, she's a girl, you would probably put her in your 4x4 as well.
Yeah, definitely. If you have the right combinations here, remember the record, St. Michael's School, 3 minutes 46.40. SMS with the right combinations here can continue to do well. However, we do have others in Christchurch Foundation who've been doing really well in the distance events. You know, they're right amongst the top teams, so this could be CCFS Day if they put together the right combinations. Closing stages here, the blocks have been set up in the 400 area, the start of the 400 area. And as the sun sets in the background, and we get closer to the end of another exciting year. I think this is one of the best years of BSAC we've had in a long time. Age-old records falling, competitive events. What more can you ask for? And it's not been the same old script. It's not been the older secondary schools who've put the greatest effort in. We've had to look at the St. Leonard's boys done tremendously well to stay in the top 5. And then you've seen performances from Christchurch Foundation. Of course, SMS well drilled in the girls. Carmen Mir has been fighting hard. Alexandra has put forward a good case as well, led by Ashlyn Simmons. So it's been an all-round effort for 2026.
It has been. You made several points there. The first point is the amount of records that have been broken.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I have seen so many records tumble at one BSAC.
That's right. Well, last year, if you were watching us last year, around this time, Damien lost his voice, and I thought it was hilarious.
It was.
It seems as though this is happening to me now. I was trying to say that you made several points, Damien. 1, the records that are being broken. 2, the breakout stars that are coming out. You're seeing under 15 and under 15 girls and under 15 boys running times that you would now see in Carifta. We were also seeing newer secondary schools make their position and come up 5th place for St. Leonard's boys. You know, you're also seeing schools like Lodge School, who've had it in them for years, have been dormant for a little while. We see that they have a resilience to them and they're coming back. So this has been one of the best, if not the best, BSAC in a long, long time.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. Been very, very exciting. No, things are going to simmer down just slightly for the 4x4s. It starts on the schedule at 4 o'clock. We still got plenty of time. Can you imagine that this meet has run perfectly, right bang, on time? The 4x4 is scheduled for 4 o'clock, but we've reached that section of the event list already, and it has been fantastic to watch. We've got a bird's eye view of the facility. As I look around, the parents have steadily streamed in after work. I know some of them are very excited and I love to see how the people stacked in. We see the members of parliament lining just in front of the grandstand here at Usain Bolt. I would say towards the finish line area. That's the very popular section of the facility. I can see the Minister of Finance, Ryan Strawn. I can see Mr. Chad Blackman there as well. So members of parliament are in here. I saw Kerry Simmons, Honorable Kerry Simmons, lining the track as well. So we've got a full house. I saw Randy Harris, the BFA president, walking in a little while ago as well. So it seems like everybody just wants to capture these final moments and frame it mentally as we close the curtain on BSAC 2026.
Well, you know, they were building a couple of stadiums here in Barbados, so I'm sure those ministers want to see what exactly has whet the appetite for all this money to be put into sport and put into track and field. Well, they're here and they can see it now.
Oh yes, from the records and from the way we've described how 2026 is going, I'm sure that they will be pleased with the investment being made in that new facility as well in Wildy and the National Stadium, which is progressing. So, a bird's eye view of right around this beautiful facility. Anne-Marie Burke has got the quartet from Queen's College. She's going to have a chat with them shortly. Gets them all lined up. And then the 4x4s will take over. And the announcements will be made. So let's head on over to Anne-Marie Burke.
Well, I have the quartet here on the 15 boys from Queen's College, victorious in their 4x100 meter relay. I'll let them introduce themselves. First leg was?
My name is Johan Hartz.
My name is Pete Vassell. My name is Raheem Mills. My name is Akai Warren.
Johan, that first leg, you always have to ensure that the baton is taken, you get that start that you want, and that you don't false start either. Was it nerve-wracking?
It was, but you know, I just put in my effort and trying to zone in, and everything went well.
How was it for you seeing your hands coming at you? Were you nervous? What was it like at that point?
Honestly, I was a bit nervous because in practice we had our handovers were a little shaky, but on the track we got it well. So yeah, I'm happy about that. And I passed with the baton well to third leg.
And outside of passing the baton, the second leg is a very crucial leg in a relay. It kind of determines what position you really get in. How was it on the back stretch?
Honestly, because I had to run the 100 earlier, I wasn't feeling too well. But honestly, I was thinking about the team and not myself, so I decided to go and run my hardest. That's
the best thing when it comes to relay, be a team player. Third leg, you have to cut through the wind on the curve. How was that for you?
It was okay.
but I am very happy with Pete's performance and our handoff because I knew he wasn't feeling the best, but I still believed in him. I'm very happy with me and Zakai's handoff because we worked on that really hard.
That's really good. Let me slide over. Zakai, in that final leg, a lot of persons were actually coming to the line. And you really had to power through the middle. What was it like seeing the others get the baton before you and then having to run back?
I didn't mind it as long as I was able to get to the finish first. That's all that mattered, and I feel achieved.
In terms of your entire BSAC experience, though, how was it for you this year?
Phenomenal. I am very glad that I was able to perform so well this year. I hope that more will come.
And how does it feel to finish with a gold medal and anchor your team to that gold medal?
Amazing. I'm so glad I was able to anchor and do my best.
Okay, thank you so much. The quartet from Queen's College. They call themselves the Queen's College Warriors, the QC Warriors, winners of the Under 15 Boys 4x100 meter relay. Damien and China, we are getting ready for the two big ones, the girls and boys open 4x400 meters.
So there you have it. Anne-Marie, thanks so much. Good to hear from the victorious 4x1 team from Queen's College. That was quite a run. The performance there, the handovers had to be crisp. They had to be complete because getting the baton around safely is very, very important in this exercise. So, down to the final two events. You've heard the point standings up until then. Let me see if I can have a peek into the system and maybe find some points and let me see how things will stack up ahead of the 4x4s. So, you heard that St. Michael's School lead in the girls. The boys look pretty comfortable as well. Let's watch and see the increase. Oh, St. Michael's School definitely flying right now. The lead has increased to 349 points. Second position in the girls, Harrison College, 237. And third, Commermere, 185.50 points. Fourth position, Spring Memorial, 175 points. And rounding out the top five, Christchurch Foundation, 170 points. In the boys, fifth position, St. Leonard's Boys, 190 points. Only 4 points ahead of them, Harrison College, 194. In third, the St. Michael's School, 203 points. In second position, the Lodge School, 227.50 points. And still up front, the defending boys champions, the boys from Waterford, Commermere, 261.50 points.
That's right. You may want to remind the viewers how this point system works differently, though, from the individual events, Damien.
Definitely. So how did Commermere get to this point? 57 points in the sprints, 78 in the distance events, 11 in the hurdles, 16 in the relays, 99.50 in the field events. That's how Commermere arrived at the 261.50. How did the Lodge School so far secure second position with 227.50? This could all change maybe in the 4x4s. St. Michael's School are only a few points off, and the relays count in particular. So at 227.50, the Lodge School had 57 points in the sprints, 18 in the distance events, 39 in the hurdles, 31 in the relays, and 82.50 in the field events. The St. Michael's School, third, 203, 46 in the sprints, 19 in the distance events, 49 points accumulated in the hurdles, 22 in the relays, and 67 in the field events. So the picture for the top three, you can see it looks clear-cut. Points, viable points gained in the field events championships manifests itself into some distance events. We know that Harrison College, we're doing really well there, but now it looks that Commonwealth has turned up another gear. They've accumulated 78 points in that boys section alone in the distance events.
Gone are the days when you see schools like Queen's College in front of schools like St. Leonard's Boys. This is something that I love to see. St. Leonard's Boys sits at 119 points. The majority of those points are from select athletes, but I sat and I heard some of the coaches talking about the event before this even happened, before the finals happened, and they were asked to talk about their star athletes. Some refused to talk about their star athletes because they figured, you know what, I have a team and it's a team effort that works.
Yes.
And it's great when coaches can look at an entire team collectively as opposed to just picking out your star athletes.
Yes, that's very important as well, the team spirit, because at the end of the day, when it comes down to events such as this and the 4x1s, and I'm speaking about the 4x4s and the 4x1, team chemistry is what makes it happen. And also the extra performances of the other members of the team. When you see your teammate going out there and smashing records, you get inspired as well. You want to continue the trend. Will it continue here though for these two final events, the 4x4 100-meter relay events, the final two events on today's final day of BSSAC 2026. Looking at the lineup, Coleridge and Parry, lane 1 to start. Lord School, lane 2. Lane 3, Queen's College. Lane 4, Christchurch Foundation. Lane 5, Combermere School. In 6, St. Michael's School. 7, Springer Memorial. And 8, Alexandra. Let's not forget, they will stay in their lanes for the opening 400 meters. Then, after they hand over and they get to the point over by the 300-meter mark, they will cut to the inside, and that is where the real battle begins. So, the rallying calls have gone out for all the schools, as this is the final girls event on the card for BSSAC 2026. The record, 3 minutes, 46.40. Guess who? It's in Michael School, 2019. Lowe, Foster, Worrell, and Hoyt. That is Team Devastation back then. So, we don't have to tell you anything else. Can SMS continue the trend?
As the stadium announcer notes the lane assignments for the spectators here, we want to remind you this first leg is considered the longest leg. When they come through to the finish line, they don't stop at the finish line. They continue on to their staggered teammate. So please make notice, not who crosses the finish line first with this first leg, but who hands over first with regards to this stagger. You're going to want your most consistent runner running that first leg. The second leg, maybe you're a really good 800 runner because you're going to want somebody who's able to cut into the lane, into lane 1 and continue there. Lane 3, consistent. Lane 4, very strong leg.
On your mark, the call from starter Basil Cox. Open girls 4x4.
Stand it, please, stand it.
Then asked to stand. Cox not happy. Some of the athletes giving them a chance
on your mark.
To settle down. On your mark. A lot of nerves around. Once the gun goes, that will be settled. Set. As the sun sets here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, it's the Open Girls 4x4 100-meter relay event. We've got Coleridge and Parry, the Lodge School, Queen's College, Christchurch Foundation, Combermere, the St. Michael's School, Spring Memorial, and Alexandra. They're in Indian file at the moment up the back stretch. It is still anybody's race because the first 400 run in lanes. We have to wait on the first handover to see who shapes up nicely. But Alexandra are doing a beautiful job at the moment. Way out in lane 8.
That's right, Combermere School on the inside also looking really good, as well as Foundation School. On this team for Foundation is the under 13 standout star that we saw earlier, as well as the under 15 standout star. So they've got some younger athletes in this race, but as they come along, remember we said it's not who gets to the finish line, who hands over first. So by this handover right now, it's looking, I think, on the outside, Alexandra as well as Foundation and Combermere School. St. Bringer Memorial also in tow, along with the St. Michael's School.
Yeah, so they maintain their lane positions up until the 300-meter mark, and then they will cut to the inside. That is lane number 1. We can see Alexandra. They've sent for their champion in Ashlyn Simmons to deal with that second leg. Ashlyn is trying to open up a gap. Skeet is tracking her as well. So Skeet, representing Queen's College, has got a task on her hands. Ashlyn Simmons wants to create a mighty old gap. And then we see Combermere and the rest of the athletes fighting hard to get back into it. This is going to be a ding-dong battle.
You're right. As we said, you're going to put your 800 runner on that second leg. Queen's College did that. Alexandra did that. Right now it's up to this third leg who has to maintain that consistency. Ashton Simmons, though, comes in to hand over first for Alexandra. Queen's College's Skeet is fighting. She wanted revenge from Ashton Simmons in that earlier race today, but it's all Alexandra, about 50 meters ahead. Taylor Ray Wiggins for Queen's College in second, and Combermere tracks with St. Michael's in fourth, Foundation fifth, and Spring Memorial about to take control of this race as well. But from the very front, it is Alexandra right out in front, and Combermere tracks.
And we can see Gia Greenwich getting the baton there for Courage and Parry at the rear of the field. But up front, it is still Alexandra after a wonderful handover from Ashlyn Simmons, the record holder. But look at the strength of Combermere. It's going to be Applewick who looks as this. She's going to take down the Alexandra athlete. Remember, Queen's College had a good leg, but now it is going to be Spear Memorial fighting back to get back into the contest. Still Alexandra holding firm. Can they maintain that lead? The legs start to tire with about 100 meters to go on this leg.
Less than 100 meters to go, and Alexandra's trying to maintain their form, but Combermere is ready. Combermere is ready to take over. They're going to hand over hand in hand, and right now it's about this leg. It's very important these girls know how to take off. They need to get out there. Spring Memorial as well, cutting into the inside. Spring Memorial, first place as we speak. Right to Combermere School. Spring Memorial tracks Combermere, and Alexandra for third place. Queen's College in fourth. St. Michael's School in fifth, followed by Foundation. But right now, all the run is done by Combermere School. Spring Memorial looking really good on that backstretch. We want to see how they finish this final lesson. Almost 200 meters to go now as they come around the bend.
The 3:24 and change on the clock. It is still the Waterford girls holding firm. The girls from Government Hill say, I want piece of the pie as well. Springer are fighting fit, and Queen's College have found their way back onto the podium. It is still going to be Combermere School. They're going to win this one. The Open Girls 4x400 meter relay event is Combermere into the straightaway, and less than 50 to go. The girls from Waterford are going to secure the gold medal. Here comes Queen's College for second, and SMS fighting back from out of nowhere, but it's Combermere gold, and Queen's College second, Springer Hall third, SMS 4 off the podium.
Remember, we talked about how important it is. Your leg place is so important with the leg placements, and that's exactly what Combermere School did. Queen's College as well had a fantastic day today on the track. That athlete who ran that second leg, the 800-meter runner, she ran a fantastic leg.
Yeah, most definitely. It was great strategy. At first, we said Alexandra pulled the choke. It went out really hard with Ashlyn Simmons. She tried her utmost, but in the end, Combermere were too strong over 4 legs. Complete dominance there for them. Each leg progressive.
Yes, Courage and Parry had a tough time just now. I'm sure Gia Greenwich worked really hard to try to get her team back in there. Very, very difficult for her. They placed 8th, still 1 point. Still a lot of work to do for next year and see what happens, but at least they know where they stand. Ashlyn Simmons went out there with a phenomenal second leg for Alexandra School. I understood where the coach was coming from with regards to his leg selection for the Alexandra School.
Definitely. I don't think they would have done it any better because Ashlyn still had to make up some ground, and then once she hit the front, you know she was going to give them at least a decent advantage. It was up to the rest of them to really run their hearts out. But again, progressive work because Combermere on each leg, each athlete just a little better than the next. And they kept building until they brought it home. Now this is the grand showdown. The boys, the Open boys 4x4. to bring the curtain down on BSAC 2026. Yours truly, Damien Best, China Haynes alongside me, Amory Burke, trackside, waiting on the interviews. But these young lads are going to go around this track with so much gusto. I can feel the energy already. We know that there's several stars, especially in St. Leonard's boys. We know there's stars in St. George Secondary. But the other schools in Commermere, Alien School, don't discount them. They'll be want to be in the mix. It is going to be as well a look at the Lodge School, the best quarter mile school in Barbados, they said years ago. Do they come back in 2026 and show the rest of the world?
Well, it would be great if the Lodge School can do that. They really surprised us with this performance this year. I was hoping to see them top the podium. Well, they are at the top of the podium right now. They are in second place, I believe. That's the boys. If they can maintain this momentum, the Lodge School will be doing fantastic things going forward. But St. George Secondary School, another team that has a quartet that really gets everybody excited. Everybody, regardless of where they've gone to school, gets on their feet to support them. Alien School, like you said, you can't forget about them. Coleridge and Parry also has a great team. This is going to be a really, really tough one to decide. And I know the cheering, it's going to be out of control here today.
Most definitely. The record, 3 minutes, 11.95. The St. Michael School set back in 2018. And this is where it all comes down to, as we see athletes receiving some level of attention on the infield. And the cameraman fighting the wind as well. Seems as if he's had enough for the day. The cameraman himself are tired. Almost down for the count.
These things do happen. The wind starts to pick up, but this is the final event. The final event of the day. St. Leonard's boys are in their Alien School, is in their Lodge School, Combermere, the St. Michael's School, St. George Secondary. Aline, I'm probably saying the same thing over and over again, but I am so excited to see what will happen here. They're chanting, anybody but Commermere. Don't know if that's going to be possible with their team. They have a strong team as well. We just saw Jakai Brewster walk by there. He looks ready, although he's contested so many different events today. What will happen?
Yeah, I love the lineup so far. I can see the Lodge School. What they're going to do here is going to be good. If they can execute, Commermere will have to put on a good show. Don't count out St. George Secondary as well. Don't forget Addison and company from Commermere, but then Greenwich Lewis of St. George. If they can put together something behind that young man, we might see something different today. But remember the record, 3 minutes, 11.95, St. Michael's School. This is how they line up. St. Leonard's boys go in lane 1, Aline in 2, St. George Secondary 3, Harrison College in 4, Lodge School 5, Commermere in 6, the St. Michael's School 7, and lane 8, Courage and Parry. As I mentioned before, one lap in their lanes around the Ryan Brathwaite track. And then after that handover, the second leg takes it to the 300-meter mark, and they will cut to the inside and then go to work.
That's right. You want to put your most consistent runner on that third leg. Second leg would be somebody who can cut into lanes, accustomed to doing that. Maybe your 800-meter runner. I actually also saw the hurdles boss. He is in this race. That's the Lodge School champion in the 110-meter hurdles and the 400-meter hurdles. He definitely obviously has some endurance and some speed to him if he's able to do those 400 hurdles as well. So like I said, he ran 400 hurdles today. He has to run another 400 right now. This is what we have to look at and see if he's going to be able to manage the turnover and the pace that he will get with these students from St. George Secondary.
There's absolutely no one sitting at the moment for these young gentlemen when they go around the track. They are not wasting any time in finding the best vantage point. I looked up into the hills and I can see their gentlemen on the walls of the UWI Cave Hill campus looking down. Bird's eye view.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, they've got a fantastic view up there. I believe that's the Arrow Barrow Creative Center.
Definitely.
It looks like that's where that is. But like you said, nobody is sitting, including Damien, including myself. We are stood. We are standing, and we are waiting this race because something special is about to happen.
Yes, indeed. So they're stacked up. Some final instructions from the announcer on the infield, Jamar. And they're asking all the athletes over in the athletes village to just settle down for the start. On your mark, folks, the final event of BSSAC 2026 is on the line. The open boys 4x400 meter relay event. The record 3 minutes 11.95 as they settle down.
Stand up, kids. Stand up.
Cox doesn't like the atmosphere, asks them to stand. Wants absolute silence. Again, the stadium announcer just asking those in the vicinity of the start area to simmer down. Settle, cease and desist. Don't know how many more words I can use.
On your mark.
On your mark, loud and clear. St. George Secondary, the last to back in. His blocks there. As quiet as possible under brilliant conditions.
Hey.
Set. We've gone away for the final event of BSSAC 2026, the open boys 4x400 meter relay event. We've got St. Leonard's, Aline, St. George, Harrison College, the Law School, Combermere, SMS, and Corrigan Parry up the back stretch and looking good. It's still SMS. Now we can see Combermere start to make a move. St. George is right there with their veteran in Rouse. No, this is where the business end, where it all happens in the straightaway for the first time. And it's still Alexandra, I beg your pardon, Corrigan Parry, St. Michael's School and Combermere going really well. Anybody's race early on. Now let's see how they shape up.
Anybody's race, like we said, first handoff. Let's see who gets that first handoff. It looks like Harrison College and St. George Secondaries in there, St. Michael's School and Combermere. As they go around this first bend, they're going to cut into one lane. They don't want to do it too drastically. They're going to want to gradually do it, but right now Harrison College is tracking St. George Secondary. He's giving chase. He's not giving up. It's a fight for third place between the St. Michael's School and Combermere School. Law School's also doing some running coming up the backstretch, but they're approaching the final 200 meters. And this, like Damien said, this is where it really, really matters. St. George Secondary just behind Harrison College, who's had enough. He said he wants to take this race and he wants to be in control of this race. And if he wants Harrison College to win it, he needs to do so from now, from the second leg, as they come in to hand off to the third leg.
Yes, and we can see Wall fighting hard to keep Harrison College in the mix. Now the handover happens. St. George are in the business end of things today. And now you see them go to the front. Remember, I told you what St. George Secondary School. Combermere is right there. Then we see SMS and the Law School with Jakai, Brewster and company. Let's see what they can do. We're not sure. But Harrison College, they peep into the front now. Combermere being trapped by the Law School. And they reach the 200 meter mark.
You're right, we just saw just now the Harrison College athlete just went right in front of St. George Secondary, where it caused him to stop a little bit, and he's had enough at 150 meters. He's taken control of this race. St. George Secondary has decided they're not waiting for the straight to pass out. They're going to do it right now, right here. Here's the handover that we're all awaiting. St. George Secondary in front. A pass from the inside from Harrison College. You never ever let that happen, but that's how they're positioned right now. St. George Secondary hands off first.
Oh, they sent out their rocket ship to see if they can finish things off. Shamari Grealish-Lewis has the baton in hand. Ada Moore is down behind him, and Combermere is coming late. Let's see how this one will shape up. Shamari Grealish-Lewis for St. George Secondary. Ada Moore is right in the mix. Combermere comes up, and then the Law School. There's a ding-dong battle at the 210 meter mark. What will happen here? It is still the Lions roaring at the moment in the final event. Combermere there. Ada Moore pours it on now into second position. Can St. George hold on? Shamari Grealish-Lewis for St. George. The Lions are roaring. They're coming forward. St. George, stand up. They're going to strike goal in the open boys.
St. George Secondary.
St. George, stand up. What a performance!
The Lions have roared.
The Lions!
We are now in the Lions' den.
Oh, the Lions' den! And he who got into the Lions' den and survived. Only the fittest can survive. And the Lions have done it. From start to finish, it was execution.
That's what we're talking about. The athletes from Harrison College must be stunned. Zachary Wall did run an amazing leg, but like we said, time and time again, it is how your team is made up. St. George Secondary never gave up. They came here, they didn't make any score. This is not the first time the two schools have matched up, so they know what each other give.
Oh, wow. This is the perfect time for me to lose my voice. Who can keep it in? When St. George's has laid down the law in the 4x4s. I told you you've got to watch them. And look at the replay, the handovers. St. George were always thereabouts. Their veteran, Rose, led them off. And then progressively they got better. And once the baton reached the hand of their ace man, the record breaker, Shamari Greenwich-Lewis, we knew it would be a strong, strong leg. Kudos to Aidan Moore, he tried his best. But that is too much speed and too much for him to gather in.
Right now, they're going to take a victory lap as the stadium cheers them on all the way from St. George. I believe is that close to Constant St. George. The St. George Secondary School has done it yet again. This is not the first time they've beaten College. And College, they've put together a great 4x4 team. They've got some amazing 400 runners on there. So to do this and run 3:12, which is 1 second off of the St. Michael School's record, fantastic. Right now there's there's a meeting in the middle of the stadium that I would love to be invited to, Damien.
Well, it's Festival City meeting, Festival Stage meeting, Athletes Village. So it's about 3 sets of people. There's everything happening in the middle. This is celebration time. They've done a fantastic job. And now we can see Shamari Greenwich-Lewis. Oh.
You know, he put some distance between himself and the other athletes in that last 80 meters of the race. How that was possible, we don't know. I told you something special was coming. It wasn't record-breaking, but it was mouth-watering. It was jarring to see how these athletes really put together a race. All of them, congratulations. What a day it's been.
Well. We wanted fireworks towards the end. We got fireworks and plenty more. This has been one of the best BSAC championships in a very, very long time. We've had records broken. We've had some outstanding stars from Richmond. We've had wonderful closeout from the Lions. And what a way to end it all. St. Michael's School will take home the girls' crown. And I suspect Commermere would have done enough to hold on to the boys' title as well. But look at them celebrate as they should.
That's right, everybody together as one. I see a song playing that Commermere has taken for themselves. I feel so good, I feel so good, I feel so Commermere good. I know they're going to be really excited about that. But look at, this is what it's all about. At the end of competition, a lot of these children go to separate schools, but they train together. They know each other. Some of them may be family, and they all convene together to celebrate this fantastic Dasani 2026 BSAC.
Oh, wow. What a way to end it. Amory Burke has lost herself somewhere out there on the infield. She doesn't even know where she wants to go. She's just done a 360 and coming back towards our direction. I'm sure she'll be celebrating with the Commermere posse somewhere along the line. I'm not sure if we're going to even find the quartet from St. George Secondary, but that was a tremendous combination to put together. We knew there would be a threat, and Harrison College tried their utmost, so too did the others. But that is what you call strategy and execution.
Ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time sitting and watching BSAC, welcome. You see what it's all about. You see why we behave, how we behave when this time of year comes around. So if you want to keep on with the action, the track and field season is not over yet. The Athletics Association of Barbados, they have meets upcoming that you can come visit and see these same athletes compete at.
Yes, definitely. That's the main focus. The athletes will get ready now for Carifta. They'll take a break. And once they return from Carifta, the season continues on. And these same athletes will be in action at the AAB meets. So come on down, give your support. And let's hope. And my ultimate wish, I would like to put it in the atmosphere, would be to have something later on in the year, something of this skill. It doesn't have to be all schools. Maybe we can create a meet that also has the kind of excitement and entertainment, something that everybody around Barbados can come and attend, that starts preferably in the evening half, sometime around 5 or 6, that everybody can come in and watch, because this has been tremendous. And while this happens once a year, we try to track the athletes as close as possible as they continue their careers. And none way better to keep creating avenues for them to perform. So we'll wait and see how the rest of the year goes. We wish the team of 60 all the very best against the rest of the region. But this has been a wonderful showcase, and it's party time in the middle of the Usain Bolt facility.
This is the best track and field event for students, secondary students here in Barbados. Dare I say the Caribbean, small old Barbados, less than 300,000 people were able to attract this kind of attention and attract this kind of talent. Once again, I have to mention the AAB, who has done fantastically well in making sure that teams train together. When you have teams training together and teams leaving the country together to run certain events, it creates a cohesion that was missing for a long time. So congratulations to the AAB for developing these athletes. Congratulations to the coaches, the PE teachers, the parents who drive tirelessly up and down Monday to Friday for track practice. We see you, we hear you. Your hard work has come out to fruition. We can see it all here.
Yeah, definitely want to say thanks so much as well to the BSSAC organizing committee for making sure that everything is in place and that we witness a spectacle of this caliber. It takes a lot. It's a lot of investment, and I want to invite Corporate Barbados as well to pay attention and look and see what that investment in the young ones can do, because with the investment from the national group, and I know there is the national effort right now put on by the AAB, bringing together the best athletes and keep them in training, which is great, and that always needs some level of support. And individual schools benefit as well. We know there's sponsorship behind St. Michael's School. We know there's sponsorship behind some of the others in there as well. So with t-shirts, bandanas, you can see the value for money if you put the investment in to the young ones. We'll wait and see if we can get a word in from a couple of the athletes. I mean, Amory Burke was lost in the carnival, but I think she's found a way to just ease between the carnival or conga line, and they're trying to line it up so it all happens. It is definitely that kind of atmosphere. Amory is trackside. Let's see if we can make contact. Good evening, Amory.
Can I basically say a whole host of Commonwealth girls are on your screen right now? Up and all, girls, congratulations on that 4x4 win. On the end, we have Aisha Maycock. She's reliving her moments as a former athlete for Commonwealth. What was it like watching the girls execute what you would have executed decades ago?
It was only last year, Anne-Marie. But it's excellent. I think the 4x4 is the crowning event. Don't care if you win the girls or not. The 4x4 is the cream of the crop. And well done, girls.
Savannah, that first leg was fantastic. How was it for you?
It was just about execution, where you're trying to get the baton as fast as possible so we can execute well.
In the second leg, you have to make up that stagger. Savannah gave you in about third or so. You started to cut down on the athletes, cut down on the space. How was that?
It was a little challenging because, I don't really run 400s, but it was a team event, and I know my team counted on me, so I did my best.
Tania won half of the Twin Towers. That third leg was fantastic. You pulled Commonwealth back into it.
Yes, please. I have to give credit to my sister, though. She gave me a race plan, and then it's going to be me and her next year again.
That is what I'm talking about. Tunisia, you finished with a victory. You finished BSSAC as a champion. I want to tackle you a bit before I even talk about the relay. I saw you in the 4 hurdles. What made you do the change this year?
In my head, I was like, I'm not really too sure if I want to continue with the 8, and I don't think I have it in me to do 2 and 4. So I did hurdles at my school for sports, and I was like, okay, I'm pretty fine at it. And I every day I asked Mr. Murray if he would put me in 4 hurdle. He was like, I'll think about it. And then like the week of zones, I was like, sir, let me do 4 hurdle. He was like, okay, should he say once you answer it, I will let you do it.
Now, how does it feel to anchor your team to victory?
I feel amazing. I'm super proud of everybody. Everybody ran fantastic, and I'm just glad that I was able to be a part of the team and finish.
Okay, thank you. And in true Commonwealth style, what are we going to say? Up and on! Congratulations, girls. I'm going to try to get the quartet from St. George. In the meantime, I'll hand over back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Anne-Marie. You're free to rejoin the conga line / the entire festival going on in the middle of the infield. all the athletes, though, just trying to settle down slightly. Some of them have opted now to depart. Usain Bolt. Most of the athletes will hang around. I'm not sure if you're going to find St. George quartet, but you can keep an eagle eye out to see where they would position themselves. I got a glimpse of one or two of them over to our commentary position, but since then they have moved around significantly. So I'm not sure if you're going to see them at the moment, Anne-Marie, but China, it's been a fantastic event. Let's go to the stadium announcements.
That we were proposing 12 grand for all these young children, whether to boost their careers or whatever positive product they want to put this money into. $12,000 was the prize money. Unfortunately, little mistakes here happened. The cash prize is now $20,000. Coming up first, a man, a youngster from the Graydon City School.
Chat.
Backstage, I asked this young man, you ready? He looked me dead in his eye and said, I was born ready. Hype like Graydon City.
Chat.
Make noise for Graydon City.
Chat. Wait, this mic on? Wait, chat. Aline boy, what did disappoint me this year? Then swear that them they would have win this year. And them ain't even make it in the top 5. Like, give me my brother, man. Let me go, man. And I got shot down. Pockets of feel I had to run out of town. St. Michael, you can't run with me. Let me show you who's won the city. Look, Graydon City. Mommy the shot down the place so easy. That's why all of them is more preview. Cause them hype like Graydon City. Mommy the shot down the place so easy. That's why all of them is more preview. Cause them hype like Graydon City. Lamp on a track with a big lotus. That's one of them know it cut up by the other schools. This is Graydon City, but you see your finger track, when they go step. But anyways, Ali, don't forget you. Just inspired general, I thought it was cool. Just know, you make yourself sound like a fool. For your leg, you give me one for true. Come here, well, who's that? Them and me and Mr. Charles go up here. Don't know we put the track, them out and get off here. So you tear them what they want to do. This way your girls talk about them is real action. That's why them ain't know how to do fashions. We have to put the track and now the bar. When they done it, good to sing about they do another lap. When they done no, VS come on the top. As for SMS, them in the bar. Just use always the coolest for the bar. You know what? We done 10 tracks, so let me tell you about Graydon City. My way the shot on the place so easy. That's why all of them is more preview. Cause them hype like Graydon City. If I be doing the same one, all of them is on preview. Listen up. Pockets some people can't get this one handle. So I be too slow, but we left them in a tangle. Graydon City the best. Everybody know that they can't test. So let me tell you about Pockets some people can't get this one handle. So I be too slow, but we left them in a Graydon City the best. Everybody know that they can't test. So let me tell you about Graydon City. My way the shot on the place so easy. That's why all of them is more preview. Cause them high like Graydon City. My way the shot on the place so easy. That's why all of them is more preview. Cause them hype like everyone else say that they might not even do understand.
Graydon City.
Yeah. Omar, hold on 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, very important announcement. Very important announcement, please. Everybody settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, especially those of you who are watching this competition. Omar, hold on 1 minute, please. We need the entire Barbados Carifta team. If you've been selected for the Barbados Carifta team, you need to go under the parade tent by the finish line. Immediately, all members of the Barbados Carifta team, management and athletes, please go under the parade tent now. Omar, once again, thank you.
Thank you, Jamar. Give it up one more time for Graydon City. Our judges this evening, you've seen youth activist, musician and media personality, Sluggy Dan. Judge number 2, 32 Green Shiny Productions. Judge number 3, you hear him on the radio all the time, Aeon Skills the DJ. Next competitor coming out of Christchurch. Not my old school foundation though. This young man, he said he's not worried about the competition because he came here to run the thing. Running out of Dayton Griffin School, King Kid!
Check. Yeah. You see them schools that pushing at the face and pushing at the beat, so Dayton, we don't get first for them. You know that? Go on clear. When they ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing, cause Dayton run the thing. They ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing. We on the track, we running and we jumping. We busy beating one, we busy out there chanting. Who gas water for the pan, make them sober. Give them a 4 paper trophy spirit painting. When they ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing, cause they don't run the thing. They ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing. They jump on the track, BSSAC they can get grimy. They can't see the front, them only see behind we. They just running for fun, but it could be so worse. When they jump on the track, you know we coming first. When they ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing, cause they don't run the thing. They ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing. Last year it was run it back, just shots, run and gone. Come on, here, try to keep up, but we can beat them up on. They think can't feel gathered like my name was go. They ain't gonna take me up, they so I make a big switch. They ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing, cause they don't run the thing. They ask me who run the thing, we run the thing. They ask me how we run the thing. Go. Yeah.
Dayton Griffin! King Kid! Wanna see some fun? Wanna see some fun?
Somebody say SLB.
Oh boy! Things heating up, boy! I don't feel this man need an introduction. He's the only man that get in here free. The rest of them had to get a first class ticket. Give it up for St. Leonard's boys, John Boss. First class ticket.
When you're ready, run the rhythm. Roughest and toughest, JOHNBOSS. John Boss, that's the name. Yes, first class to get to the stands. You can hold a first class to get to the stands. Wait, first class to get to the stands. Look, hold out that left hand, man. First class to get to the stands. You can hold a first class to get to the stands. For real, first class to get to the stands. Time to cheer like one night stand. Listen, see me boys from Richmond, yeah. We don't deal with all of that chat. Just wait till we buy up on the track. Race no star and you done get locked. Man shoot up the block, come pop off. Fast criminals are hard to the bar flop off. Back that pace, don't let your head drop off. Left legs on the track like a zest pop off. Win every race, left schools in the gutter. Cut through the finish, hot knife ain't butter. Mustang school star, barely even sputter. Slow like a old Motorola when it buffer talking about move here, move back. When the copy that Joe send it in the same. What you thought was better happen when the boss start back. Watch you fight for first, stay go at the back. First class to get to the stand. You go hold a first class to get to the stand. Wait, first class to get to the stand. Time to cheer like one night. When I hear the silence, I start to get shaky. The first one, yeah. But SMS to sleep. Rockabye baby, see a call, man talk about consistency. But they be different people athletes consistently. Can't talk about one grown if they say he's a liar. Ain't gonna lie, listen to that like school on fire. Or school, I got to address, not your run through the can't feel like you're in distress. The ear St. John, but you the Lulu at best. Not a meddling, touching that funny chest. Come in for first, what the talk, get knock off. You ain't BSSAC, got the West Coast block up. Come and watch the boys execute the plan. Don't forget you got to have that ticket in your hand. What? First class to get to the stand. You go with a first class to get to the stand. Yeah, first class to get to the stand. Look, hold out the left hand, man. First class to get to the stand. You go with a first class to get to the for real, first class to get to the stand. Look. Yo!
Students, you just created a whole music video during a competition. Pick up with yourself. No. I got one request. I got one request. I got one request. You see how respectful you all are to me? I just asked you when I go back to where it was. Just show the public that we're here to have a good time. So you see the stands? Because we're filming, guys. We just want a little space, respect. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we back it up, guys. Remember, we put a time. Just back up, guys. Who in the back, step back. And who in front, then step back too. Simple. So we ain't passing the cameraman. Right, good. Speaking of passing, this next contestant, yesterday she told me her school is the University of Waterford. So the only thing that I can pass now, do not pass this cameraman. I passing it over to this young lady and she can tell her how to pass the baton. Come here!
As they turn for home, it is St. Michael's that has the lead. Harrison College is trying to keep up. And here comes Combermere storming down the outside. It is St. Michael and Combermere. Combermere and St. Michael, head and head, neck and neck. St. Michael's can't keep pace as Combermere comes to win the race. Combermere has won BSSAC 2026.
Up and on, up and on. I said, George got enough farms to spend it on the way up in Brighton. Well, on school in the morning, so sit to cricket or some other hobby. Go when it comes to track and field and you walk to with the pit like somebody. Pass the baton, right it up like you live. Pass the baton, right it up like you live. Come here, pass the baton, right it up like you live. Here, look good, like we hit the salon. Everybody show up and on. St. Leonard's, do you want food? You know them ain't got the athletes at your school. So John Boss, could you please take a seat? The only thing what I got is athlete's feet. We're spraying up a stand still. And the C is the place for chill. Draw shots so I get to the top of the hill. And the foundation in the middle. Pass the baton, right it up like you named Jalon. Right it up like you named. Come here. Right it up like you named Jalon. Here look good like we hit the salon. Everybody show up and on. Up and on. Up and on. Up and on. Up and on.
Combermere has won BSSAC 2026.
Yeah. Once again, Ferry, Omar, just one pause.
Whoa.
Once again, we want to call the entire Barbados Carifta team. I have been asked to do it again. Athletes, we need all our athletes. I know you want to enjoy this, but you must understand national duty. We are calling all of our Carifta selectees. Please assemble under the parade tent. Entire management team as well. Omar, back to you.
Yes, please. One more time for Combermere. Barbados, I hope you can see this talent. This money has moved from $12,000 to $20,000 in the space of 24 hours. Our last contestant, coming out from the middle of the island, St. George secondary. S.
When you see that 4x4?
S.
When you see that 4x4? It's the Yara. SGS. SGS. We can get up with it. SGS. We ain't that. Let me start with a little conversation. Don't still be shy. We can win the competition for a big fight. We can win our possession. I got all long see a better be patient. Number one, we know we're coming back. When the better go, the when the pass, when the top, we are police. When the prepare for me, start to be aware for we think dirt at that. Number two, you know what we gonna do? We coming back for you. And the rest of them too. Just come here, oh, yeah, like a brand new. Guys, they even don't like it. We got kid up with it. No, come again, look. Let me go, look. I tell you, SGS. Diggy, diggy, diggy. We got kid up with it. Come again, look. Let's see one of other schools. Yeah, but I'm praying, maybe pass when I open there. Because I live what I mean by that. Me head parade. Head parade. I'm going to get out there like a fashion. We do things, but they want or not less. I'm about to say if I'm SGS. You can see me starting over the best of my chest. SGS. SGS. Let me hear you say. Come again, look. Let me go, look. Diggy, diggy, diggy. Digga, kid with it. Come again, look. Watch it. 4, 2, 1, 1. Come on, man, yeah. Yeah, SMS, yeah. What? Hold the show, yeah. I mean, yeah. Brother girls, yeah. That's the one got let down. Yeah, everybody let down. So you can go and sit down. Hold on, I ain't finished yet. I got more bars before shit they said. And if I wanna give a word, that's his bet. And then when I really ain't ready yet. See, he what to do. I want all the winner to sing this tune. Let me go, look. Get that down. Everybody see it? Get that down. Let me hear one. Get that down. Let me go, look. Get that down. Get that down. All on these stars here. Get that down. Let me go, look. Get that down. I said, let's get. What? The other school? Yeah. Fully let down.
Let me ask you, stars. Who wanna play in this competition? I would not like to be a judge for this competition. Remember, the winners will be announced at CBC The Pine on Monday morning. Give it up for all the contestants this evening. Ray Seeley, Dr. Griffith, St. Leonard's Boys, Combermere, St. George, come out. Come out. Show your peers. Give it up for these schools. Woo!
Mr. Wallace outside for sure. You know that when you catch again. That rhythm sound nice. Yeah. But don't get.
Thank you. Back over to you, Jamar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Rennie, hold this here. This ain't gonna look good for the TV. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, standing in front of us here, and I want the cameras to pick them up. These are the young people who are going to be flying our, you see them in different colors, but they're going to be decked out in our trident, in the black, gold, and blue for Barbados. Young people, start to walk forward here. This is the Barbados Garifta team. Come forward. Barbados National Garifta team. Stop. Turn and face that way. Stop, guys. Turn and face that way. Good. Very good. Girls, come forward, toe the line. Come forward to the line. Good. Boys, come forward to that line. Toe the line. We had 41 persons reaching for the first time ever. Listen carefully, 41 persons reaching qualifying standards, which is a huge number. And the Athletic Association of Barbados has taken an extra 20 persons who may not have made the qualifying standard to represent, so that we do have relay teams for every single relay, because we realize the Athletic Association of Barbados realized that a relay is a medal too, and money is not going to be important. It is the young people that are important. So once again, please make some noise for these young people. Good. I now, thank you. I now hand over to the General Secretary of the Athletic Association of this country, who also was the under-17 gold medal winner in the 300-meter hurdles. She probably can't even jump over a box right now, but this is my good friend Renee. And we also have the president of our association, Noah Lynch. We have an announcement to make. We also have the coaching staff. And for the first time in our history, we have put a woman in front, young Desiree, former Desiree Critchlow. A former gold medalist is the head coach. We have Angela Jackson, the manager. Althea Belgrave also. Brian Holder. We also have Owen Bob, Kerry Beckles, Gerard Mason as well, coming forward. The physio is not here. That's the person that can make sure the muscles in good top and everything good. And the officials are here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet as we are going to make a special announcement. Directly after this, we will... Hold on. We ain't in Iran or nothing, so let me be here proper. Thank you. We are going to... What we're going to do after this, we're going to invite our principals. So principals, please start to line up principals in your alphabetical order as we get you ready for our final presentation. Renee, all over to you.
Good evening, everyone. So we're going to announce the assistant manager of the team, along with the physios who will be taking care of our athletes over the Easter weekend. Chanel Trotman will be the sports therapist. Kimar Jones will be the massage therapist. Jason Branch, the physiotherapist. Dr. Phyllis Burnett, she will be the team physio. And the assistant manager is Dante Harvey. We all know Dante, so he doesn't need any big dialogue. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our management team for our 2026 Carifta team.
And ladies and gentlemen, and to the public of this country, we want full support, no negativity, full support of these young people. They have worked hard, and I want 3 cheers for Barbados as they depart on Wednesday. Hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip 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 hip! Young people, go and do what you have to do. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Carifta team. We are not settling for bronze. We will not settle for silver. We going for gold here. Going for gold. MF 137, go move your car. A white Yaris. I also have 2 cell phones here. So everybody, MF137, MF137, that's the same one that we had down there. I have the cell phone. Young people here, you guys are good. This is where we get the official ceremony on the way. The medals and trophies, we want the table. It's coming out. Thank you guys so much. Right on time. I'm going to set up and make sure that this thing is right. If the Chief Education Officer is hearing me, or the Minister, I am requiring that I don't go to school for the rest of the term. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I agree. You agree? But everything good. Hard work, let's pay off. Come right here, guys. Thank you. Come forward.
Right here, right here. Thank you. Turn it. You're turning the right way. Thank you very much. Good. Right here. We also want everybody's identified for one. See you unlock that with your finger. Congratulations, you get back here for you feel good. You feel good. Big up yourself. Principals, please line up yourselves. My principals. We're gonna have the principals followed by our sponsors, followed then by the Minister, Permanent Secretary of Education and Sport. Coveted titles here, ladies and gentlemen. The first runner-up plaque, second runner-up, and the championship plaque is right over here. And you see the championship plaque. We have to create new plaques because the championship plaque went back to the year of 1985. And it can only hold so much. But we have the girls, St. Michael's School 2025, coming here in 2024. So the principals. All right, good. They got you covered, Major. All right, principals, you can come forward. We want half of the principals on the right, half of the principals on the left. Students, sit down, because the principals and the sponsors are going to be facing you. You are the important people. Welcome the principals, all principals of all the Barbados secondary schools. We will decide how it goes left and right, but I feel as though 11 should be on one side and 11 on the other side. All right, no problem. We can put the tables. Ready, crew, lifting the tables, please. Sorry, Madam Principal. Robin smiling from ear to ear, man. Big up, Mr. Douglas. Yes, please. Cadets, yes, please. Come, bring it back here a little, cadets. Come back to me, cadets. Sorry about this. Let's come back this way. Turn it. Good. Want to make sure presentation is very important. Thank you very much. Then we bring this next table right here. Thank you very much. Right here, look, boys. Right here, look. Come here, look. Boy and girl. Our sponsors will be behind this table. Yes, no problem. And the middle. Okay, no problem, Major. Sponsors, come please, sponsors. Where are our sponsors? Principals here, come forward to this yellow line here, please. Stop right there to the blue one. Sorry, the blue one. My bad. Sponsors, please come. All sponsors, please come. All sponsors. All sponsors will be along this line here. Want all sponsors. You got to extend that more.
We could not end the broadcast without speaking to the boys from St. George Secondary who brought home the final gold medal here at BSAC, winning the 4x400 meters. A masterful run by you guys. Let's start with my first leg. How was that for you, Terrell?
My first leg was great. I know got better things going forward, but at this moment I had to focus, do what I had to do, and give my second leg a good lead so we could pass it on and bring it home.
Running first leg is always nerve-wracking too because you have to ensure you don't false start, you give that good lead, you put your team in a position, especially the 4x4 maintain the stagger as well.
Yes, please. So, well, when I first start, I was like a little nervous, but I still know that we got something to do. So I just bring it home, give it to my partner, and so he could build a different stagger to get on to another person.
Jamarian, it was really a tussle. You had AHC in there, you had Combo Mirror in there, you had the boys from SMS. How was it at that second leg? Trying now, not only to make it the stagger, but to put yourself in a position that your team was, in a striking distance.
To be honest, it was just my job to get them out of the situation and to be as close as possible. So, Kaden got less work to do. So, Shamari also got less work to do, but, it was just my job to get them out of the situation.
You think you executed your job as you should?
Not really to the best, but could it be better?
But at least it was enough for your team to be victorious.
Yes, please. It was enough.
Okay, third leg though. Third leg really puts everything into perspective. You had to run down some athletes in that leg. At what point do you think you said, okay, I can give this baton to Shamari so that we can actually win?
When I received baton, I was a little nervous, but I just pulled through, relax, and just fight. The last 100 meters to get before I played baton.
You think the pace was really hot at that time, or you could have handled yourself?
No, I could have handled it. I just hold it and just sprint the last 100 meters.
I don't want to come across, so come this side. Let me get to you now, Shamari. You had the task of ending the relay, but you also was able to see how it was progressing for your team. At what point did you know, when you got that baton in that position, you could win?
From the time I got the baton, I know that I could win. Always believe in myself from the zone, and I know that we went to the zone to the finals with the fastest time, and I know that we would have win it. It was when it came on the back stretch, I see that I had a lot of competition that was easing up for me, and I just said, go and move again. And I made my move, and I just bring it home.
Now, persons want to know what is happening at St. George to make you so fast.
Consistent training, that's all. Just believe in yourself, consistent training, and the mindset that we have.
And speaking of mindset, I realize throughout the school you have all on the walls positive affirmations. Does that help you as an athlete and as a student and as a person?
Yeah, it helps a lot. It helps a lot. See that say go about your day, say things that help you motivate you throughout the day. You make you feel sorry. You look at your wall, see say that encourage you to the day. So it's good, it's great.
And how does it feel to be champions for your school?
Feel great.
St. George.
You're working on that.
Yes.
Definitely. Congratulations again, boys. To the ones going off to Carifta, I wish you good luck next weekend. I'll be rooting for you. To the other two, keep at it. You still have scholarships out there and other things that will keep you going as athletes. So don't give up on the sport. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you. That's the winning quartet from St. George Secondary. They ended BSAC for everyone. It was a fantastic 4x4. There were the winners of that race, the big one, the 4x4 for boys. Back to the closing ceremony.
For both male and female. We also have the Champion School Trophy along with the plaque, sponsored by Cooperators General. The Commonwealth Society, they have a trophy here. It was won by Aline in 2025, Comamir in 2024. We're going to see who's going to win it there, and the championship plaques are right here. Coveted. But more importantly, everybody, Grenada coming up. Virgin Atlantic has a couple seats. Inter and Caribbean Airlines, when they last checked yesterday, 1 or 2 seats, and they're real expensive. Go on, Virgin. Thank you. Can't say I tell you nothing. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Thank you very much. Come short, woman.
President Emerita of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, Minister of Finance, the Honorable Ryan Strawn, Minister of Legal Affairs and Criminal Justice, the Honorable Michael Lashley, Minister of Sport in the Community, Minister of Sport and Community Empowerment, the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Education Transformation, the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Health and Wellness, Senator Lisa Cummings, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister for Youth and Culture, Senator Shane Archer, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sport and Community Empowerment, Mrs. Joy Adamson, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, Ms. Wendy Odell, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education Transformation, Ms. Kim Bell, Chief Education Officer, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, officials of the Ministry of Education and officials of other ministries, sponsors, media, athletes, officials, parents, guardians, sports enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This brings us to the end of an excellently executed Athletics Championships. Kudos to all of the officials. My name is Shernal Clark, and I am the guidance counselor at the St. Michael's School and an announcer at BSSAC. This evening, it is my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies for this year's closing ceremony. This is the point where we award some of the outstanding performances by individual athletes and teams who contributed to the success of these championships. Congratulations to all the students and physical education teachers and coaching staff for all the hard work they have put in. We will now have our presentations. The Victor Ludorum. The Victor Ludorum will receive 1 trophy compliments Dasani Powerade, 1 pair of track shoes compliments of Laboratory and Sport, 1 voucher compliments of the City of Greystown Cooperative Credit Union, and a prize compliments of the Barbados Schools Nutritional Policy of the Ministry of Education Transformation as a set of dumbbells, a training mat, a branded water bottle, all in an effort to promote active, healthy lifestyles. The trophy is to be presented by Ms. Shanice Brewster Charles of Barbados Bottling Company Limited. And we'll ask her to come forward. And the vouchers will be presented by Mr. Victor Lane of the City of Greystown Cooperative Credit Union, Mr. Anthony Miller of the Laboratory and Sport, and Ms. Nicole Elliott, the Education Officer for the Barbados Schools Nutrition Policy. Amassing a total of 40 points, the Victor Ludorum hails from St. Leonard's Boys, Alex Jones Eiffel. Wait, Alex, there's more. Mr. Victor Lane of the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union. Thank you. Mr. Anthony Miller, he will also make his presentation of a voucher. You have one more after this, Alex. And Miss Nicole Elliott, Education Officer for the Barbados Schools Nutrition Policy. The Victrix Ludorum. The Victrix Ludorum will receive 1 trophy compliments the Standing Power Aid, 1 pair of track shoes compliments of Laboratory and Sport, 1 voucher compliments of the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, and a prize compliments of the School's Nutrition Policy of the Ministry of Education Transformation, which will be a set of dumbbells, a training mat, a branded water bottle, and in an effort to promote active, healthy lifestyles. The trophy, once again, will be presented by Ms. Shanice Brewster Charles of the Barbados Bottling Company Limited, and the vouchers presented by Mr. Victor Lane of City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Mr. Anthony Miller of Laboratory and Sport, and Ms. Nicole Elliott, Education Officer for the Barbados Nutrition Policy. And the Victrix Ludorum hails, amassing a total of 36 points, hailing from the Combermere School, Haley Merritt. All right, so we have a little mistake here, but Haley Merritt is the winner, and she's from Harrison College. Don't move, Ellie. Mr. Victor Lane of the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union. Mr. Anthony Miller, Laboratory and Sport. And Miss Nicole Elliott, Education Officer, Barbados Schools Nutrition Policy. Thank you. Now to the champion schools of track. The champion schools on the track. These trophies will be presented by Ms. Richelle Lucas of Signia Globe Financial. In the boys, with a total of 168 points, Combermere School. Combermere School. Boys, Combermere School. And in the girls, with 208 points, the girls from Martindale's Road, the St. Michael's School. To the champion schools in the Shakira Shori Field Events competition. The trophies to be presented by Leah Walker of the West India Biscuit Company Limited. And in her absence, we are going to call on Yannick Burrows from BSSAC Barbados Limited to present the trophies in the Shakira Shori Field Event Champion Schools. In the boys, with a total of 99.5 points, the Combermere School. This person. He's here. Is he here? Is he here? And in the girls, with 149 points, the champion school in the Shakira Shori Field Events competition, the St. Michael's School. Thank you, Mr. Burrows. And for the Cooperators General Insurance Relays, we ask Mr. Anton Lovell, General Manager of Cooperators General Insurance Limited, to present these trophies. In the boys, with a total of 39 points, the Lodge School. In the girls, with a total of 50 points, the St. Michael's School. Thank you, Mr. Lovell. We pause at this time to welcome Ms. Sonja Goodrich, Chairman of the BSSAC Committee and Principal of the Springer Memorial School, to give the vote of thanks.
President Emerita of Barbados, Her Excellency the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, Minister of Finance, the Honorable Brian Strawn, Minister of Legal Affairs and Criminal Justice, the Honorable Michael Lashley, Minister of Sport and Community Empowerment, the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Education Transformation, the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Health and Wellness, Senator Lisa Cummins, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister for Youth and Culture, Senator Shane Archer, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Sport and Community Empowerment, Mrs. Joy Adamson, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, Ms. Wendy Odell, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education Transformation, Ms. Kim Bell, Chief Education Officer, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, officials of the Ministry of Education Transformation, officials of other ministries, sponsors, media, athletes, officials, parents, guardians, sports enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. Attention, because it is my pleasure and honor to move today's vote of thanks. A meet of this magnitude would not have been possible without the support of many individuals and organizations whose varied contributions have helped to make this year's edition of the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship a resounding success. To the Minister of Sports, Minister of Education Transformation, as well as all other ministers and ministry representatives, we are indeed happy to have you here celebrating with us today. These championships are a unique collaboration involving several valued volunteers, teachers, and principals, a clear indication of what can be achieved in other areas if we all work together. To all volunteers, teachers, and principals, I extend my thanks for your valuable contribution and support. The collaborative effort that resulted in this beautiful spectacle extends to our sponsors and partners. You have heard the names at regular intervals throughout the day. However, I take the opportunity at this time to specially recognize the following. Title sponsor Dasani, Insurance Corporation of Barbados Limited, Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, Pirates Inn Hotel, the City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Digicel Barbados Limited, Wibisco, Cooperators General Insurance Company Limited, Student Revolving Loan Fund, Signia Globe Financial, Laboratory and Sports, Barbados National Energy Company Limited, the Commonwealth Society of Barbados, the Made It Against the Odds Foundation, Sports Therapy 101, Kidscape Indoor Play Park, Market Fresh, Julie's Party Rentals, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Barbados. Special sponsors, the Ministry of Sport and Community Empowerment, the Athletics Association of Barbados, and the Barbados Olympic Association. And of course, our media partners, Sports.bb, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, Starcom Network, the Nation newspaper, and Barbados Today. Let us give all of those sponsors a round of applause. Sponsors, you've all contributed significantly to the celebration of our young people this year. We look forward to even greater support next year. So in your budgeting, please remember BSSAC, because we do need you. To the management of the Usain Bolt Sports Complex, we are extremely grateful for your efforts in ensuring that we are able to host this meet. Special mention must be made of Dr. Kevin Grant and Mr. Andre Wharton and the team, all of whom readily engage with us on demand. To parents of all athletes, thank you for allowing your children to participate in this and all sporting activities. Your support and that of all spectators have been invaluable. Our officials were made up of teachers, students, and individuals outside of the school system who volunteered their time and expertise to ensure that this competition takes place each year under the best possible conditions. The members of the Barbados Cadet Corps, who ably assisted with the medal presentations, and the basket girls, you were truly a blessing. The stars of this celebration, however, have been the young men and women from across all schools who have graced this arena with their performances over the last 2 days for this championship. We were thrilled with the many record-breaking performances and personal bests attained. To each athlete, guided by the dedicated coaches and physical education teachers, you were outstanding in your performances. You're true champions, and we celebrate you all today, and we're extremely proud of you. Let's give all of the athletes a round of applause. Finally, a special word of gratitude must be extended to the BSSAC Management Committee, all of whom worked tirelessly to ensure a smooth executed meet. Your long hours over the many months were truly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, students, we look forward to you being a part of BSSAC 2027. Good evening and travel safely when you go.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrich. And we are on to presenting the champion schools. We begin with 7th place in the boys and in the girls. The 7th placed schools will receive a cash award of $500, compliments of Market Fresh. These checks will be presented by Mr. Kenny Hudson of Pirates Inn. In the female category, the school in 7th place, amassing a total of 125.5 points, the Alexandra School. Are there any athletes available? If not, we'll ask the principal of the Alexandra School, the deputy principal, Miss Janelle Hart. She'll receive the check on behalf of the Alexandra School. And the winner in the male category with a total of 114 points, 7th place, Christchurch Foundation School. Christchurch Foundation School will ask the principal or deputy principal. Dr. Wendy Lewis, she will receive the check on behalf of the school. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. And to present the sixth place schools, we'll invite Mr. Alan Roach of the Student Revolving Loan Scheme Fund, the Student Revolving Loan Fund. He will be presenting a cash award of $800 to the sixth place schools. In the female category, with a total of 171 points, Queen's College. And the winner in the male category with 161 points, sixth place school, also Queen's College. The boys. There are no boys. Thank you, Mr. Roach. And to present the fifth place schools, who will each receive a cash award of $1,000. We invite the Chief Education Officer, Dr. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, to make these presentations. In the female category, with a total of 175 points, fifth place, Christchurch Foundation School. Dr. Lewis. And in the male category, with 193 points, fifth place, the St. Leonard's Boys School. They're coming. We move now to the fourth place schools. The award will be of $1,500, a cash award, and this is to be presented by the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Education Transformation Ministry. Students, will ask you to stand as we acknowledge the arrival of the President Emeritus of Barbados, Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason. All students and all standing all around the stadium.
Everybody, please. Hey, 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 hey.
You may be seated. The fourth place school in the female category, 181 points, Springer Memorial School. Remain, Minister Blackman. Yes. And for the males, with 204 points, Harrison College. Thank you, Minister Blackman. The third place schools. Each school will receive a cash award of $2,000, compliments of the Barbados National Energy Company Limited and the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championships Shield. The check will be presented by Ms. Kisha Griffith of the BNECL, and the BSSAC Shield will be presented by the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Sport and Community Empowerment. And in third position, on 197.5 points in the female category, is Combermere School. Hold on for your shield. And third place in the male category with a total of 208 points, the St. Michael's School. Hold on for the shield, boys. The shield to be presented by the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Sport and Community Empowerment. Thank you, Minister Griffith and Ms. Griffith of the BNECL. We move now to the second place schools. Each school will receive a cash award of $3,000 and the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championships Shield. These prizes will be presented by Miss Shanice Brewster Charles, brand manager of our title sponsor, Desani. In second position in the female category with 237 points, Harrison College. And in the male category, the school in second position amassed a total of 235.5 points, the Lodge School. We have a special presentation of the Commonwealth Society of Barbados Trophy. The Commonwealth Society of Barbados Trophy is presented to a secondary school a secondary school team that embodies the Commonwealth's core values of sportsmanship, teamwork, equity, and fair play, while also demonstrating consistent performance during the BSAC Championships. This esteemed accolade reflects unity, excellence, and camaraderie among our nation's student athletes. The BSAC Championships are recognized as Barbados' premier junior athletic development event, provides a fitting stage for the society to promote the fundamental Commonwealth principles of tolerance, respect, understanding, humanity, equity, and dignity. We now invite Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President Emerita of Barbados and the patron of the Commonwealth Society of Barbados, to present this award. And this award will be presented to the Alexandra School. I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but this school is close to my heart. Very. And I see the president of the Barbados Youth Council beaming with pride, as he is a former student of the Alexandra School. The champion schools. Overall, the champion schools in the female and male categories will both receive $5,000 cash compliments of the Insurance Corporation of Barbados, the Barbados Secondary Schools Athletics Championship Shield. Ladies and gentlemen, to present the checks, we invite Ms. Ria Bino of the Insurance Corporation of Barbados to present the checks on behalf of the company. To present the shields to the champion schools, we would like to invite the honor of former President Emeritus, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason once again, and Mr. Clifford Gooden-Etchell, Marketing Manager of the Barbados Bottling Company Limited. And the champion school in the female category with 357 points. I almost want to leave this school for last, just to celebrate. But anyhow, 357 points, the champion school in the female category, the St. Michael's School. And in the male category with 267 points from Waterford, the Combermere School. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our presentation closing ceremony.
That's the champions, Combermere School. Combermere School in the boys and the St. Michael School in the girls. Well done indeed to both of those schools and the effort they put in to come to the championships and secure their titles once more. Alongside me, Anne-Marie Burke, China Haynes, and of course, Anne-Mark Goodrich Boyce, who was covering the action on 98.1 The One. I'll first start with China Haynes, my co-commentating analyst, who was there next to me for all the activity. Yes, we will wait and see how they will perform. 60 athletes going down. Anne-Marie Burke was out in the field. She was interviewing all the stars, some record breakers as well. Anne-Marie.
What I like most about this BSSAC is the quality that we saw from the athletes. So many records were broken, meaning the standard has really raised from year to year. This year in particular was very competitive. When I spoke to the athletes, they were well prepared. There's a lot more that goes into it. Now I think the athletes take it a lot more seriously, and I think it comes out of the AAB's program to develop our young athletes, and that's why we saw such quality from them. And I really look forward to a good showing from the Barbados team come this weekend, or should next weekend, and for the Crifty Games.
Yeah, and Anne-Mark Goodrich's voice has been on radio. We've seen a lot of the bright stars. You've interviewed a lot of those young men, Jelino Hamlet, Alex Jones, Eiffel. You know, the list goes on and on. What a tremendous couple of athletes we have right now.
Yeah, it's an absolute amazing way to end the BSSAC Championships. And you mentioned tremendous performances from all the athletes, all the schools represented. But I think for me, the standout performance has to be the under-20 boys 400-meter final. Shamari Greenwich-Lewis, who will be heading off to the Crifty Games to represent Barbados in Grenada, 46.26. I think that is the performance of this BSSAC Championships. We also had some other record breakers, Ashlyn Simmons, Layla McIntyre, Luke McIntyre as well, Alex Jones-Eiffel, as you just mentioned, from the St. Leonard's Boys School. But if you ask me to have that one pick, it has to be Shamari Greenwich-Lewis. And China and Anne-Marie made mention of the National Junior Program set up by the Athletics Association of Barbados, and I think that has been bearing the fruits of their labor for sure. We've seen a lot of performances, and it means that the athletes, once they get the right facilities, once they get the right nourishment, they can produce fantastic performances, and we've seen that over the last couple of days here at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex.
Yeah, well said there, Anmar. What's left for me to tell you? Congratulations once again to Combermere St. Michael School as well as to all the other performers on the day. And we want to say thank you as well to our sponsors for making this broadcast possible. Without them, we would not be here really and truly. And also to our technical team who work so tirelessly to ensure that we have visuals to beam back to you wherever you are in the world. Thanks to Sports.bb as well and TV8 for combining and bringing you this broadcast. our sponsor, Dasani, and all the rest who've made it all possible. We want to say thank you once again. On behalf of the entire team, it has been my absolute pleasure. Congratulations to all the teams, especially my pick as well. St. Leonard's Boys program, continue to lift your program. You have a great future ahead of you. St. George Secondary, brilliant to end proceedings. But that's the way we love to do it here on TV. It's been a pleasure. Until next time, if I see you then, it's goodbye for now.
Go.